Chapter 335. Isabella changed a coachman, or when she asked Chinrue to kill Jardel, she had already prepared a new candidate. Chinrue didn't know if she had contacted the secret force and revealed the intelligence of the human Charles in the past 3 days. The most important thing for him now was to think about how to deal with the upcoming most important meeting. The person was the ruler of the fallen angel empire, who was also Jia's uncle, Regent Obsidian, Lucifer. From the intelligence, Prince Obsidian was a cunning and suspicious person. Cunning might be a part of great talent and bold vision, but it did not mean great talent and bold vision. Compared with the 2 real emperors of the demon realm, Prince Obsidian could only be regarded as a regent who could barely support the situation. But even so, Chinrue still did not dare to slack off. A few days later, Isabella's carriage arrived at the capital. She drove all the way to the inner city and was welcomed respectfully. It was also the highest administrative center of the empire. The style of the Dark Shadows capital was prosperous and plain, like a commercial metropolis centered on the palace on a high mountain. The fallen angel capital had a flat city structure. The style looked solemn. The huge fallen angel statue in the palace could be seen from a distance. It was the landmark of the capital. The carriage stopped in front of a luxurious house. "Help me down, okay? Charles." Isabella's charming voice sounded. Along the way, the relationship between the 2 advanced by leaps and bounds. They were already very close friends. "It's my honor." Chinrue got off the carriage first, then politely held Isabella's hand and let her get off. There were a few people at the door of Isabella's house. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. The leader was a tall, thin, and handsome man dressed in gorgeous clothes. When he saw Isabella, he quickly greeted her. Isabella smiled and took the opportunity to hold Chinrue's hand that he was about to let go. She pressed her body against his, and her plump breasts rested on his arm. Although it was only a partial contact, he could still feel the warmth and amazing elasticity. Chinrue was a normal man. Even though he knew that the woman was doing this on purpose, his heart still couldn't help but beat faster. The expression of the man who came up to greet them froze. His murderous gaze fell on Isabella's arm, which was leaning against Chinrue. If he had the talent of the evil eye, Chinrue's arm would probably be riddled with holes by now. Race, Pride Royal Family Comprehensive Strength Assessment, B Physique, B dash Strength, B Spirit, B Agility, B dash. Isabella. When the man looked at Isabella, he smiled politely again, as if ignoring Chinrue's existence. A beautiful bouquet of colorful flowers appeared in his hand. "This is a rainbow flower that I specially picked from the Rainbow Valley. Do you like it?" "Lorden, you should call me Madam Isabella." Isabella took the flowers, smelled them, and smiled faintly. "The flowers are very beautiful. I'll accept them." "Thank you." Lorden saw Isabella accept the flowers, and then said, "In order to welcome Madam back to the capital, I've booked a private room at the Royal Restaurant. Please do me the honor, Madam." "I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, and I have an important guest." Isabella smiled brightly at Chinrue. It was completely different from the perfunctory smile she gave Lorden just now. She affectionately held his arm and walked inside. "Isn't it tiring to accompany this man?" A cold light flashed in Lorden's eyes. Chinrue felt a spirit power attacking his brain. This Lorden's spirit power and strength had reached the intermediate level of the great Demon King. It seemed that he was a dual cultivator of strength and magic. However, this level of spirit power impact was nothing for Chinrue, who had anti-magic attribute. Moreover, he had experienced the baptism of the Evil Eye's lair, so he took it calmly and eliminated the impact. Lorden launched several spirit shocks in a row, but it had no effect at all. He could only watch Isabella holding the man's hand intimately as they walked inside, and he who was known as the capital's proud son seemed to be just a background. Lorden had always been arrogant. He had coveted Isabella for a long time. Although the strength of the man in front of him was definitely not inferior to him. This was the capital. As the heir of the Lincoln family, the elder family of the fallen angel empire, how could he tolerate this strange guy showing off in front of Isabella? In fact, Chinrue really didn't mean to show off. Isabella deliberately acted so affectionately in front of Lorden. She was clearly using him as a shield. Perhaps Lorden also understood a little, but he would still vent his anger on Chinrue. Lorden's golden pupils began to change, becoming black and white. His spirit power suddenly increased several times, and his spirit power rose to be plus. An invisible spirit wave surged toward Chinrue. This power contained two completely different components, but they were fused together in a mysterious way, containing a terrifying aura. Heart of light and dark, the strongest bloodline talent of the Lucifer royal family. The mystery of Heart of Light and Dark was endless. It could even be known as one of the strongest talents in the demon realm's royal family. Back then, the Lord of Midnight Sun once used Lock of Light and Dark to seal the poisoned dragon Paglio, making him unable to leave the blue lake even after he woke up. In order not to affect Isabella, Lorden used the method of spiritual erosion. He wouldn't kill Chinrue blatantly because it would make Isabella lose face, but he definitely wanted this man who dared to approach Isabella, even if it was just a shield, to make a fool of himself in front of the beauty. Isabella, who was holding Chinrue's arm, had a strange expression in her eyes, but she didn't have the slightest intention to stop him. Instead, she leaned closer to Chinrue more intimately, making him unable to avoid the power of Heart of Light and Dark. He could only take it head-on. Chinrue frowned slightly, allowing the strange power of Heart of Light and Dark to invade and envelop him. At this moment, he realized that it was two completely incompatible forces, like fire and water. Once they came into contact with the enemy, this fusion would produce an explosion that was several times stronger. It was really mysterious. However, Chinrue had already launched Star Devouring before the power of light and dark broke out. Even a demon emperor or demon overlord couldn't escape from the super system in his spiritual world. A mere great demon king-level spirit power couldn't pose a threat even with Heart of Light and Dark. It was instantly devoured. If Lorden didn't use this form of attack, although Chinrue was still not afraid, he definitely couldn't deal with it so easily. However, if Lorden's power of light and dark entered the opponent's spiritual world with his own origin like the eye of Incubus, perhaps both of his eyes would spurt blood. In these few steps, the two had already attacked and defended for a few rounds. Except for Isabella, the rest of the people were basically unaware. Lorden felt that the power of light and darkness that she had used was like a clay ox entering the sea. It actually disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, the man still allowed Isabella to hold his arm and walk forward as if nothing had happened. Lorden was furious. As he was about to forcefully channel his power again, he saw the man suddenly turned around and glanced at him. These two eyes carried a terrifying breath. For a moment, Lorden had the illusion of destroying the world. This kind of gaze gave him a palpitating feeling. Even his demon emperor-level father, Damer, never had such a feeling. Originally, Lorden's spirit power that was elevated to the peak of the great demon king was the result of using Heart of Light and Dark. There was a certain backfire and time limit. After being stared at by Chinrue's gaze that contained the meaning of territory, the forcibly enhanced power suddenly reversed due to disorder. He couldn't suppress it at once. He took 3 steps back before he could stand still. His face changed between red and white for a while, and he forced back a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the situation was not good, a servant said in shock, "Sir Lorden." As soon as he finished speaking, his face was slapped hard, and his whole body flew out upside down. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lorden ignored the unlucky guy, and he didn't speak anymore. He just walked into a luxuriously decorated carriage with a pale face. "Innie, can you let go? This annoying guy has left." Isabella smiled sweetly, but she didn't let go. I think you misunderstood, Charles. I just feel very safe holding you like this. It's not easy to make Iniomi a favor. Chinrue shook his head, helplessly. Chinrue followed Isabella into her house. Isabella threw the colorful flower in her hand to the maid and took a deep breath. Her originally plump chest rose again. It's still comfortable at home. By the way, the unlikable guy just now is the heir of the Lincoln family, one of the elder families of the empire. You have to be careful in the future. First the Minister of Military Affairs, now the heir of the elder family. Chinrue smiled bitterly. Inni really knows how to make enemies for me, but I have decided to stand on your side anyway. As for the Royal Highness Regent, please, don't worry, with the guarantee of the Red Spirit Lord, there should be no problem. I will report these things to the Regent truthfully. Before that, you will stay here temporarily and wait for the good news. Isabella didn't mention the role she should play at all. She seemed to be watertight. However, according to Chinrue's analysis, Isabella's method was likely to make this unfamiliar human more dependent on her so that she could further use Charles to deal with some political enemies. Perhaps there was also the mysterious force in it. In this case, the stronger and more influential Charles was, the more beneficial it would be for her. Therefore, it should play a positive role in facilitating this matter. That night, Chinrue stayed in Isabella's mansion. Nothing special or outrageous happened, but this matter itself would definitely attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days, until the 5th day, when Chinrue couldn't hold back. Isabella told him a piece of news belatedly. Royal Highness Obsidian has been too busy during this time. I asked someone to move up and down, and it took a lot of effort to let Royal Highness shift his attention to this matter. Chinrue secretly despised. Isabella was really busy these days. She had to change a few sets of clothes every day to attend this ball or that invitation. She was indeed the capital's famous flower. Unfortunately, this flower was extremely poisonous. Isabella showed a charming expression. How does Charles plan to thank me? As long as this matter succeeds, I can give up 10% of the benefits as a thank you gift. As long as Inni always supports me. This thank you gift will be effective for a long time. I'm just a widow, not a lord or an emperor, and I'm not short of money. I don't want your benefits. Isabella shook her head gently. Actually, I don't have any requirements. As long as Charles can remember a poor and weak woman like me in the future, it's fine. Chinrue said resolutely, Well, I owe you a favor. I swear by the surname of the Cribbit family that I will repay Miss for your help in the future. The reason why women are deceived is that they believe too much in men's promises. Isabella suddenly smiled. Charles may be an exception. Well, I know you are anxious these days. Here is a pass token. You can take it to the palace, and someone will take you to see the Royal Highness Regent. I can only help you to this step. Whether you can get the approval of Royal Highness Obsidian depends on you. Chinrue took the token and secretly thought that Obsidian was probably probing or doing relevant investigations in the past few days. Now, he finally made up his mind to formally contact. From what Isabella said, it seemed that she had really made great efforts. After thanking Isabella, Chinrue took the pass token and rushed straight to the palace. As Isabella said, the palace guards respectfully introduced him into the palace after seeing the pass he showed. After walking for a long distance, in front of a palace that looked like a side hall, the guards made a gesture of invitation, bowed, and retreated. Chinrue took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness in his heart, and walked toward the palace. The hall of the palace was very large, and there were no guards in it. There was only one person standing in front of the throne with his back to him. This person had silver hair and was wearing a blue cloak. Although he was not tall, he gave people a mountain-like feeling from a distance. Chinrue only felt this kind of momentum from Asgalar and Manu. The strength of this person has probably exceeded the level of Demon Emperor. Chinrue walked forward along a straight red carpet, and stopped on a step. He was shocked suddenly. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he bowed and saluted. Long Huang Empire's Caint family heir, Charles. Caint greets the Royal Highness Regent. Originally, he was mentally prepared, but when he saw this person, he was still inevitably shocked. He was not surprised by the powerful strength of this person, but the information displayed in the analytical eyes. Race, human. Comprehensive strength. Unable to judge. This man is actually not Prince Obsidian, but a human. Isabella revealed that there is a human in the fallen angel capital who has a deep friendship with Regent Obsidian. His name is Nero. This man in front of me should be Nero, and he has actually reached the strength of demon overlord. The man slowly turned around, and his eyes shot over like cold lightning as if he wanted to penetrate Chinrue's heart. There was a faint murderous intent in his voice. It seems that you have noticed something. I'm not Regent Obsidian. My name is Nero. Nero Heber. Heber. Chinrue was shocked again. There were only 2 holy empires recognized by the Light Divinity Temple in the human world. King Heber's Ryo Empire and King Roland's Long Huang Empire, known as the Descendants of Light. The 2 empires had been confronting each other for a long time, and their relationship was complicated. On the surface, they were still peaceful coexistence, and there were even marriage moves from time to time, but the big and small struggles in the dark had never been stopped. His body, Arthur, was the prince of the Long Huang Empire, and Nero in front of him was actually the royal family of the Ryo Empire. The 2 royal families of the human Holy Empire actually met in this way in the demon realm. Chapter 336. Seeing Chinrue's surprised look, Nero said coldly, I have been in the demon realm for 10 years. I remember that 10 years ago, the Kavog family was still very prosperous, and their financial resources were enough to shake half of the human world. Could it be that in just 10 years, the top business family of Long Huang has fallen so much? Or are you not the heir of the Kavog family at all? This matter is a scam, from the beginning to the end. This sentence should have been a blow, but Chinrue did not have any special reaction. He knew that the demon overlord-level powerhouse's perception of everything in the world had reached a very subtle level, so he had calmed down after the previous surprise. With the state of mind that Chinrue cultivated when he was training, refined mind, even if the opponent was a demon overlord-level powerhouse, it was difficult to see through. Moreover, he had faced powerhouses like Manu and Jacob before this, so his strength should be above Nero. Therefore, facing Nero's coercive questioning, Chinrue looked as usual without any panic. Dear royal family, there is no need to explain my identity. Chinrue bowed slightly. As for the Kavog family, there is a saying that the world is unpredictable. Never mind 10 years ago, even 1 year ago, no one thought that it would become like this. My family was sanctioned by the second Prince Garfield, and Rex the Great was also deceived, so you are reduced to coming to the demons for help. Nero continued with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Chinrue came here in the name of Prince Obsidian Summons, but it was Nero, the human, who appeared here now. Although the analytical eyes did not feel Obsidian's existence, Chinrue had every reason to believe that Obsidian was watching every move in the hall in some way. This should be the most important test. Demon? Chinrue resisted the pressure from Nero while trying to remain calm. It seems that I am not the first human to come to the demon world. Even Sir came here as early as 10 years ago. In a sense, the nature of our behavior is the same, but what you seek is power, and what I seek is urgently needed financial support. Also, the word demon is inappropriate. Chinrue then said, in the ancient books of humans, the demons are described as a terrifying and desolate abyss world, inhabited by a group of cruel, cunning, and man-eating demons. In fact, those in the know knew that demons had their own civilization and traditions. Compared to humans, the only difference was their appearance. As for cannibalism, it was undeniable that some demons did have a taste for blood, but most of them weren't like that. If one had to compare them, humans were more cruel and cunning when it came to killing their own kind. They would eat humans without even spitting out the bones. I believe His Excellency Nero knows this better than I do." Nero sneered and said, "I only know one thing. As long as a small part of this speech is made public, the Caint family will be completely annihilated. But you can't deny that I'm telling the truth, can you? However, on some occasions, I will completely reverse what I just said. With the power of Sir Nero, it is not worthwhile to use despicable means such as recording stone on a weak person like me. You are quite courageous. Maybe you are really the heir of the Caint family." The evil vibe around Nero had turned into a murderous aura. Then, as the royal family of the Ryo Empire, I will naturally not let the top business family of the Long Huang Empire have a chance to revive. So you can't leave here alive today. Qin felt the murderous intent. It was not a bluff. He shouted, "Sir Nero, this is the demon realm, not the Ryo Empire. I came to cooperate with Regent Royal Highness Obsidian with sincerity and huge benefits. You have no right to kill me. Strength is power." The terrifying oppression of Nero had wrapped Qin. Your so-called huge benefits are just wealth, and strength cannot be bought by wealth. For Prince Obsidian or the entire Fallen Angel Empire, the help of a real saint powerhouse is far more than what you can give them. Qin cursed in his heart. I thought I could use the relationship of Nero, my fellow countryman, to gain Obsidian's trust. But I didn't expect my fellow countryman to be the king of hell. You are wrong. The benefits I bring are definitely not just wealth. It is the real power that can be grasped in the hands of the collaborator. Unimaginable power. Qin yelled. His voice resounded throughout the hall, trying to attract Obsidian's attention. It's useless to use flowery words. You can only blame your bad luck for encountering the Heber royal family. Moreover, if I kill you in the demon realm, your family will only think that you were killed by the demons. Nero saw his intention, and he stopped talking nonsense. A dazzling light appeared in his hand. Although Nero's power was far inferior to the demon overlords of the demons that Qin had seen, even if he was just promoted to demon overlord, he was an unrivaled existence for Qin, who had not even reached the demon emperor realm. With the gap in strength between the two sides, Qin might not be able to hold on for a few seconds. The most terrible thing was that the life-saving weapons like the God-eating mask or the demon shield couldn't be exposed. Once exposed, the whole plan would be in vain, so there was only one way left now: escape. Although it was a pity to be forced to give up at the last step of the plan, if he lost his life, then there was nothing left. The light in Nero's hand burst out suddenly. Like the ray of the evil eye, it shot at Qin like lightning. However, Nero frowned, and the ray in his hand shot in another direction again, followed by another one. The third ray hit a blue round cover. Unfortunately, the round cover only lasted for 2 seconds before it was shattered by the terrifying destructive power contained in the ray. The aftermath of the ray hit the target solidly. Qin didn't expect Nero's reaction to be so fast. His 2 teleportation were judged immediately. For the 3rd time, he could no longer teleport, so he could only resist with the protective shield. However, he still couldn't block it. He didn't even have the time to activate the Stargate before he was hit by the terrifying destructive light. However, after the light penetrated Qin, it actually became several times weaker, as if most of the power in the light was absorbed. Nero's expression changed. Qin felt that a considerable part of the destructive power of the light was transformed into his own power. He knew that it was because of the body of light blessing, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the Stargate. As he was about to enter, a huge force suddenly came from behind with a terrifying flame power. Before Qin had time to enter the Stargate, he was blasted away. He felt that his internal organs seemed to be reversed. If it weren't for the characteristics of damage absorption and astral form, this terrifying blow would probably kill him. Immediately afterward, the dazzling light appeared again. This time, most of it was also absorbed by Chunrue's body, but the shock of the remaining force still aggravated his internal injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Body of light blessing. Nero's body instantly appeared in front of the Star Gate, and he was moved. Who are you? Chunrue slowly got up. The strength gap between the two sides was too big, and the Star Gate had already been exposed. Even if he activated Scorching Dragon Possession or other mystical abilities, it would be difficult to escape successfully. At this moment, another person's information prompt appeared in analytical eyes. Race: Pride Royal Family mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment. Unable to judge. Although I don't feel anyone's breath, analytical eyes will not be wrong. This demon overlord level, Pride Royal Family, must be obsidian. Chunrue's heart moved, and he began to think quickly. It was already the most critical juncture. Success or failure, life or death, depended on this fight. If I can choose, I'd rather not have this damn body of light blessing. Chunrue couldn't care about his serious injuries. He coughed blood and got up. There was a sneer on his face, but it was more like he was talking to himself. Don't worry, although this body has a blood connection with that man. Even if that man knows that I died in your hands, he won't take it to heart. Because I'm just an illegitimate son who can't be revealed. These words made Nero even more shocked. Even in the royal families of the two holy empires, the body of light blessing is extremely rare. It can only be born in the purest royal bloodline. In other words, the man Charles mentioned is probably the current King Roland, Rex the Great. The heir of the top business family of the Long Huang Empire is actually the biological son of Rex the Great. This secret shocked Nero. So who is the mother of Charles? Is the woman who can give birth to the body of light blessing also a member of the royal family? Why does having the body of light blessing make me an illegitimate son who can't be revealed? Nero himself was also a member of the royal family. He naturally knew that the more wealthy and noble the aura, the more ugliness was hidden, especially some absurd scandals in the royal family, which could be described as outrageous. However, what Nero cared about now was not these gossip scandals, but the blood connection that Charles said. Although he didn't know how magical this blood connection was, this was a kind of talent unique to the Roland royal family. It was by no means a fraud. Once Rex the Great knew that his son died in his hands, perhaps he would not really be as indifferent as Charles thought. Even if it would not cause a dispute between the two empires on the surface, with Rex the Great's strength and character, he would also launch terrifying revenge in the dark. Nero had only recently successfully broken through to the real saint, early stage of the demon overlord. He was far from being able to compete with a veteran saint powerhouse like Rex. Moreover, the powerhouses of the Long Huang Empire were not only Rex the Great alone. What is your purpose in coming to the demon realm? Nero waited again and asked. This question was more like asking for obsidian. Even if this Charles is going to die, he can't die in my hands. Chunrue could feel that Nero's murderous intention was restrained, and the sarcasm on his face was even stronger. No matter whose son I am currently the heir of the Kribit family. I came to the demon realm to find a partner. That's simple. Isn't it simple enough? I am also the biological son of that man, but I don't have the qualification to compete for inheriting the empire. Even so, Garfield refuses to let me go. He wants to put me and the entire Kribit family to death. Chunrue's emotions seemed to be agitated. Originally, this was just a backup plot just in case, but now the situation changed too quickly, so it could only be played as the main show. Nero disagreed. This kind of dispute was common in the royal family. Fratricidal, fighting for power, was nothing new in human history. I'm not reconciled. I have the body of light blessing, but I can only practice earth magic. I have the power and talent beyond those princes, but I can only become a servant crawling under their feet. Charles clenched his fists. I not only want to get through the difficulties, but I also want to truly turn the tables. Not only do I want to bring down Garfield, but I also want to bring down everyone, including the superior man. I want to let him know who is the best heir and who can truly inherit the entire Dragon Emperor Empire. Even if you can achieve your wish and ascend to the throne of the Long Huang Empire, as long as the matter of you asking for help from the demon realm is exposed, you will still be discredited and will not be tolerated by future generations. Nero poured a bucket of cold water on Chenrue's head, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. If I can make the Long Huang Empire busy with internal strife, no matter who the final winner is, it will be beneficial and harmless for the Ryo Empire. Now his thoughts about Chenrue had changed. It was not, I can't kill him with my own hands, but I can't kill him. Of course, the most convincing thing was the body of light blessing. Ordinary royal families, even Nero himself, do not have this special physique. This Charles must be a direct descendant of the Long Huang Empire. But according to his age, when Nero left the human world 10 years ago, he did not hear that Long Huang had such a prince. It seemed that his life experience should be true. As you said yourself, strength is power. Chenrue drank a bottle of healing potion and sneered, "History is written by the victors. As long as I become the final winner, I have the final say whether I ask for help from the demon realm or collude with the demons." Nero stared at him for a while without speaking. He secretly thought about how to use this unexpected opportunity to blackmail, control. At this time, a voice finally came from behind. "History is written by the victors." I agree with this sentence. However, what I want to know more is, how do you turn the tables by relying on a precarious business family? What do you use to bring down those opponents? What do you mean by unimaginable power can my fallen angel empire get? Chenrue's eyes moved slightly. The main character has finally appeared. When he turned his head, he saw a person not far behind. This person was burly, blonde, bearded, and had deep facial features. His eyes were full of spirit, and there was an oppressive momentum between his eyebrows. He was the current supreme ruler of the fallen angel empire, Regent Obsidian. The phrase, "my fallen angel empire," unabashedly showed his strong possessiveness and ambition. This should be Royal Highness Obsidian. Chenrue tidied up his somewhat messy clothes and saluted. "First of all, please forgive me, Your Highness. If it weren't for Sir Nero, who directly killed me without giving me a chance to see Your Highness, I think Your Highness may only hear me confess my life experience at an appropriate time in the future. As for Your Highness' questions, please allow me to answer Your Highness alone. I believe we will all get the most satisfactory answer." Obsidian looked at Nero, and Nero rolled his eyes and smiled. "Royal Highness Obsidian, I think I can confirm one thing. The body of light blessing can only be born in the purest bloodline of our two Holy Empire royal families. According to the royal bloodline, maybe I should really call this Charles's Your Highness." After saying this, Nero turned and left the palace. In the hall, only Prince Obsidian and Charles, Royal Highness, were left. Chapter 337. After confirming that Nero had left, Chenrue said, "Let's talk about the first step of the cooperation plan. I believe Ms. Isabella should have reported the benefits of this plan to Your Highness. This kind of continuous and rich profit is completely— Isabella just told me the intel she collected and Josh's guarantee, and she didn't say anything else." Obsidian directly interrupted Chenrue's speech. "Make a long story short, Sir Charles. What I want to hear is the key question I want to hear. This is the only way for you to get a satisfactory answer. Before this, I just planned to cooperate with a great lord. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to cooperate with an empire, so I should be able to implement some real plans that I have been brewing for a long time. I can assure Your Highness that the fallen angel empire is the only beneficiary of this plan and my only collaborator. This plan is definitely more than a simple huge wealth for Your Highness and me. However, before telling the first detailed plan, I want to ask Your Highness a question. When Obsidian heard Chinrue said, "Definitely more than a simple huge wealth," his eyes moved slightly. "What is the question?" "There is a saying that there is nothing that can't be sold. It just depends on whether the chips are enough. What I want to ask is, can the friendship between Nero and your Highness transcend this rule?" Chinrue wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth. "I believe your Highness has seen the situation just now. I don't want to have a sharp blade hanging over my head that can threaten my life and plan at any time. Maybe it is also our plan. You used the word our too early. I must know your chips first. Let's be simple. I don't like to listen to too many roundabout words." Chinrue really said a few words simply. When Obsidian heard these words, he suddenly looked moved. No one knew what Obsidian and Charles talked about in the palace this morning, but the smile on the human's face seemed to be confident when he walked out of the palace. Chinrue came out of the palace. As soon as he walked to the intersection of the inner city street, he saw a succubus dressed as a maid walking towards him. "Sir Charles, Madame Isabella invites Sir to the Denomi Pavilion outside the city. Please follow me to the carriage." Chinrue nodded and followed the maidservant into a carriage, heading towards the outer city. Denomi Restaurant was located outside the city walls of the outer city. It was located in the suburbs and was secluded and remote. Chinrue originally thought it was a restaurant or something, but now it looked more like a private house. He did not know why Isabella had invited him to such a remote place. "Madam is inside." "Sir, please follow me." Chinrue nodded, but he was more vigilant and secretly vigilant. Although he had suffered a big loss when facing Nero previously, his physique was extraordinary. Coupled with the guru-level healing potion, he had already recovered 80% to 90% at this time. "Sir, please wait a moment." The maid walked into the courtyard with Chinrue, then she bowed and retreated. This courtyard was very large. Chinrue faintly felt a strange breath surrounding it, and this breath was a bit familiar. After waiting for a while, Isabella still did not appear. Chinrue was not in a hurry. He just said indifferently, "Come out." "This little trick is meaningless." Humph! A figure appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. This was a young man who was in high spirits. His straight shirt seemed simple, but the material was the best. His whole person looked extraordinary. However, Chinrue always felt that this extraordinary was a bit artificial. Race, pride royal family, comprehensive strength assessment. See, Chinrue's eyes did not look at this guy who was only a demon king, but he looked behind him. "There is one more." Oh, there was a faint surprise in the voice. The shadow behind the young man suddenly became blurred and condensed into a human figure. It was a fair-skinned, black-haired man who looked about 40 years old. He was wearing a gray robe, but his skin was a bit too white. It seemed that his face was deathly pale. Race, greed royal family mutated. Comprehensive strength assessment. B physique, C plus strength, C dash spirit, B agility, B dash. The previous young man said coldly, "You really have some power. No wonder you dare to pester Madame Isabella." Chinrue immediately understood the crux of the matter. He frowned and said, "Is this why you tricked me here today?" "First of all, you have to understand one thing. This is the capital, not your small place of unknown origin. The water here is much deeper than you think. If you want to survive in this place, or live a little better, you have to understand some rules. Your warning is at your own intention or for someone else." Chinrue showed a thoughtful look. "I remember I offended a guy named Lorden. He seems to be the heir of some elder family. Don't compare me, Diak, with that kind of guy. Lorden is just an incompetent person born from a royal woman who married the Lincoln family side branch. I, Diak, am the purest member of the Lucifer royal family." The young man said proudly, "Isabella is mine. If you don't know what's good for you, you have to be prepared to die. This is by no means a warning. Do you understand?" It seemed that in response to Diak's threat, the strange breath of the pale, middle-aged man became stronger and stronger. Some plants in the courtyard began to wither. Chinrue nodded, understood. Then get away from Isabella immediately. If I see you with her again. Chinrue interrupted Diak's words unceremoniously. I'm not interested in Isabella, and I'm not interested in your boring games of jealousy. I just want to say that what I, Charles, want to do is not up to a small character like you to tell me what to do. If it was before entering the palace today, he didn't want to make trouble easily so as not to affect the big plan. But now that he had confirmed the cooperation plan between the two sides with Obsidian, he naturally didn't have to endure it. As a collaborator, Charles had established a neither humble nor arrogant image in front of Prince Obsidian. Especially in terms of future plans, he had no weak attitude at all. Obsidian expressed his appreciation for the blueprint he described. This image must always be maintained. Moreover, face was never given by others, but earned by oneself. Since you are courting death, you can't blame me. Sulfur. A cold light flashed in Diak's eyes, and his body quickly retreated. The man in a gray robe named Sulfur waved his hand, and a black mist appeared around Chinrue, surrounding him from all sides. It was the dark magic decaying mist. It contained a particularly violent poison. As long as one inhaled a little, the body would be poisoned and the internal organs would rot quickly. Finally, one would become a pile of bones. Chinrue didn't even move and let the black mist shroud him. In Diak's horrified gaze, he took a deep breath, and the poisonous mist shrank quickly. He actually sucked it all in. Diak had seen Sulfur use the decaying mist to poison several Demon King-level demonic beasts into skeletons in a short time. Unexpectedly, this person didn't evade and took the initiative to suck the poisonous mist. Sulfur also looked surprised. Then it became dignified. He began to take this opponent, who was only at the early stage of the Great King, seriously. He waved his hand continuously, and countless dark elements condensed into sharp black feathered arrows that flew toward Chinrue. A blue round shield appeared beside Chinrue. Those feathered arrows with strong penetrating power could not break the defense of this round shield at all. Sulfur continuously cast several dark magic, but the protective shield only had some cracks, and it was still not broken. The effectiveness of the protective shield was once every hour. It had been an hour since the last fight with Nero, so teleportation and the protective shield could be used again. This is your threat? I haven't even moved my hand until now. Chinrue looked contemptuously at Diak, who was watching the battle in the distance. It seems that you are far worse than Lorden. An incompetent person who only knows how to hide behind others and clamor. Diak was furious, but he didn't dare to come over. He shouted, Sulfur, use your strongest magic. I want to see this guy crushed into pieces with my own eyes. Don't worry, the people here have been sent away by me. Sulfur roared, and his spirit power skyrocketed. Suddenly, something broke out of the ground where Chinrue was. It was a group of 40 to 50 skeletons. At the same time, a group of ghosts also floated out. Ghosts were undead creatures, transformed from the dead with strong spirit power when they were alive. They had a strong immunity to physical damage. Sometimes they could be completely immune. Not only that, there were also two creatures that Sulfur had never seen before. Their faces were pale and hideous. The claws in the brown robe had sharp nails, and the terrifying fangs were vaguely visible at the corner of their cracked mouth. Race, vampire, undead. Comprehensive strength, B. Physique, B-strength, B. Spirit, B-agility. B. The appearance of those undead creatures did not surprise Chinrue because he felt a little undead breath in the courtyard previously. Coupled with the information of analytical eyes, he could already determine that the other party was really good at undead magic. I actually encountered another undead magician. The appearance of this vampire in front of me still surprised Chinrue. This kind of undead creature was very complicated to make. Due to the lack of suitable materials, Gradam didn't even see it in the border town last time. I didn't expect Sulfur to have two great Demon King intermediate stage vampires. If Garadam knew about this, his eyes would definitely light up. The speed and strength of the vampire were amazing. They could automatically heal injuries, and they had a certain amount of spirit magic power. They were quite difficult to deal with, coupled with Sulfur's own dark magic. No wonder Diak looked fearless. However, Sulfur looked very strained. A lot of sweat was oozing from his head. It seemed that controlling these two vampires had consumed a lot of his mental and physical strength. This kind of control power was incomparable to Garadam's ability to control the great demon, king-level Terror Knight with only his projection. Chinrue's mind turned quickly. He turned and rushed toward Diak. Diak knew that he was definitely not Chinrue's opponent, so he was shocked. He quickly activated a magic ring, and his body was suddenly wrapped in a silver light. It was obviously a protective item. Before Chinrue could attack Diak, the two vampires behind him had approached him like a phantom. Their speed was really amazing. Chinrue reluctantly gave up the plan of holding Diak hostage. His figure flickered and fled toward the house inside. "Catch him! Don't let him escape!" Diak was still in shock as he shouted loudly. His previous demeanor had long disappeared. Chinrue was in a panic. He didn't choose the gate, but he fled all the way into several houses inside. It was almost courting death. The vampires behind him followed closely. In the blink of an eye, the three figures had disappeared into the house in the distance. Even Sulfur had no time to make a move, so he could only control the ghost to chase. As Sulfur was about to chase, he felt a strange breath coming from the house, accompanied by a destructive breath that made his soul tremble. His own power was actually weakened by half for no reason. He was taken aback immediately. At this time, he felt the ground tremble, and he could also hear the sound of the building shattering and collapsing. This kind of sound didn't take long to end, and the terrifying breath also disappeared. Sulfur screamed suddenly and covered his heart in pain. His eyes showed a look of disbelief. A figure appeared in the courtyard in an instant, and two things were thrown to the ground at the same time. It was two vampires. One had no head, as if it was cut off by a sharp blade. The other had a big hole in its chest. Although it was not dead, it had completely lost its combat power. Moreover, this hole was gradually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was unknown what kind of terrifying corrosive force actually made it unable to heal itself. Sulfur used some kind of mind fusion secret technique to control these two vampires of the same level as him. Now that the vampires were dead and the other was seriously injured, Sulfur's mental trauma was also quite serious. Damn it! Sulfur's body trembled violently. Forget about the mental trauma. He was distressed about the two vampires. They were his greatest effort, but they were destroyed so easily. What shocked him was that not only the vampires, but even the ghosts were also lost. It seemed that they were all killed. It was just a short time. What happened in that house? What kind of power is this? Before Sulfur could barely cast the next magic, Chinrue appeared behind him again like a ghost. With just one blow, the undead magician fainted to the ground. The surrounding skeletons suddenly stopped moving, and they fell one by one as if they had lost their strange vitality. Chinrue's actual combat skills and tactics had now reached a quite mature level of application. If he fought head-on in the courtyard with Sulfur, the Mammon royal family who was proficient in dark magic, plus the powerful combat power of the vampires, it would not be easy for Chinrue to win. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, he might have to use the Scorching Dragon Kill as his trump card, luring the vampires into the house. Firstly, he could avoid exposing his power, and secondly, he could use the terrain to defeat them one by one. With the power of the Dark Star Territory, Artifact, Thunderous Sound, and Aurablade, he really succeeded in one fell swoop. He killed the two vampires as quickly as possible. As for those ghosts, it was a piece of cake. Let me correct you, I'm not running away. Chinrue smiled and walked toward Diak, who was in disbelief. I just don't want you to see my power. I don't know what rules the capital has, but there is a rule that is universal everywhere. that is fists. Diak didn't expect Sulfur to dispatch the two strongest vampires, and they were defeated so easily. Looking at Chenrue, who was slowly approaching, he wanted to escape, but his legs were like lead and he couldn't move. This Charles is too terrifying. What's even worse is that the magic tool that protected me just now can't be used in a short time. Don't kill me. I'm a royal family member. Before he finished speaking, his stomach was punched heavily. He suddenly bent down in pain, and even tears came out. Before he could speak again, his ribs were kicked again. Diak clearly heard the sound of his ribs breaking. He screamed and fell to the ground. Diak nodded quickly and covered the wound. He didn't even dare to breathe. Sir, please spare my life. I'm blind to provoke, sir. I won't dare to do it again. If Diak had been stubborn, Chenrue would still look at him differently. But this guy first hid behind others and gave orders, and now he was wagging his tail and begging for mercy. He was really contemptible. However, Chenrue knew very well that this guy was begging for mercy on the surface, but he must be gnashing his teeth in hatred in his heart, thinking about how to retaliate. Diak was a royal family member. If he was killed directly, there would definitely be endless troubles in the future. It might even affect the plan. If he wasn't killed, there would still be endless troubles. Chenrue didn't want to be on guard against a mad dog all the time. Chenrue's gaze fell on the undead magician who fainted on the ground, and he asked faintly, "Want to live?" Diak's head was pounding. He secretly thought that as long as I survive today, I must retaliate hundreds of times. Then take off your clothes right now. Diak was stunned. He thought he had heard it wrong. Take off all your clothes and pants. I won't say it for the third time. Chenrue's body faintly exuded a terrifying destructive aura. Diak shuddered. When he thought of some aristocrats in the capital who liked men, he felt a chill rising from his spine. He never thought that one day he would face the crisis of being raped. Only then did he really begin to regret provoking the other party today. Which bastard said that this Charles and Isabella have an ambiguous relationship? He clearly likes men. Chenrue's compelling murderous aura made Diak feel even colder. At the same time, his anus tightened even more. Finally, he took off his clothes one by one while trembling like a weak woman who was about to be humiliated. When Diak took off the last pair of shorts with tears, the other party's order came. Go and take off Sulfur's clothes too. This master still wants to have a threesome? Diak extended his evil hand to the unconscious, undead magician with tears streaming down his face. However, things didn't seem to develop in the direction he was most worried about. Okay, you hug him. Yes, that's the posture. Make your expression more ambiguous. Kiss his ears. Change the posture again. Chenrue endured the nausea, fiddled with the memory crystal in his hand, and constantly commanded the two naked men to pose in various ambiguous postures. Of course, it was just a posture. It didn't let the two guys really have in-depth communication. Okay, put on your clothes. Chenrue's voice made Diak, who was a little numb, stop his movements and quickly put on his clothes. The scene of you being intimate just now is all in this memory crystal. Chenrue tossed the crystal in his hand. I can pretend that nothing happened today. However, if I know that you dare to do anything behind my back, then this crystal will be copied into countless copies and distributed to every corner of the fallen angel empire. If you want to be famous, you might as well give it a try. You are a real demon. Diak collapsed to the ground. Chapter 338. As soon as Chenrue returned to his residence, he saw that Isabella was already waiting at the gate. She welcomed him in with a smile. Welcome back, our Sir Senior Advisor. Chenrue was startled, Senior Advisor. Just now, Royal Highness Regent has announced to the public that he has hired Sir Charles as a palace senior advisor. Isabella smiled and said, although the palace senior advisor has no actual power, his status is high enough to be comparable to a noble with a title. There are only a few senior advisors in the entire capital. For example, the president of the Fallen Angel Potioneer Association, the president of the Mechanic Association, etc., and your human compatriot Nero is also one of them. It seems that your plan has succeeded, Charles. Congratulations. This is all thanks to you, Innie. Chinrue learned from Obsidian that Isabella did not provide any biased help, but Chinrue did not expose this matter. My plan is actually only the first step of success, but this is a very good start. Indeed, Chinrue's plan had taken the most successful, key step. Great. Isabella suddenly frowned slightly. You seem to be injured. Did something happen just now? You seem to have gone out of the inner city? It's nothing. It's just a trivial matter. Chinrue didn't mention about Tidiak. He shook his head. As for the injury when I was in the palace, that Nero, I almost died in his hands, but it's fine now. Didn't Royal Highness Regent summon you this time? Why did you have a conflict with Nero? Chinrue didn't know if Isabella had a part in arranging for Nero to probe, so he said casually, it's nothing. It's just that we are in different camps in the human world. I think we should keep a certain distance appropriately because Nero has reached the real saint level, which is the demon overlord level of your demons. It will be bad for you if you are too close to me. Charles really cares about people, Isabella said with a smile. Nero only became a demon overlord not long ago. His purpose of coming to the demon realm is for this step, but his current power is not very stable. He may leave the demon realm in half a year. As for me, I'm just a small financial advisor. He won't care about me. Besides, I have a good friend named Crobolus. With this friend, Nero doesn't dare to do anything. Chinrue's heart moved. Crobolus is one of the 3 people that Athena once mentioned to be careful of. Judging from the news revealed by Isabella, this Crobolus' strength is even above Nero. The foundation of an empire is quite strong. Obsidian himself is a demon overlord powerhouse, so there must be a lot of hidden power. Otherwise, Manu and the others would have directly occupied the fallen angel empire long ago. However, the gap between demon overlord powerhouses is also very huge. For example, Catherine can still fight against 3 powerhouses of the peak stage of the demon overlord alone when her strongest, War Puppet, can't be used. I don't know how strong Raisin the Great will be. Nero will leave the demon realm in half a year. Once he returns to the ground, he is likely to immediately find that the so-called Charles plan is simply a scam, no matter whether Nero will return to the demon realm or not. Just in case, my entire plan and launch time must be completed within half a year. That night, the Fallen Angel Palace held a small welcome ball. It was held for Chinrue, the new palace senior consultant. The people attending the ball were the upper nobles and celebrities of the empire. As for Chinrue's human identity, it was not disclosed. Just like Nero, no one knew that Nero was a human except for a few people at the upper core. Everyone only knew that he was a mysterious powerhouse recruited by the regent. Luxurious clothes, luxurious wine and food, self-righteous elegance, and a face with a fake smile. This was Chinrue's impression of this kind of palace ball. He never liked this atmosphere, but at this time he had to integrate into it. He used the same fake elegance to deal with the men and women who came to strike up a conversation. Chinrue met many nobles, including the patriarch of the Lincoln family, Sartre, who was Lorden's father. Sartre seemed to be completely unaware of the previous conflict between his son, Lorden, and Chinrue. He seemed very friendly. Contrary to Sartre's friendly attitude, Isabella's opponent, the Minister of Military Affairs, Rommel, seemed lukewarm. After Isabella showed a particularly intimate attitude with Chinrue in front of him, Rommel showed an inexplicable smile instead. Chinrue didn't have the mood to think so much because his original intention was not to enter the upper level of the capital and develop here, but he only needed to complete his own plan. Moreover, Josh once said that Isabella was the most important help for this plan to be approved by Obsidian. At least she couldn't be a hindrance, so it didn't matter even if he stood on Isabella's side on the surface. Chinrue also saw the comrade Diak who was photographed, but the undead magician Sulphur was not by his side. Diak's injuries on the surface had long been healed under the effect of the potion. But when he looked into Chinrue's eyes, he seemed to see the most terrifying thing. He quickly lowered his head, and his previous temperament or arrogance disappeared without a trace. Thinking of what happened in the suburban courtyard during the day, Diak was horrified. This Charles, who terrified him the most, actually became the palace senior consultant hired by Prince Obsidian. It seemed that he could only take a detour with his tail between his legs in the future. One thing surprised Chinrue. In addition to the traditional court dance, there was actually a waltz at the ball. It seemed that the couple dance in the dark moon really had an impact on the court dance of the entire empire. Charles, this is called waltz. It was spread by an interesting human. Isabella asked. It is said that this is the court dance of the human world. Tonight, Isabella was wearing a lavender evening dress with a white tulle shawl on her shoulders. She was elegant and noble with maturity and temptation. The smile on her face inadvertently revealed a touch of charm, which made her look gorgeous. She attracted the attention of men from time to time. Even Chinrue couldn't help but secretly praise her in his heart. Strictly speaking, it is not a real court dance. It originated in a village in the Long Huang Empire. It was once considered a vulgar and obscene dance, but over time, the original court dance was gradually eliminated because of its rigid and restrained style. In recent years, this kind of relaxed and natural dance with elegant demeanor has begun to enter the upper class and is accepted by more human nobles. I believe it will soon become a really popular court dance. Chinrue's statement was in line with the origin and development of waltz. The reason why it was vague and dragged the time to recent years was that he was afraid that Nero would see through it. However, this worry was unnecessary for the time being, as Nero did not come to the ball tonight. I see, Isabella asked expectantly. Then will Charles dance? I don't know if I have the honor. Chinrue spoke first. He got up and made an invitation gesture. Isabella stood up with a smile and accepted his invitation. The two began to dance in the music. The waltz was originally learned by Isabella from the booklet given by Chinrue. Then it was brought into the upper class of the fallen angel empire and became popular. Chinrue was naturally very proficient. In some small details, he could also make adjustments so that the movements of the two were more compatible. Isabella felt this change, and her eyes lit up. Now that the two were quite close, Chinrue could already smell the fragrance from Isabella's body. This was a faint floral fragrance. Although it was not strong, it had an intoxicating feeling. With the change of movements, the two towering round breasts were constantly undulating, and the ravine in the middle was also expanding and contracting. It was extremely attractive. Chinrue admitted in his heart that Isabella was definitely worthy of the adjective stunner. Whether it was a beautiful appearance or a mature and attractive figure, they were full of strong temptation. Especially the special temperament that exuded charm and nobility made people have a strong desire to violate her. However, when he thought of this woman's viciousness, the occasional thoughts in his heart disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the most beautiful dance partner in Chinrue's heart was not the poisonous flower in front of him, but the cold princess in white who melted under the purple moonlight. Thinking of the duo dance in the imperial garden of the Dark Moon Palace, Chinrue couldn't help but show a warm smile on his face. When this smile fell into Isabella's eyes, she couldn't help but have a strange expression. The dancing, too, seemed to have become the protagonists of the ball. The beautiful dance, with perfect coordination, attracted almost everyone's attention. Many enthusiasts began to imitate the movements of the two. Prince Obsidian in the distance also nodded secretly. Charles' dance is beautiful and skillful. It is not a day's work. If he is not an aristocrat of the upper class of human society, it is absolutely impossible to have this kind of performance. At the end of the song, Isabella's eyes were full of charm. Charles, I didn't expect you to dance so well. It's the first time I'm so in tune with someone. Inni, you also dance quite well. This is the happiest time since I came to the demon realm. Chenrue said with a smile and let her take him to the sofa next to the dance floor. The dance just now made many aristocratic women look at Chenrue in a different light. Some bold aristocratic ladies had already come to invite him to dance, but Isabella firmly occupied Chenrue and danced several times in a row. It was not until a man walked in front of Isabella that this occupation behavior stopped. Judging from Isabella's expression, this man seemed to be her subordinate who had something important to report. Isabella followed the man out. As soon as Isabella left, the women who had been coveting Chenrue for a long time immediately surrounded him. Some used the excuse of asking for waltz to strike up a conversation, and some directly invited him to dance. Chenrue politely answered or dealt with them. Even if there was no outstanding performance on the dance floor, the women would also pay quite a lot of attention to this new nobleman of the palace. Many women even showed the intention of seduction, especially the hungry eyes of a few noble women, which made Chenrue secretly scared. If it was some unscrupulous wife con, this should be that guy's biggest paradise. Chenrue finally got rid of the entanglement of these women. He saw a corner with few people and quickly walked over. However, Chenrue soon discovered the reason why there were few people here. It was because of a woman. Isabella was undoubtedly the most dazzling star at tonight's ball, but the appearance of the woman in front of him was not inferior to Isabella. She had long green hair, and there was a green crystal that seemed to be an ornament between her eyebrows. She was slim, and her facial features were very beautiful. However, this beauty's behavior made people's jaws drop. She only did one thing: eat. A more accurate description was that she ate and drank. Others mostly talked or danced at the ball. The wine and food were just tasted appropriately, but this woman ate and drank as if it was a banquet. There seemed to be nothing else in her eyes except food. It could be seen from the empty plates and empty bottles in front of the table that she had eaten an astonishing amount of food. The strange thing was that no one showed a strange look as if they were used to it. No one invited her to dance, but they stayed far away as if they were afraid to avoid her. In any case, hiding here at least did not have to deal with those hungry and thirsty noblewomen. Seeing this woman eating very happily, Chenrue also felt a little hungry. He walked straight over and happened to meet Lorden, the heir of the Lincoln family. After witnessing Chenrue talking with his father and showing off on the dance floor, Lorden's face was gloomy. After discovering that Chenrue was walking toward the green-haired woman, he thought that Chenrue was going to strike up a conversation with this beauty. The expression on his face suddenly changed into a sneer. Even Diak's eyes, who was secretly paying attention to this side in the distance, lit up. Chenrue did not strike up a conversation as Lorden and Diak imagined. When he walked not far from the green-haired woman, he was suddenly startled. He seemed to frown, but he sat down on the sofa in front of him. He called the attendant to bring a bottle of wine and 2 plates of food to replenish his energy. As soon as the attendant opened the wine bottle and retreated, the green-haired woman suddenly turned her head and said to Chenrue, "Hey, you, give me that bottle of wine and that plate of beef." This tone and request seemed very rude. Chenrue hesitated for a moment, but he did not refuse. He walked over with the wine bottle and food and placed them on the table in front of her. The woman picked up the wine bottle unceremoniously. She didn't even use the goblet. She directly gulped down a few mouthfuls, and she swept away the beef like a whirlwind. The things that are robbed are always particularly delicious, the woman said happily. She glanced at Chenrue and nodded. "You are sensible. I will let you go. You can get lost now." Chenrue had a thunderous feeling. It's fine that such a beauty eats and drinks without caring about her manners, but she actually calls herself, still not getting lost? The woman's eyes narrowed. She suddenly thought of something. She showed a strange smile and handed the remaining bottle of wine to him. "It seems to be a new face." "Well, If you drink this bottle of wine, I will forgive your rudeness. Who is being rude? Moreover, she just took a few sips of this bottle of wine, and she actually handed it over directly without hesitation. Does she want to have an indirect kiss? Chinrue noticed that several men had already looked at this side, including Lorden and Diak in the distance. These people all had the same expression, gloating. Chapter 339. Chinrue thought for a while, took the bottle, raised his head and drank all of it. The men all looked like they were watching a good show. It tastes good, but the after effect is not good. Chinrue stood for a moment, sat down, took out a bottle of wine from the space ring, and handed it to the woman. Try this purple berry wine. This was given to me by my brother. It is said to be a specialty of the Shadow Empire. The green-haired woman was a little surprised, but she still took it. She didn't need anything to open the wine. She bit the bottle cap directly with her white, jade-like teeth. She took a sniff and looked happy. She took a big gulp and handed it to Chinrue. Chinrue took it without hesitation, took a few sips, took out another bottle and handed it to her. The expressions of those guys who were watching a good show were petrified as if they saw something incredible. In fact, it was not that Chinrue didn't feel the abnormality just now. After taking the wine bottle handed over by the woman for the first time, the super system had already sent a prompt of found poisonous energy automatically absorbed. However, even the poison dragon, Paglio, couldn't poison Chinrue. This level of poison naturally didn't work. It only increased a small amount of aura. The reason why Chinrue didn't refuse the woman at the beginning was not because of her appearance, but the prompt in the analytical eyes, race, dragons, emerald dragon, comprehensive strength assessment, unable to judge. I actually met another demon overlord level powerhouse. So soon at this palace, welcome ball. Moreover, it's even a dragon's. The emerald dragon was a mutated green dragon with powerful toxicity. It was good at water magic, but in terms of toxicity alone, it was still not as good as the most poisonous poison dragon. The bottle that the woman first gave to Chinrue was obviously a little ingredient. She wanted to embarrass this unfamiliar guy, but the other party was not affected at all. On the second time, it was no longer a teasing poison, but a very strong poison. However, Chinrue still drank it directly without showing any abnormality. You're not strong enough, but your ability is a bit interesting. The woman nodded, picked up a plate of fruits on the table, and handed it to him. Try this. Chinrue took one and took a bite. The expression on his face suddenly became a little twisted. This fruit was not poisonous, but it tasted bitter and spicy. He felt a chill go straight to his head, and he couldn't help but shiver. This caused the woman to reveal a malicious smile. Suddenly, her face turned cold. What you just ate was my most expensive sobering food. Now, hand over all the valuables in your spatial ring. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Your sister's exclusive food, and the most expensive? Is this considered a robbery? Of course. This word made the beauty's eyes light up. The dragons were all professional robbers who only cared about money. To do such a thing at a palace ball. But then again, Paglio was almost the same. When he was addicted, he couldn't care less about the principle of rabbits don't eat the grass near their nest. He went to the dark moon several times, but unfortunately, there was nothing that caught his eye in that poor place. At this moment, Isabella's voice sounded, "Charles, so you are here." When the woman saw Isabella, she frowned. "Do you know each other?" "Of course. Charles is a new trustworthy friend that I have made. I am going to introduce him to you." Isabella said with a smile, "Charles, this is the best friend I told you about, Crobolus." It turns out that this emerald dragon's mother is Crobolus. No wonder even Nero doesn't dare to provoke her. Isabella smiled and said, "What were you talking about just now? You seem to be having a good conversation?" Seeing Crobolus' threatening expression, Chinrue smiled. "I lost a bet to Ms. Crobolus just now, so I'm willing to accept my loss." This is my bet. Miss, please accept it. Chrobulus looked at the box handed over by Chinrue in surprise. She opened it and saw a fist-sized red gem inside. It exuded a magnificent luster, and it seemed to contain a strange power. To be honest, although this gem was big, it seemed a bit tacky like a nouveau riche. However, for the dragon's appreciation of property, big and shiny were important keywords, so Chrobulus's eyes suddenly widened. Her light green pupils were filled with the red light of the gem. Even among her treasures, this gemstone was quite big and bright. It was of the highest quality. Charles, you are very good. Sure enough, under the bribery of property, the dragons immediately changed their faces. Their smiling faces didn't look like the face of robbery just now. Charles, I also want to bet with you. Isabella's eyes fell on the gem, and she said, coquettishly. Her seductive tone almost made people feel numb. Innie, have you forgotten that I just lost a string of sea blue beads to you the day before yesterday? Chinrue smiled. I have nothing to lose now. Isabella heard that he would give the string of beads after the matter, and her smile became more charming. Look at my memory. It's all because of a little troublesome matter just now. I even forgot about this. Troublesome matter? Chinrue asked with concern, is it okay? Do you need my help? It's just a little thing that happened in a remote estate. It's not a big problem. Isabella answered casually and changed the topic. Betty, it's rare to hear you praise a new friend like this. And he is even a man. Betty was Chrobulus' nickname. In the heart of the Emerald Dragon Beauty, gender didn't matter. The key was the treasure. This guy took the initiative to offer valuable treasures, so he was really sensible. She immediately nodded in agreement. Charles, Betty is the most beautiful woman in the capital. She is much better than me, but she has always had high standards and doesn't like ordinary men. It's rare that she has a good impression of you now. This is your chance. Isabella looked enthusiastic, as if she was trying to pull strings. In terms of appearance, Chrobulus is indeed a rare beauty. But as a beauty, whether it is eating and drinking or changing her face to rob, it can only be described as weird. No wonder no one dares to approach this area, and no one dares to ask her to dance. They probably came with a lot of money and ran back naked. Ms. Chrobulus is powerful. I'm still far from it now, so I don't dare to have this extravagant hope. Chinrue shook his head quickly. Maybe only a weirdo like Paglio can have the same bad taste with this tough girl. No matter how strong a woman is, she is just a woman. Isabella sighed. Her expression gave people a feeling of pity. Her eyes wandered as if hinting at something. What are you talking about? Ms. Chrobulus, the center of the topic, had just woken up from the intoxication of the treasure. She didn't know what they were talking about just now. Isabella held Chrobulus' hand intimately. I'm saying that our lonely Miss Betty needs a lover, and Charles is the most suitable candidate. That won't do. There is only one man in my heart. I don't want a lover. Chrobulus shook her head firmly and said to Chinrue righteously, Don't think that little gem can move me. Put away your little intention. Although she said so, the little gem was held tightly by her. Even if a man wanted to back out, he couldn't take it back. Seeing Miss Emerald's firm expression of rather die than return, Chinrue was secretly sweating. Miss Chrobulus misunderstood. It's just Isabella's joke. The gem is the bet that I lost to you. How can I take it back? Chrobulus looked a little better. Isabella shook her head disapprovingly. Betty, you are too stubborn. Isn't the guy named Rainieri dead? And it has been so long. Rainieri's name fell into Chinrue's ears inadvertently. At first, he didn't feel anything. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his hair suddenly stood up. The name, Rainieri, sounded very ordinary. It was just like the demon realm with the name Arthur. There were thousands, if not tens of thousands. If Chinrue didn't know Chrobulus' race, he really wouldn't care. However, this beauty in front of me is an emerald dragon's, then her man, 1. Rainieri, most likely a dragon, 2. He has been dead for a long time. Could it be in order to confirm? Chinrue asked tentatively. Please forgive me for being presumptuous. The gentleman named Rainieri was killed. Crobolus gritted her teeth, and her eyes emitted a real murderous aura. It was completely different from the pretense when she was robbing previously. Although it has been many years, and the enemy is very powerful, I always remember this hatred. I must find that enemy and avenge him. Chinrue's heart thumped. He was almost certain that this Rainieri was the blue dragon who was killed in the battle with the poison dragon Paglio for the mysterious silver box. Initially, he wanted Paglio to poach her with some seduction tactics, but now he didn't dare to have this idea. The hatred of killing my husband. Now the poison dragon's seal has not been unlocked, and his power has only returned to the demon emperor realm. If I really face Crobolus, I'm afraid I will be made into a roasted dragon. Judging from Crobolus' performance, the hatred still hasn't faded after 2,000 years. This is an indissoluble hatred. Chinrue thought about it and said, I'm sorry for mentioning Miss' sad past. If Miss doesn't mind that my power is meager, I will help you by then. This enemy is very strong. Your power is too weak, Crobolus said bluntly, but your poison-controlling technique should be useful. Let's talk about it by then. Of course, Miss Emerald Long didn't know that this guy's so-called help was nothing more than shouting, Friend, I'll help you, and secretly stabbing his friend in the back. I didn't expect Betty and Charles to hit it off. Isabella smiled and said, Why don't we find a time tomorrow to go out and relax? I heard that there seems to be a rainbow in the Rainbow Valley area recently. I don't know if I can have the luck to see the Real Rainbow Valley. Chinrue's heart moved. The requiem fruit needed to save the Earth Elemental King in the underground world of Mountain Shillong had not been found, and it wasn't long before the 1-year deadline. If the requiem fruit couldn't be used to repair the Earth Elemental Heart after the deadline, then the Earth Elemental King and the Elemental Heart would really die. The intersection between Earth Elemental King Moore and Chinrue was just the Glorfin incident in the underground world of Mountain Shillong. Logically, now that Athena had fully recovered and Glorfin had disappeared, in a sense, the Earth Elemental King had lost his value. Even if Chinrue didn't care about it, it wouldn't be a problem. However, Chinrue wouldn't do this because Moore was his true friend. Although his saving of the underground Earth Elementals was enough to offset Moore's kindness of helping Athena, a friend was still a friend. The requiem fruit matter had always been hanging in Chinrue's mind. He had never forgotten it. Even during the Dark Shadow Capital's mechanic contest, he once asked Catherine the Great for the requiem fruit in public. Unfortunately, the Shadow Empire didn't have such a rare fruit. He remembered that Master Xingxing once said that there was a rainbow valley under the jurisdiction of the fallen angel capital. Every time a rainbow appeared there, the valley would appear. When the rainbow disappeared, the valley would disappear again. Someone once mistakenly entered the valley and found the requiem fruit growing there. But before he could pick it, he was teleported dozens of kilometers away. There was no fixed time for the appearance of the Rainbow Valley. Sometimes it was a few months, sometimes it was a few years, and sometimes it was a few hundred years. Now hearing Isabella said that there were signs of rainbows in the Rainbow Valley recently, Chinrue, who originally wanted to explore, was even more determined. Crobolus seemed to recall something and frowned. I once passed by the Rainbow Valley and felt an unusual, dangerous breath there. Inni, don't go to that place. Chinrue was secretly surprised. Even a powerhouse like Crobolus felt danger. It seemed that the Rainbow Valley was not simple, but for the requiem fruit, this trip was imperative. However, if he wanted to go to the Rainbow Valley, he would definitely go alone. It was impossible to bring Isabella or Crobolus. Inni, you should know that my situation is urgent. I will leave the capital in these 2 days, and it will take at least half a month to return. Chinrue showed an apologetic expression. Let's wait for next time. I will definitely accompany the 2 beautiful ladies to go out and have a good time. I will never refuse. I don't want to go out with men. Wait. Crobolus suddenly thought of something again. She shook the gem in her hand. It's okay to go out and have fun. As the price, you must hand over what you have. Give me a presentable gift. Female robber. Typical dragon's greed. Chinrue secretly despised the integrity of this emerald female dragon, but he still maintained a graceful smile on his face. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy the lady. Isabella nodded. Okay, that's a deal. I also need to deal with some small matters these 2 days. In fact, this small matter was something that happened in the Dark Moon. The human sheriff Chenrue, who had been in a coma due to the evil voodoo cast by Isabella, actually woke up. Chapter 340. Dark Moon City. The human sheriff Chenrue, who had been unconscious due to a strange disease, finally regained consciousness under the efforts of his lover Athena. For those men who admired Athena and hoped that Chinrue would die early, this was bad news. For the garrison guards, this was also not good news. Although the human was officially appointed sheriff, everyone knew that it was just luck. In the hearts of the garrison guards, the real army commander was the acting sheriff Athena, even if Chinrue was Athena's lover. For Princess Royal Highness, this might be good news. It was equivalent to having another assistant who could more or less play a role. At least with the identity of the sheriff, he could cast a key vote in favor of Princess Royal on some resolutions. Princess Royal and the representatives of several families went to visit the human sheriff. Although Chinrue woke up, his body had not fully recovered. He looked very weak, and even his speech was weak. The human specifically expressed that he hoped that Athena could still control the garrison guards. Before he recovered, he didn't want to disturb the army that was gradually getting on track. This made the garrison guards very satisfied. For the residents of Dark Moon City who were keen on the battle ball, it was just a little more talk. The battle ball tournament in the arena was always full, and it was even difficult to get a ticket. Many residents also spontaneously formed private teams. They even funded their own money to rent the arena for training or games when there was no official competition. However, the hottest topic in the Dark Moon today was not the battle ball, nor was it the human, but the treasure. The demon realm had existed for tens of thousands of years, and it had experienced many ups and downs. Almost every territory of the demon realm had legends of treasures, but most of them were just unrealistic rumors. Very few of them had been truly explored. However, this time, the Dark Moon's treasure seemed to be not just a rumor. First, someone found a strange magic circle in the deep mountains of the Blue Lake mountain range to the east of the Dark Moon. Those who went to explore were always teleported out again and again. This news spread and attracted a large number of curious people. Some lucky people occasionally entered the magic circle and got 1 or 2 sporadic antiques, which were valuable. Soon, when the acting Sheriff Athena led the Defense Force team to investigate, they found an extremely rare Fountain of Life after several hardships. The Fountain of Life was known as the source of life, and it was said to be able to treat all kinds of injuries and illnesses. It also had the effect of prolonging one's lifespan, as well as various other miraculous effects. It was especially useful as a top-notch material for concocting high-grade potions. It was said that the Fountain of Life was needed for black potions. The most convincing was the unconscious human, Chinrue, who had sought medical help from many sources to no avail. Now, with the miraculous effects of the Spring of Life, he had miraculously regained consciousness. The Fountain of Life alone was a very important treasure. However, the god of magic in that place was mysterious and unpredictable. It would automatically change. When Athena led the team there several times, they could no longer find the original Fountain of Life. They were teleported out every time. Not only that, but the magic circle also contained considerable danger. The explorers often suffered casualties. However, the more this was the case, the more people came to explore. Moreover, the Dark Moon's discovery of the Fountain of Vitality and the mysterious treasure location was quickly publicized. The number of foreigners coming to the Dark Moon suddenly doubled, and it was still increasing. Dark Moon Palace. Old Gauss ended the detailed report of recent operations and plans. Princess Royal, is there any problem with this arrangement? The patrol force of the guards needs to be increased by 2 teams. Jia thought for a while. With the sudden increase in the number of foreigners, incidents and disputes will also increase. Cagali will be transferred from the Princess Retail Store to join the guards. Together with the dark forces of the Cloak Gang, it should be able to maintain stability. Then the safety of Princess Royal Highness. With Kia there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After unlocking the Demon Prohibition Ring, her strength is still above Cagali. It should be no problem to protect Alice. Besides, there is also Athena. Old Gauss hesitated and said, "Please forgive me for being blunt, but I always feel that Kia... Actually, I can't really trust Kia either." Jia's gaze fell on the clouds in the sky. "However, I trust that person. He said that Kia can be trusted, so I trust her." Old Gauss nodded. His own life was also saved by that person. But out of loyalty to Jia, he still said, "I have occasionally seen his friends. They all seem unpredictable. Even the strange, demonic beast that turned into his appearance makes me feel a sense of danger. And the fountain of vitality. I have a hunch that the power in that person's hands is by no means simple. Your Royal Highness should know my intentions. These words are not directed at him as a person. It's just a matter of fact." "I understand," Jia nodded slightly. "However, do you think he is an ambitious person?" "Everyone has ambition. The key is the difference in size and goals." Old Gauss thought seriously and replied, "Even if he is ambitious, he shouldn't be a threat to Princess Royal for the time being. Otherwise, the trio specialized mechanic master who was famous in the demon realm wouldn't disappear. The original future of this genius master was limitless. Not only is he a mechanic master, but he may also be a potion grandmaster." Jia added in her heart, "When he left recently, that person left 4 bottles of potions for her. Black potions, a full set of eternal potions. Just 1 bottle of these potions was enough to shock the entire demon realm. It was even more powerful than the trio specialized genius master. The trio specialized master was just the most promising person to become a mechanic grandmaster. As for the black potions, only a potion master who had become a grandmaster could configure them. Moreover, it was an eternal potion that only a senior grandmaster could configure. Is the Grand Master's inheritance really so magical?" Although these 4 bottles of potions shocked Jia, she didn't ask much or make more requests. This was a faint tacit understanding. Jia's father, Grim, had the strength of the Demon Emperor, but her training aptitude wasn't particularly excellent, and she wasn't a mutated royal bloodline. She could only make up for it with extraordinary hard work. Especially after becoming a lord, she had to withstand the huge pressure from the capital. She had to deal with tedious affairs while squeezing out time to train desperately. Only by improving her strength could she keep the foundation left by her father and protect her only sister. These 2 seemed to have become her everything in life. Even so, she still only reached the peak of the great Demon King. There was still a big gap between her strength and the other 3 lords. This set of eternal potions not only improved her own strength, but it also maximized the integration of the power inherited from her father. As long as she understood the territory perception from her father's inheritance, she could break through to the Demon Emperor. This kind of inheritance power was ultimately not as powerful as the real strength gained through training in actual combat. But at the very least, she had to reach the Demon Emperor level to truly reach the strength of a great lord. "It seems that I'm overthinking." Old Gauss smiled and said, "This strategy is really ingenious. People looking for treasures will definitely use the Dark Moon City as a supply point, or a considerable part will stay in the Dark Moon. In this way, not only will it boost the Dark Moon's economy, but the Dark Moon's emerging battle ball, night market, princess retail store, and delicacies will quickly spread through these people. It's equivalent to, according to that person's words, it's free advertising. I believe that there will be merchants from all over the world coming soon. Princess Royal's newly built streets, shops, and various facilities will be put to good use. I also admire his brain. Jia's eyes showed a faint, rare warmth. He only used a small joke to convince me. In a prison, the prisoner's letters must be strictly censored before they can be sent out. A prisoner received a letter from his wife saying that she was not in good health and could not farm food. The prisoner wrote back to his wife, telling her not to farm because there was something important buried in the farmland. As a result, a few days later, his wife wrote again, saying that the investigators had dug up all the farmland, and it could be easily sown. As an old courtier who watched Princess Royal grow up, he was also an elder. When Jia mentioned him, the subtle changes in her eyes couldn't be hidden from old Gauss. His heart moved. He wanted to propose a marriage again, but he was worried that if he said too much, it would make Princess Royal feel disgusted. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea. With Princess Royal's personality, it was better to let nature take its course. But no matter what, he had to find a way to tie that person firmly to the dark moon. Jia didn't know these thoughts of old Gauss. Her eyes were still focused on the clouds in the sky, as if there was a hateful face in it that was showing a hateful smile. However, she really wanted to see that hateful person. The Dark Moon's treasure incident was naturally planned by Qin Rui. The inspiration came not only from the joke, but also from the treasure hunting strategy used by Catherine when she probed the Crystal Valley. The awakening of a human sheriff could effectively confirm the existence of the treasure, and it laid the foundation for his public appearance and actions in the Dark Moon in the future. There was also a hidden function just in case, which was to create the illusion that he appeared with Charles at the same time to dispel the association of individuals with intentions. In any case, that plan was the most important. The human sheriff, who was recuperating in the Dark Moon now, was disguised by Dodo. Dodo put on the evil blue tear handed over by Lomont, which could effectively shield his breath. Coupled with his just recovered from a serious illness, outsiders couldn't see any flaws. An accidental trip with friends made Qin Rui take a fancy to a very favorable terrain in the Blue Lake mountain range. Then he spent considerable time and effort to set up the dragon inscription and complicated magic circle there with Peglio. Although Peglio was not powerful enough and could only set up the inscription that barely reached the Demon Emperor level, with Qin Rui's magic circle, the power might not be as good as those in the Silent Night wetland, but the degree of ingenuity and complexity was still better. It was equivalent to a huge maze with countless interconnected links. It would even change automatically, which was strange and unpredictable. Even if the dragons came in person, it was difficult to break in. Those ordinary adventurers were naturally confused. Wealth was the most attractive thing for people. More and more people failed in treasure hunting, and more people persevered. In a short time, the Dark Moon City became unusually lively. This was the first time in 400 years. Chapter 341. In the capital, Qin Rui took a sum of money provided by Obsidian and set foot on the teleportation portal to the human world. The financial resources of an empire were naturally far from comparable to an estate. Obsidian was quite generous. He directly threw out 1 billion black crystal coins, paying such a huge sum of money to a human who he had just come into contact with. He had to admit that the regent was still very bold. However, Qin Rui knew very well that this number was far from the other party's bottom line. It could be said that it was a test. Qin Rui claimed that with this injection of funds, it would far exceed his original plan and could activate most projects. Therefore, he could get a rebate as soon as half a month. The interest rate was 10%. Due to the high investment, Obsidian could make a net profit of 100 million in half a month. This rebate rate was already quite impressive. Qin Rui left the capital and did not return to the Dark Moon. Instead, he went to a mysterious place, Rainbow Valley. Compared with the poetic name of Rainbow Valley, The place where Chunrui was located could only be described as barren mountains and unruly rivers. Huge, dangerous, and barren, except for a few occasional colorful flowers that were barely considered bright spots. There was nothing valuable to be found at all. However, the origin of Rainbow Valley was not because of how beautiful the scenery here was, but the legend said that every time a rainbow appeared here, a mysterious valley would appear. When the rainbow disappeared, the valley would disappear again. Chunrui came here naturally to repair the requiem fruit of the elemental heart, but there was no fixed time for the appearance of this rainbow. The interval might be a few months, a few years, or a few days. When there was no rainbow, there would be no trace of the mysterious valley. When Chunrui came, he did not see a rainbow, so he naturally could not see the legendary Rainbow Valley. He was not the first person to explore at ordinary times, but now he was the only one here because no one who had come to explore for thousands of years had gained anything. As time passed, no one was willing to waste time. Unlike those adventurers who were purely curious, Chunrui came here with a considerable purpose. However, this was completely different from the artificial treasure he created in the Dark Moon. He did not find anything like a magic circle, but he still did not give up. He took out the tent he carried with him and stayed here. An entire day had passed, but there was still no result, and no rainbow had appeared. Chunrui had obtained the true inheritance of Paglio's dragon inscription, and he had gained a lot of knowledge of magic circles from the Mechanic Association, especially the mysterious magic circles of the ancient magic tower. It was not limited to the scope of mechanics. The rainbow was most likely the trigger of a certain magic circle, or a phenomenon caused by the trigger of a certain key point. Regardless of whether the inducement existed or not, the Rainbow Valley was definitely a real existence. It was just that it was usually hidden and the entrance to the teleportation or space could not be found. As a master who was proficient in magic circle, it could almost be said that Chunrui had a faint feeling that it was too natural for him to gain nothing in the valley. It was as if everything was produced under the guidance of the environment and conditions. This instead showed some traces of craftsmanship. An ordinary adventurer or magic array researcher wouldn't have felt this way. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was some kind of illusion. If this feeling was true, then everything he saw now might even be a hidden part of the Rainbow Valley itself. In other words, this magic circle had been perfectly integrated into nature with almost no flaws. If it was artificially set up, then the person who set up the magic circle had reached an unpredictable level. With this assumption, Chunrui began to pay attention to some details and recorded daily natural changes, such as the shadow of the two moons, the direction of the wind, the location of the hills, etc. He spent another day entering the refinery and connecting to the training grounds 100 times time rule. This time he did not train or make equipment. Instead, he carefully sorted out the dragon inscription, magic circle knowledge, and the notes of the Mechanic Association in his mind. Then he carried out corresponding experiments and calculations in the refinery. When Chunrui exited the refinery, the way he looked at the valley had changed again. After applying the results of the calculation to reality, he searched all the way and finally found a point in a puddle of rotting water. This point couldn't trigger the appearance of the Rainbow Valley. Perhaps it was just a useless auxiliary node in the mysterious space. For Chunrui, it was a major breakthrough that fully proved the feasibility of the idea. In the next few days, Chunrui devoted himself to research and calculations. He found more points in succession. Some were in caves, and some were buried deep under the roots of big trees. After many deductions in the refinery using the law of time, he finally connected these points into veins. He tried to activate the entire plane, and finally, after countless failures, he successfully opened an oval channel that looked like a door. This channel was not like a teleportation point, but the entrance to some kind of space. Unknown space was a very dangerous concept. There was the danger of falling into space turbulence at any time. After this entrance was opened, it immediately began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was only the size of the mouth of a water tank. This kind of channel was a temporary variable with considerable randomness. It would take a lot of effort to rededuce the next time he wanted to open it again. Chinrue gritted his teeth, shook his body, and rushed in. As soon as he entered the spatial passageway, he felt as if his body and soul had encountered an irresistible force. He was dazzled and couldn't see anything clearly. He only felt that the world was spinning and distorting. This feeling of distortion lasted for nearly half an hour before it gradually disappeared. Chinrue, who had returned to normal, felt that his internal organs were tumbling, and he almost vomited. When he calmed down, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there was lush greenery everywhere. Clear water could be seen in the mountain stream, and the air was full of the freshness and fragrance of plants. There was a faint mist in the woods in front of him, and from time to time there were sweet birds singing. Chinrue suddenly thought of a sentence in his mind. The clouds are green and ready to rain, and the water is quiet and smoky. It was completely different from the previous barren mountains and rivers. The beautiful scenery in front of him was like a fairyland. This should be the Real Rainbow Valley. However, this fairyland was not simple. It could be said that every step was dangerous. Chinrue could feel that there were irregular, dangerous veins everywhere, which were dozens of times more complicated than outside. If he walked rashly, the lightest consequence was being transmitted out of this space. From the current position to the woods in front, there were at least 3 unavoidable dangers. He must crack them step by step. This dangerous vein had become an element that was integrated with the Rainbow Valley. It was extremely esoteric, and it was by no means comparable to a simple magic circle. Even if Chinrue had the experience of entering here, he couldn't solve the secret in a short time. He could only use the stupidest method to solve it step by step. Fortunately, he had stored a lot of food in his storage warehouse, and he could also use the rule of time to study it. He could steadily and slowly find requiem fruit. At the same time, in a strange house, a graceful figure in a long dress was controlling a strange instrument 2 meters away in the air. This is the last piece of the highest quality thunder fire crystal. After 3 hours of pressure, it will begin to soften. This time, I must grasp the heat and the best timing to extract the purest power of the compound elements. Note to myself, will you succeed? Doubt? Of course, don't you know who I am? Confidence. Thunderfire stone is the most unstable crystal. What if I fail again? Worry. If I fail again, I won't take a bath for a week, no, a month. Gnashing teeth. I will succeed. The white, jade-like finger pointed at the mirror. It turned out that the conversation just now came from the same person. At this time, the huge crystal ball on the side emitted a little red light flashing. Wait, it seems that some little bug broke in? Strange. I don't seem to have done any blasting experiments these days. Forget it. Anyway, it will disappear soon. The little red dot on the crystal ball began to move. The little bug actually moved forward. There is a big gift waiting in front. 10 seconds countdown before it disappears. 1, 2, 3, huh? Still not disappearing? Then I'll give you another minute. If it doesn't disappear in a minute, I'll cut my favorite nails. The red dot still exists, the last time. If it's still there in 10 minutes, then I won't eat lunch later. After 10 minutes, the red still hasn't disappeared. How can I be so lucky? I'll give you one last chance. Anyway, there's still 3 hours to extract the element. I can have some fun first. Half an hour. I'll bet on my big meal tonight. After half an hour, the red dot actually moved forward. Is it the God bless one day that can increase luck? Humph. Even if it's that magical blessing, it can't escape the raging flame array in front. Poor little bug, it was just going to disappear. But now it's going to disappear forever. The last hour. I'll bet on my breakfast tomorrow. In less than an hour, the red passed through the raging flame array again and moved forward. Woo-woo. Damn bug, I'll give you one last chance. Chinrue didn't know that he had successfully won against a certain lady several times. He finally reached the woods and began to search for the requiem fruit. Requiem fruits generally grew close to water sources. When Chinrue searched along a stream in the woods, he unlocked 2 more magic arrays, but he didn't find anything. Instead, the surrounding environment changed strangely, and he couldn't find the way. Chinrue, who was lost, bumped around for a while like a headless fly. He found a spring in front of a deep cave. This spring emitted a dense mist with a strange aura, giving Chinrue a familiar feeling. The Fountain of Resurrection. There is actually a Fountain of Resurrection in the Rainbow Valley. This is not the artificial fountain of life that I found in the Blue Lake mountain range. It should be a real, natural Fountain of Resurrection. Chinrue's mind moved, and he searched near the cave. Finally, he saw a blue plant under a rock wall with 4 walnut-sized purple fruits hanging down. This shape was extremely consistent with requiem fruit. Not only that, but there was also a complicated magic array in front which seemed to play a role in maintaining growth and protection. Chinrue was studying this magic array when there was a muffled sound in the distance. It seemed that something exploded. Chinrue was taken aback. At this moment, there was a strange distortion in the space, and there was already one more figure. Damn it! It was a female voice. Her tone seemed to be gnashing her teeth as if she had some deep hatred. Not only did you ruin my most important experiment, I couldn't take a bath for a month, and you even shamelessly took away my food for 3 days. It's unforgivable. This was a slender young woman wearing a long dress. Her figure was curvaceous. Although it was not comparable to Isabella's lethal weapon, it looked plump and well-proportioned. Her long purple hair was casually tied into a bun. Her facial features were delicate and exquisite. She also wore a pair of glasses, brimming with intellectuality and amazing beauty. However, this intellectual beauty's face was filled with bitter hatred and anger. The strange thing was that the beauty just casually stepped into the center of the magic array. The magic array that should have been fully activated seemed to be as docile as a kitten. There was no sign of activation at all. Chinrue could be sure that if he stepped in like this, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. Unless this magic array has some kind of strange ability of intelligent identification. In other words, when it was set up, it has been given some kind of highest law of exception. This exception is the beauty in front of me. What surprised Chinrue even more was that she angrily accused him, ruined the experiment, made this lady unable to take a bath, and took away her rations for 3 days? What does this have to do with me? Chinrue felt inexplicable. It was clearly the first time they met. This innocent guy didn't know that he had become the object of the bet. Not only did he win 3 days of food and drinks, but he also caused the important experiment to fail completely when the lady was distracted. At this moment, the analytical eyes of the super system showed the information of this beauty. Race, dragons, fairy dragon. Comprehensive strength assessment, unable to judge. Fairy dragon? Chinrue suddenly shuddered. Even when he saw the crystal dragon Jacob in the Crystal Valley, he was not so shocked. How many fairy dragons are there in the demon realm? Could it be? Chinrue's heart began to beat violently. As soon as he was about to speak, he saw the silver light flashing all over the sky. Before he could react, he fell to the ground with strong silver electric sparks all over his body. He felt that his body was quickly eroded by a strange elemental power. This elemental power was not a pure wind element, but it was a mixture of wind, fire, and dark elements. It spread quickly in his body like a spider web, instantly destroying his resistance. He could hardly move. Compound magic. Moreover, it was a compound of 3 elements. It was instantaneous without any preparation. This had almost exceeded the cognitive field of magic cultivators. The compound of 3 elements was by no means a simple effect of 3 times superposition. Although Chun Rui had the characteristics of anti-magic and damage absorption, which could greatly reduce the damage and effectiveness of magic, he still couldn't resist this terrifying compound magic of 3 elements. He quickly launched teleportation to distance himself. He struggled and shouted, "Wait a minute, listen to me first." Chapter 342. The power of the lightning was very special. Chinrue's voice seemed to slow down because of the paralysis. "You still have the power to escape?" The fairy dragon was slightly surprised. She appeared in front of him in an instant. The magic damage seems to have been reduced by more than half. Is it because of your physique or equipment? Try this again. Before Chinrue finished saying slow motion, he saw that the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. He felt a chill in his heart, and he quickly launched the second teleportation. However, this time the movement seemed to be strangely interfered with. It was half shorter than expected. Even so, it was enough to surprise the fairy dragon again. Her purple eyes glowed. "You can actually pass through the sealed space while lying down? If you can withstand this spell, I'll let you go." As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space was distorted again. Since the 2 teleportations had been used up, Chinrue immediately launched the protective shield skill. However, the protective shield was more fragile than a bubble in the face of this distorted power. It shattered in an instant. The distorted space power wrapped Chinrue and lifted him into the air. Chinrue only felt that his whole body's bones, flesh, and even soul were twisted like clothes. He was in danger of being torn apart at any time. He couldn't help but scream. Fortunately, the power only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Chinrue's body fell from the air. He felt severe pain all over his body, as if every inch of his bones was broken. Chinrue had rarely seen this kind of terrifying magic power in his life. Although the red spirit, Lord Josh, also knew compound magic, he was no different from a kindergartner in front of this beauty. This was the fairy dragon. The strength of the fairy dragon was the weakest among the dragons, but she was the most powerful magician and scholar. You didn't faint?" The beauty adjusted the frame of her glasses. Her original power was controlled to the level of knocking out the opponent, so she immediately became interested. "Try this again. Wait. Didn't you say that you will let me go if I take this magic?" "Oh." The beauty was stunned, then she showed a charming smile. "Now is the last time someone was swept up by the ice whirlwind with lightning. Wow. The same is true for the ice and lightning element. Let's try the earth element." A moan came from the half-ice sculpture. "You just said the last. You must have misheard. This is the last time. It can be considered a test before we leave." "Try it again, I promise." This young lady's entire character depends on this. Half an hour later, Chinrue, who had been baptized by various types of magic, finally couldn't take it anymore and fainted. When he woke up, he found himself lying naked on a stone table, surrounded by strange instruments. He was shocked and quickly climbed up. He only felt that his whole body was sore, and even his head was dizzy. Where was this? She was even stripped naked. Could it be that he was raped by a female rogue? At the thought of that woman, Chinrue couldn't help but shiver. "You woke up faster than I expected. Your physique seems to be stronger than the average person. You will be fine in less than a day." A somewhat familiar and pleasant female voice came from the pile of instruments. Chinrue was startled and quickly turned his back. As a matter of fact, he was now purely a nude model without wearing anything. A robe was thrown over. Before Chinrue could put it on in a hurry, the beautiful woman with glasses had already walked over. She was holding a bowl of soup in her left hand and a spoon in her right hand. She didn't even avoid his body. This female rogue had probably seen everything when he fainted. "In view of the fact that you destroyed my experiment and forced me to be unable to eat for 3 days as compensation," a murderous gaze flashed in the beautiful purple eyes behind the glasses, "I now officially announce that you are my servant now." "Wait," Chinrue said quickly. "Before this, we have never met, and you are very powerful. How can I destroy your experiment and force you to eat for 3 days? By the way, aren't you eating now? According to the fairy dragon, he had only fainted for a day. The beautiful woman looked at the soup bowl in her hand and was stunned for a moment. This is your illusion. Actually, I'm just studying the ingredients in the soup. For this great experiment, I don't hesitate to use myself as an experimental subject. Chinrue was speechless for a while, but after experiencing countless last baptisms previously, he was already mentally prepared for the beauty's moral value. He quickly said, "Well, I'm willing to pay a certain amount of wealth as compensation." That servant, "Miss, please don't make such a joke." As he said, he took out a string of sparkling beads. This string of beads was inlaid with colorful and exquisite gems. Each piece was more precious than the cyan gem he gave to the emerald dragon. It was one of the treasures in Paglio's collection. The fairy dragon's eyes lit up. She took it and praised it a few times. Her eyes looking at Chinrue were even brighter. "Where did you get this string of beads from just now? I remember that during the previous experiment, I took all the things on you." When Chinrue heard the word experiment, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "When I fainted just now, I was not raped, but I became a more terrifying lab rat. In any case, this string of priceless treasures is enough to offset the little trouble I brought to Miss, isn't it?" The fairy dragon nodded. Then she shook her head quickly. "No. Just now you caused me to destroy a superb thunder firestone, and it was the last one. That kind of precious magic material is not comparable to this kind of vulgar item. Unless you can give me another superb thunder firestone, you still can't compensate for my huge loss." Although she said so, she conveniently kept the string of vulgar items without the slightest intention of returning it. Superb thunder firestone. Chinrue thought for a while. There happened to be a magic material like thunder firestone in the storage warehouse. Although it was not superb, he had a refining room that could make the thunder firestone reach the highest purity. When she saw Chinrue take out another thunder firestone out of thin air, the fairy dragon was surprised again. "Don't tell me you also know space magic!" Before he could finish his words, his gaze was drawn to the lightning flame Oregon. "This piece has almost no impurities. It is simply the best of the best." The fairy dragon was overjoyed. "As long as you give me 3 more, I will." "Hey, what's with your expression?" Chinrue was quite speechless. Never mind the "as long as" sentence. Obviously, this beauty's credibility could only be described as negative. "Before I give Miss 3 more superb materials, I would like to take the liberty to ask for Miss's name." "My name is Rala." "Okay, give me the materials." Although he was mentally prepared, Chinrue's heart still jumped violently. As the saying goes, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. It really is Rala, the crazy woman that Paglio is most afraid of. Rala immediately noticed it and glanced at him suspiciously. "Have you heard of me?" This stunning beauty in front of me is close to Catherine in terms of appearance and special temperament, but her moral integrity is a little low. Despite this, Chinrue still remembered the horror of the female devil described by Paglio, especially since he unknowingly became her lab rat just now. He immediately suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "No, it's just that when I hear the name of the woman I admire, my heart inevitably beats faster." "Admire? You admire me?" Rala was very surprised. She looked a little dazed, but Chinrue remembered that she almost froze him into an ice sculpture in this situation previously. "Compared with Miss Peerless' appearance, I admire your profound knowledge more." Chinrue thought of some of the poison dragon's descriptions of Rala and said, "My name is Richard. I'm a fanatic of magic circles. I wander around the demon realm to learn the knowledge of magic circles. By chance, I came to the Rainbow Valley and spent a lot of effort to find this space. I call them nodes and veins. Finally, I opened the space entrance. After entering here, I found that the magic circles inside are more mysterious and unpredictable. It is 100 times more profound than what I have mastered. I didn't expect the creator to be such a charming lady like Miss Rala. Please allow me to stay here and learn magic circles from Miss. Since he had found the fairy dragon, he couldn't leave empty-handed no matter what. This was the biggest opportunity to unlock the seal on Peglio. Moreover, there was requiem fruit here, which was the only hope to save the earth elemental king. When it came to knowledge, Rala did not appear to be naive this time. Instead, he appeared to be deep in thought. That's right, you broke through the space and came in here by yourself. You even cracked those abandoned magic circles in the forest. After so many years, you're the first. Chinrue was secretly shocked. The incomparably complex magic circles in the woods are actually abandoned. You just said that you want to stay here to learn magic circles? Is it true? Rala looked puzzled. Yes, Miss Rala. Please don't question my fanaticism for knowledge. Chinrue showed an excited look. In order to further improve my knowledge, I even spent unimaginable effort to study the dragon's unique dragon inscription. I dare say that even a real dragon may not have my attainments now. I thought my knowledge had reached a bottleneck and I couldn't break through. I didn't expect to meet Miss Rala. Dragon inscription? Even a real dragon can't compare to you? Rala's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. She drew a few glowing symbols in the air. Tell me first, what does this mean? It turns out that Miss is also a master of this. Chinrue pretended to be happy to meet someone with the same interest. This is a compound inscription, simulation, plus mirror image, plus teleportation. It is most suitable for the plants on the ground. Rala nodded slightly and moved the symbols directly in the air with her hands. She asked a few more questions, but they didn't baffle Chinrue. With a thought, the symbols began to increase a lot, and then they quickly overlapped to form a strange inscription. Even at Peglio or Jacob's place, Chinrue had never seen this inscription arrangement. He said doubtfully, "This kind of superimposed inscription is different from ordinary compound inscription. I can't tell its meaning accurately," seeing the pride on the fairy dragon's face. Chinrue thought of the node he found when he entered this space. A thought flashed through his mind. He compared it with the data of deep analysis in his mind, and he suddenly said, "Space? Is it the meaning of space? So, this Rainbow Valley is an independent space combined by dragon inscription and some kind of magic circle?" This discovery was amazing. With this alone, Rala's dragon inscription achievement was far above Peglio. After all, innovation and preservation were two completely different concepts. Rala couldn't help but be moved. This was one of her proudest research results, and it was actually seen through by the other party. It seemed that this guy's dragon inscription attainments had indeed far surpassed ordinary dragons. Even compared to the damn poison dragon, it was not much inferior. Very good. Rala nodded. In this regard, at least you didn't lie. If you are willing to hand over 10 times the best materials and jewelry, then from now on, you will be my official assistant. Seeing Chinrue's suspicious look, Rala immediately added with a murderous look, "If you don't hand it over, then prepare to be a servant." It turned out that there was no choice at all. It was still a robbery. No matter how crazy they were about knowledge, dragons were dragons after all. Since he had to stay anyway, Chinrue showed a painful look as if he was going bankrupt. He reluctantly took out his belongings and materials. Rala accepted it all without hesitation and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, welcome, Richard. You will be my assistant from now on. If possible, I hope you can start working immediately. I finally have the opportunity to learn ancient runes, and I don't have to expose Peglio." Chinrue secretly rejoiced and asked, "Great! Miss, what are the main tasks of an assistant?" "Your job is very simple. For example, right now, first wash the clothes I put in the back of the house, then clean the whole house, completely remove the rubbish from the experiment, make a sumptuous lunch, and then help me pour the bath water later." Chinrue was dumbfounded. What kind of assistant is this? It is clearly a servant. Miss Rala, when can I start learning knowledge? The best knowledge comes from practice. You must participate in the usual experiments. Chinrue just nodded, but Rala's next sentence made his face change. It's like I don't hesitate to personally taste this bowl of soup with my own body. Damn, it turns out to be a servant plus lab rat. How can I live like this? Chinrue turned around and fled without thinking, but a silver lightning was faster than his movement. In the blink of an eye, Chinrue was knocked to the ground. The power was several times stronger than before. His paralyzed body couldn't move at all. It seemed that the fairy dragon deliberately increased the magic power according to his anti-magic physique. Be a man of your word. How can you run away after saying that you will be an assistant? The fairy dragon walked over with a smile. In Chinrue's eyes, that beautiful and moving smile was scarier than a demon. Your body has a rare anti-magic characteristic. As my most important assistant, I will guide you well in practice. Don't worry, I promise that you will be fine. Don't worry your ass. Thinking of the promise in the fairy dragon's mouth, Chinrue felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood why Peglio ran away with the silver box. Chapter 343. Handyman, Chef, Experimental Assistant, and Experimental Subject. The above was the daily life of the Deputy Valley Master, self-titled, of the Rainbow Valley. The first two were fine, but the most creepy was the third one. Chinrue seemed to have returned to the scene of encountering Aldos when he first crossed to the demon realm. However, the Dark Elf Master was as harmless as a little white rabbit compared to the fairy Miss Long. After Rala discovered his body's anti-magic characteristic, Chinrue had to receive various strange magic baptism every day. The fairy dragon tried every means to directly break his anti-magic body, but the attributes given by the super system were extremely powerful. Even the powerful dragon magic could reduce the damage by half. The fairy Miss Long persisted in her attempts, and someone's screams lingered in the colorful magic light, resounding throughout the Rainbow Valley. For the Requiem fruit and ancient runes, I can only grit my teeth and persist. Why is it for two gay friends, not for beauties? Tears are streaming down my face. Are you sure you only feel numbness and pain? Rala asked Chinrue, who fell to the ground and was smoking with a puzzled look. Do you want to try again? The last time. The third time is the last time. Can't you say something else? However, if you do it again, I will really die. Chinrue was almost turned into barbecue by the explosive magic just now. He said weakly, Anyway, I can't make dinner later like this. It doesn't matter. Didn't I ask you to make more at noon? Even if you pass out, I still have something to eat. Chinrue suddenly realized. No wonder she praised the bacon pancake at noon and asked me to make a few more. I thought she wanted to keep it for supper, but I didn't expect it to be such a premeditated plan. He secretly vowed that 3 meals a day must be rationed in the future. I can't be fooled like this again. You should have felt a kind of poison running in your body just now, which can completely collapse the body's defensibility. That kind of poison is the real killer move hidden in this flame magic. Zola frowned and said to herself, Is it because of the difference in physique? Or is there something special about this guy's physique? In fact, the poison was absorbed by the super system. Unfortunately, the magic damage could not be completely absorbed. Chinrue was afraid that she would discover the secrets of regeneration and damage absorption, so he quickly shook his head. I'm sure not. You must have made a mistake. Impossible. I tried it several times myself last time. I clearly felt the kind of, you did it yourself. Chinrue experienced it firsthand just now, so he knew how unbearable the pain was. The fairy dragon's physique should be the weakest among the dragons. She didn't have the anti-magic attribute, like the crystal dragon or the black dragon. I didn't expect she actually... I said that the best knowledge comes from practice. This is the quality that a great researcher should have. The fairy dragon said proudly, preparing to receive the admiring gaze of the assistant. Chinrue felt his hair standing up at the moment. No wonder Paglio once said, "In order to experiment, that crazy woman can dissect herself without hesitation. Rala can be so cruel to herself. Then the assistant, is actually a test subject. Isn't that? Okay, that's it for today. You drink this bottle of potion first. This experiment will continue tomorrow. Have a good rest." Rala looked considerate and caring, but she actually hoped that the test subject would return to a normal state quickly so that the next experiment could be carried out. She added, "As long as you can hold on until the end of the month, I will give you the requiem fruit." That's not right. Although Chinrue was a little dizzy, he was still quite sober about the requiem fruit. "You said 3 days ago that as long as I can cooperate with you to finish the experiment for these 3 days, you'll give me the requiem fruit. Why did you change your mind now?" "Did I say that?" The fairy dragon looked like she couldn't remember anything. This appearance made Chinrue secretly feel that something was wrong. He was ready to sacrifice in advance. "Richard, you must have heard it wrong." Chinrue didn't say anything. He looked like he expected it. Rala shook her head firmly. "You must have remembered it wrong. I now solemnly promise in the name of Rala." Before Rala finished speaking, a piece of crystal in Chenrue's hand began to speak in the same tone, and it was the complete version. "I now solemnly promise in the name of Rala that as long as you cooperate with me to finish the experiment for these 3 days, let alone a requiem fruit, I can even give you the whole requiem fruit tree." Chinrue was secretly proud. "I knew your virtue. Fortunately, I left evidence at the time. Let's see what Rala has to say now." Rala was stunned and turned around. Without warning, the recording stone in Chinrue's hand suddenly turned into a pile of powder and fell to the ground. "What's that sound?" The fairy dragon looked ignorant. She turned around and asked curiously. Chinrue pointed at Rala. He was so angry that he could hardly speak. "A human, a dragon, can't be shameless to this extent. Is there a lower limit to your moral integrity? Be honest. How long will this evil demonic experiment take?" Rala didn't pretend to be stupid this time. She thought about it seriously. "At least 3 months? 3 months? You just said it's at the end of the month?" If it weren't for his weakness, Chinrue almost wanted to jump up and curse. "Oh, I see." Without waiting for Rala to continue her habitual days, Chinrue had already spoken first. "The requiem fruit is very important to me. I know I'm not your opponent, but if you really want a like-minded assistant who can cooperate with your experiment and really help you, then give me the requiem fruit now. Otherwise, you will only get a numb experiment subject who will never do anything or say a word in the future. Unfortunately, I hate threats the most." A ray of light flashed across the glasses, and Rala's face became cold. Her long purple hair slowly fluttered without any wind. "Moreover, you're just a weak experiment subject. You're not qualified to threaten me. Don't forget, this is the fairy dragon of the peak stage of the demon overlord. Even the poison dragon at his peak had to run away with his tail between his legs." Chinrue felt that the surrounding elemental breath was getting stronger and stronger. It was different from the usual experiments. There was a strong murderous aura, and he immediately said, "My value is fully qualified to be a real assistant, not your servant or experiment subject. Take your magic item for washing clothes as an example. Washing with water element is a good effect, but drying with fire element can easily affect the quality of the clothes. Moreover, water element and fire element themselves have considerable conflicts, so it is quite difficult to control. One carelessness may damage the clothes. My opinion is to replace the fire element drying device with a simple device with a wind element magic circle. This is safer and more efficient, and there is no need to consider the origin conflict between the elements. Even a person without magic power can easily use it." Chinrue barely supported his body and gestured in the air. He was just like the demon realm version of a washing machine. The elemental power on the fairy dragon gradually dissipated. Listening to his explanation and the structure of the wind element magic circle, her expression was quite serious. She didn't look dazed at all. It turns out that you are also proficient in mechanics, but I appreciate creativity more. Although it is only a small improvement, it is a great innovation. Rala showed approval. She didn't feel disapproving because it was just an improvement of a small item for washing clothes. It has nothing to do with power. This is respect for knowledge and creation. Fortunately, there is still this kind of respect. I still have a lot of such ideas in my mind. The fairy dragon stared at him for a while, thought about it carefully, and finally nodded. Well, from now on, you are my real assistant. You can get the requiem fruit later, but you have to find a way to solve the magic circle in front. I won't help you. Finally, I didn't stare blankly. Finally, it's not that damn last time. Chinrue was excited. It's not easy to pull a tooth from a dragon's mouth. I finally got the requiem fruit, and there's hope to learn ancient runes. Then my job, what? Real assistant. It's the same as before, answered blankly. In any case, it was rare for the fairy dragon's moral value to rebound this time. The requiem fruit didn't cause any more trouble. Chinrue got the treasure to repair the elemental heart as he wished. Even the entire requiem fruit tree was included in the galaxy garden with Rala's permission. In fact, as early as many years ago, after Rala completed an experiment, the requiem fruit became useless, so she was generous for once. It could be considered as each taking what they needed. However, the fairy dragon still expressed considerable doubts about how Chinrue collected the requiem fruit tree. Fortunately, Chinrue showed his space talent when he took out his belongings, so he finally fooled her. Chinrue dripped the requiem fruit juice on the earth elemental heart, and the effect was immediate. The original cracks in the elemental heart began to heal gradually, and the breath of the earth element was more vigorous. It was estimated that it could be completely healed within a few days. The requiem fruit was only one of the purposes for Chinrue to stay in the Rainbow Valley. Another more important reason was the ancient runes. Besides, the Earth Elemental King had enough time, so Chinrue did not immediately think about escaping. Instead, he stayed and continued to serve as the so-called real assistant, although he was still a handyman plus chef plus experiment subject. Chinrue still learned a lot from the fairy dragon. His biggest gain was space. Space magic had originally been lost in the demon realm. Even Rala only knew one or two kinds. However, the creative ability of this fairy dragon made Chinrue admire her in his heart. She used the one or two kinds of magic that had been passed down to create her own space power. This Rainbow Valley was one of the most representative works. Not only that, she also had her own separate storage space without any space items. This was already comparable to the storage space of the super system, but the size was far from comparable to the huge storage space. For Chinrue, space magic was not the focus of his attention, but the unique theoretical knowledge of space. For example, other demon emperors and even demon overlords were still exploring forward bit by bit or vein by vein. Although Chinrue's power was not as good, he already had the concept of points, lines, planes, and entire space architecture. Not only the theory, but also the practice and power demonstrated in Rala's experiment. One-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional space, plus time, space-time was the composition of the entire world. For concepts like five-dimensional and six-dimensional, even the theory of the original world was not completely perfect, so he did not go further into it. Chinrue felt that this should be the true mystery of the territory. Recalling the creation of the concept of space and time when the super system was initialized, he seemed to have a faint understanding. As long as he could fully understand this concept and truly master the power of the world, then he could break through the current Migra state and reach the next star level Fecta state. The only pity was that the fairy dragon had not revealed the relevant knowledge of ancient runes so far. He couldn't beat the wolf without sacrificing the child, so Chenrue could only continue to sacrifice his body. For the fairy dragon, such an assistant was indeed satisfactory. First of all, he was a good experimental subject. He was much stronger than the previous demonic beasts, and he was almost immortal. He could survive those powerful experiments every time, just like some kind of cockroach in the Demon Realm's legend. That special physique had actually been noticed by the fairy dragon. Not only physique, but also special space storage talent and special space teleportation ability. It could cross general space restrictions. However, Rolla did not reveal any special experimental intentions for the time being, so as not to scare him. This guy is likely to hide more treasures. Even if he doesn't, he is also a treasure. A good dragon not only knows how to amass money, but he also knows how to manage money. He must learn to cast a long line, catch big fish, and slowly explore this huge treasure house. Then he was a very creative and capable assistant. Even the fairy dragon herself couldn't help but praise some ingenious ideas for conception and improvement. Of course, someone plagiarized things from another world. In terms of mechanics, he seemed to have reached the level of a senior master. His hands-on ability was very strong. After some instruments were improved by him, the efficiency was greatly improved. He also repaired many abandoned and aging props. In terms of dragon inscription and magic circle, he also had a unique understanding. In some aspects, Rolla admitted that she was not as good as him. Not only mechanics, but this guy's cooking skills had also reached the level of a master. That kind of enviable innovation was also reflected in the food. Rolla had never tasted such novel and delicious food in thousands of years. Unfortunately, he was not a dragon with a long life. Unfortunately, he was too weak. In short, he was still a very good servant. Experimental subject. Forget it. Let's call him assistant. However, what made Rolla dissatisfied was that this assistant actually proposed to leave the Rainbow Valley today. Was the ice thunderstorm baptism yesterday too much? Or did the last time promised 10 times the day before yesterday exceed the scope of his promise? Or did he hold a grudge after accidentally seeing my chest being knocked out when I added the bathwater the day before yesterday? Rolla turned over the old accounts with question marks on her head, but her face was pretending to be stupid. Humph. No matter what, I won't let you go. Chapter 344. Chenrue wanted to leave the Rainbow Valley, not for the reasons Rolla thought, but because the half-month deadline he promised Obsidian was coming to an end. That plan must be further implemented. Moreover, the Earth Elemental Heart had been completely repaired. He needed to go to Mountain Shillong to wake up the Sleeping King. Don't worry, I'm just using Requiem fruit to save an important friend. I'll be back in half a month at most. Emotionally moved, the fairy dragon seemed to be listening absent-mindedly, but she just didn't nod. If it was me, I would have slipped away long ago if I did the housework for nothing. Being an experiment subject and being squeezed and exploited from time to time. Now that I finally caught such a fool, I can't just let him go like this. I can use Richard's name to guarantee. Swear. The fairy dragon still looked dazed. She occasionally said, "Oh." She was completely different from her usual concentration and seriousness in the experiment. She still didn't nod. Are you kidding me? I've already used this trick many times. Besides, I'm not a fool. Who knows if the name Richard is real or fake? When Chenrue saw her pretending to be stupid, he knew she wouldn't budge, so he had to sacrifice his last magic weapon. Well, I can use a mysterious treasure as collateral. If I don't come back, the most important treasure will belong to you. Humph. Sure enough, there are still hidden treasures. However, what treasure is more valuable than a free servant and experiment subject like you? Nevertheless, when she heard the word treasure, the lady's ears perked up out of instinct. When Chenrue took out something, Rolla's eyes suddenly widened. Even when she saw top-quality materials or precious treasures, she didn't have such a dazed look. This expression was by no means her usual pretending to be stupid or fake dazed, but she was truly stunned. This thing was a slate. The material was very special. It was like gold, but not wood. Even with Chan Rui's vision as a mechanic master, he couldn't analyze the specific composition of the slate material. There was a strange mark on the slate which seemed to be a symbol. Before Chan Rui could say anything, he felt his hand become light. The slate was already in Rala's hand. It's really it. Rala's eyes were still fixed on the slate in her hand. There was a rare shock in her tone. It's been 2,000 years. This reaction of the fairy dragon was completely expected by Chan Rui. The crystal dragon once took away 6 ancient rune slabs from her, and then their whereabouts were unknown. Now, it was finally returned to the original owner, but it was not returned intact because Chan Rui still had 5 slabs in his hands. This one was used for fishing dragons. Miss Rala, you recognize this symbol. I studied it for a long time, but I felt that it was a very ancient language, but I couldn't figure it out no matter how hard I tried. This is the rune of ancient runes. Rala's fingers shook slightly on the slate, and the symbol instantly turned into hundreds of glowing runes. They were suspended in the air and constantly changing. It almost dazzled Chan Rui's eyes. Chan Rui had indeed studied these slates. He was sure that such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Rala must have used some special means just now. It seemed that Paglia was right. Rala was indeed one of the few people in the demon realm who knew ancient runes. This few also included some demigod super powerhouses who were rarely seen. Judging from the current situation, Rala was the only hope for Paglio to get out. Chan Rui immediately activated deep analysis and engraved all the changes of these symbols in his memory. Rala's fingers moved, and the hundreds of runes disappeared and turned back into the slate. It was just that the previous cold and lifeless slate seemed to be full of vitality now. It looked crystal clear. It seemed that this was the real owner of the item. In the hands of him or the crystal dragon, these slates could only be regarded as pearls covered with dust. It turns out to be ancient runes. Legend has it that since the death of the demon realm's grand master, Luoluo, 9,000 years ago, it has been lost. I didn't expect Miss Rala to be proficient in it. Your knowledge is really profound. Chan Rui looked excited. Taking out a slate now could become a logical excuse to learn ancient runes in the future. Rala's excitement gradually calmed down and asked, "Where did you get this slate?" "It was given to me by my friend, Moore, who I'm going to save. Not long after, he fell into a long sleep because of soul damage. It just so happens that the requiem fruit can wake him up this time." "Moore?" Rala looked puzzled, but after 2,000 years, she didn't know if anything had happened to Jacob. It was also possible that the slate fell into the hands of others. "I heard from Moore that this slate should be part of a complete object. I don't know if he knows the whereabouts of the rest." Rala's eyes lit up. "Besides this one, there should be 5 more. If I can find out the whereabouts of Moore, are you really willing to come back again? Why don't I go with you?" "No, there are still a lot of experiments here that can't be interrupted." Chan Rui first had to act as Charles to go to the capital. Of course, he wouldn't agree with the fairy dragon. Moreover, the Earth Elemental King, Moore, had nothing to do with these slates at all. It would definitely be exposed by then. "Don't worry, I will definitely come back. I can continue to be Mrs. Assistant or even experiment subject without any reward. I'm even willing to give this slate to Miss, but I have a small request. Miss, please teach me the knowledge of ancient runes." Just this request? You really don't want any reward? Although Rala didn't intend to return to Chan Rui at first glance when she saw the slate, she was still a little surprised when she heard his words. In fact, Chan Rui also knew that Rala would definitely not return the slate. The gift was just a cheap excuse. The point was to highlight the intention of learning later. There is nothing more valuable than knowledge. "Miss, please promise me." Chinrue stepped forward excitedly, trying to express his strong will with body language, but he accidentally held Rala's hand on the slate. It seems to be very smooth and delicate. Chinrue himself was stunned. Rala didn't go berserk as he imagined, but she was stunned as if her nerves were quite slow. She even nodded and commented first. Indeed, there is nothing more valuable than knowledge. Okay, I agree that you should leave. Don't forget to come back early. As soon as she finished speaking, Chinrue only felt his hand tighten. She actually actively held his hand. Then he felt his hair stand up. A terrifying electric current passed along the contact point. Buzz, parting is really sad, Yuzichin said. The fairy Miss Long turned her head with a sad face with a touch of shyness. A faint mist appeared on her glasses. She couldn't bear to see the human figure on the ground with a scorched body and explosive hair, as if it was not her who caused all this but someone else. After a long time, the human figure coughed out a few mouthfuls of black smoke. This terrifying woman! There should be a hidden label behind the attribute tags of crazy experimenter. Infinite moral integrity, fake days, and playing dumb, black-bellied. After some twists and turns, Chinrue finally left the beautiful Rainbow Valley and the beautiful Cobra, Miss Long. His destination was the fallen angel capital. When Chinrue appeared in front of Isabella again, Isabella was chatting with Crobolus in the mansion. Chinrue clearly saw a hint of surprise in the charming smile of the capital's flower. He didn't know whether it was more surprise or joy. However, when she saw the sea blue pearl necklace given by Chinrue, it was obvious that Isabella's eyes lit up. It seemed that sometimes women, like dragons, always lacked immunity to shiny and expensive things. Of course, not to mention the female dragons. When Crobolus saw the sea blue pearl necklace, she was even more exaggerated. Her eyes almost emitted a faint blue light. Fortunately, Chinrue gave her another large gem. Then she was beaming with joy. The greedy emerald dragon held the gem tightly in her hand, but her eyes were still staring at the pearl necklace in Isabella's hand. Innie seems to be surprised by my appearance. Chinrue smiled and said, Did you think I would disappear with 1,000,000,000 black crystal coins? 1,000,000,000. This number immediately attracted the attention of Crobolus on the side. Chinrue nodded secretly. It seems that the Emerald Dragon doesn't know the plan, or she is not the real core figure under Obsidian. How come? Isabella glanced at him coquettishly, but men are liars. Maybe you are just a more patient liar. Betty, don't you think so? These words seemed to be true and false. Chinrue was secretly vigilant, and he didn't dare to lose his caution. Crobolus nodded immediately. Yes, but my Rainieri is an exception. Of course, a dead dragon won't lie anymore. Chinrue shrugged. When money accumulates to a certain level, it is just a boring number. If I can, I would rather cheat a beautiful lady's heart so that she will miss me every day. Really? Isabella smiled more charmingly. So, I wonder which lady is lucky enough to be favored by Charles? Could it be our Betty? Miss you every day? Stop dreaming. Crobolus showed disdain, and she suddenly rolled her eyes. But you are a good person. It's not impossible for me to miss you. But you have to give me a gem every day. You are thinking about my gem every day, right? Chinrue rolled his eyes at the greedy emerald female dragon, while Isabella laughed hysterically at the side. This little episode diverted the sensitive topic of the previous liar. The three chatted for a while. Crobolus was about to leave when Chinrue came. Now that she saw that there were no more gems to get, she immediately got up and left. After the emerald dragon left, Isabella smiled and said, Charles, you should go to the palace immediately and get the business done first. You have the magic badge of the senior consultant, so you can enter and leave the palace freely. I believe the Royal Highness Regent will be happy to see you. Chinrue nodded. I understand. I'll go now. Isabella looked serious and said, I have been fighting with Rommel recently. You have to be careful of this person. He doesn't know your identity and plan. I'm afraid he thinks you are on my side. Rommel is ruthless, and he is likely to be unfavorable to you. Isn't Innie happy to see me being hostile to Rommel? Chenrue gave her a deep look. Then he stood up and bowed slightly. However, I am willing to serve you, lady. I will miss you every day. After speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Isabella's green eyes moved, looking at the magnificent blue beads in her hand. A complicated expression flashed across her charming face. Chapter 345. The badge of the palace senior consultant was really useful. Chenrue was unimpeded all the way and entered the palace directly. When Obsidian got the news of his arrival, he immediately put aside his affairs to meet him. Your Highness. Chenrue bowed with joy on his face. The initial capital investment is very smooth. The most difficult period of the family has finally passed. Thanks to your Highness' trust and timely financial support, the original rebate of 100 million every 2 installments is now combined into 1 installment and returned to your Highness. Here are 2 billion. Your Highness, please send someone to count it. With that said, Chenrue waved his hand, and a large pile of space rings appeared on the ground. Each of them was filled with bags of black crystal coins. Obsidian did not look at the pile of space rings. Since this human can keep his word and come to the demon realm again, he will definitely not play this kind of trick of shortage. He nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Charles is really a trustworthy person. Do you have a plan for the next investment? How much money do you need? I don't need it for the time being, Charles' attitude surprised Obsidian. He actually doesn't want the money? Obsidian was suspicious by nature. If Chenrue immediately asked for more money, he would inevitably have some doubts in his heart, but now he didn't want it. It was equivalent to giving away 200 million for free, which made him frown instead. After a while, Obsidian said, Sir, you can speak frankly. Have you found a new partner? Chenrue laughed in his heart, knowing that his little trick was successful. He shook his head and said, Your Highness, don't get me wrong. I promised that the fallen angel empire will be my only partner. In fact, this is the case. At present, the investment projects have been activated one by one, and the family business has gradually recovered. The crisis has passed, but blindly defending may not work. We need to accumulate strength to prepare for a counterattack. The next investment is still in the specific planning. Obsidian looked a little relieved, and he nodded slightly. I have a team of about 50 people, all of whom are senior calculators. They are responsible for the budget work of revenue and expenditure. Every detail can't be missed, because sometimes a small wound is enough to be fatal. 50 people are responsible for the budget? Obsidian was slightly surprised. It is indeed the top business family. The budget is only one aspect. On the other hand, that major event has also reached a critical moment. I believe that it won't be long before we get the final result. That's the real key. If I succeed, then I will have an 80% chance of winning. At that time, not only will it benefit my great cause, but it will also benefit your Highness immeasurably. Obsidian was moved, you mean? In any case, my promise remains unchanged. Royal Highness Obsidian will be the only partner of I, Charles, Roland. By then, Royal Highness will be able to control the monopoly resources of the demon realm. Whether it's the control of our own country or the diplomacy of other countries, it will play an immeasurable role. Chenrue's words finally made Obsidian's face show joy. Then, I am looking forward to this day. As your Highness wishes. Chenrue bowed. It will also be as you wish, Royal Highness. Obsidian was in a good mood. No matter what, she gave me 200 million for free, and the address has changed. By the way, Sir Charles came from afar. Thank you for your hard work. I will hold a banquet in the evening to welcome you. There will be a ball later. Since you came to the demon realm, you don't have a formal house yet, right? I will give you a luxurious house in the capital and dozens of beauties. Compared with human women, I believe they will have a different, wonderful taste. Dozens? Chinrue was secretly ashamed. I'm afraid even the talent of the dragons is not enough. I am deeply grateful for your highness' hospitality, but it's not necessary. I will continue to live with Isabella. It is undeniable that she is a real beauty, isn't it? Isabella! A hint of playfulness flashed in Obsidian's eyes. I heard some rumors about Sir and this madam. I didn't expect Sir to be really interested in her. But don't forget that this madam has the nickname of the capital Devil Snare. In the demon realm, Devil Snare is a kind of poisonous flower. Although it is beautiful, it contains crazy toxicity that makes people unable to extricate themselves. If Sir's goal is Isabella, I can only wish you good luck. The more difficult it is, the more interesting it is, isn't it? Your Highness? Chinrue showed a smile that all men understood. Obsidian also smiled. The stronger the horse, the more powerful it is. Sir Charles is really a noble with good taste. I personally support Sir unconditionally. I wish Sir can really pick this capital's famous flower as soon as possible. Chinrue thought secretly. It seems that Isabella's identity and value are different. Obsidian did not directly say send, but he encouraged me to pursue. Perhaps the value I have expressed so far is not enough. As long as your Highness does not reward me with a house for the time being, it is the greatest support. Chinrue smiled and said, in fact, she and I are just ordinary friends, but there are already a lot of troubles starting to target me. Since it is the Devil's Snare flower, Sir should be mentally prepared. Obsidian said with a smile, but Sir can rest assured that nothing can affect our cooperation plan. The banquet in the evening. Forgive me, can the welcome banquet of your Highness be left to the next time? Chinrue didn't want to participate in any banquets and dances. My time is too tight this time. After a short rest, I will immediately go to the Red Spirit Estate to see my brother, who is training in the demon realm. My father has important words to bring to him. Then I will return directly to the ground to work on the most critical part of the plan. Obsidian nodded. Of course, I hope Sir can get the recognition of the Grand Master as soon as possible. Chinrue left the palace and returned to Isabella's house. He proposed his plan to go to the Red Spirit Estate. Isabella nodded and offered to send him in a specially prepared carriage. Chinrue declined this kindness, but he asked her for a good horse. After a hurried lunch, he rode straight out of the city and ran along the main road. At this stage of the plan, Samuel must make some arrangements. He couldn't stay behind to be the scapegoat. Besides, it was said that Samuel had reached a critical stage of breakthrough last time, but he didn't know the specifics. At that time, he could return to the Dark Moon directly from the Red Spirit Estate. Chinrue galloped all the way on the horse. Soon he left the capital city of the capital, and the pedestrians began to gradually become scarce. About 2 hours later, when he walked to a loop near a continuous mountain range, a premonition of danger suddenly appeared in his heart. Before he could stop the horse, a group of meteorites mixed with flames suddenly fell from the sky. It instantly smashed Chinrue and the horse. The ground was constantly ravaged by the powerful fire magic, meteor shower, and there were continuous violent shocks. The meteorites finally stopped gradually. There were large and exaggerated pits and cracks on the nearby road surface. The bones of Chinrue and the horse could not be seen. Only faint blood and minced meat could be seen. Suddenly someone was surprised. Then several figures chased forward. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the mountain range. At the critical moment just now, Chinrue dodged in time and stayed away from the magic range. It was the poor horse that died under the meteor shower. Chinrue realized that he was surrounded, and one of them must be a powerful magician. He immediately fled into the deep mountains, wanting to use the terrain to avoid the long-range magic. Those who were hunting him were naturally in hot pursuit. The passers-by in the distance only saw the fiery meteor falling, the ground trembling, and then there seemed to be a figure flashing like lightning and soon disappeared. Chinrue ran all the way and fled into a forest. Because he was not familiar with the environment, his speed inevitably slowed down. A figure suddenly flashed in front of him. At the same time, a spherical black light attacked, making people feel a huge pressure from a distance. Chinrue helplessly turned, and the black light that missed hit a giant tree that needed 5 people to hug it. The tree seemed to be exploded from the inside by some strong explosives, and a terrible big hole was smashed in the center. As the wood chips flew, there was a sound of teeth aching, and the tree fell with a loud bang. As soon as Chinrue dodged the black light, another green light flashed in front of him. This green light seemed to have no power, but Chinrue's expression was more solemn than when he faced the black light previously. He dodged sideways. Wherever the green light passed, the opposite tree was broken into 5 pieces. The cut was very smooth, as if it was caused by extremely sharp chi. A huge sea of fire behind him continued to burn like a wall. It contained the manic power of fire elements, making Chinrue unable to retreat. Not running anymore? A cold voice sounded. It was a strong man holding a black short stick in his hand. The long stick was a ball with countless sharp spikes, and there was an iron chain at the end. It was this terrifying mace that smashed the giant tree into powder just now. The strong man was of the Wrath royal family. His comprehensive strength assessment reached B+, the peak stage of Great Demon King. Physique, B+, strength, B+, spirit, C, agility, B-. The Wrath royal family was a royal family with the surname Samel. Back then, the Wrath Empire was destroyed by the Bloody Empire. Chinrue once fought with Lavit, the deputy head of the Blue Lava States, double-headed Dragon Legion, and Demon King level in the Dark Moon. He was quite impressed by the Wrath royal family's blood fury talent. Judging from the data, the man in front of him was obviously a strength-type opponent. The person who released the sharp aura was a woman wearing a strange long sleeve. Her facial features were quite beautiful, but there was a crisscrossed knife scar on her face, which destroyed her original appearance. Her slightly upturned eyes overflowed with a cold, murderous aura. Even without the identification of analytical eyes, Chinrue could see that this long-sleeved robe was a special piece of equipment. He didn't know if it was the long sleeve or the hidden sharp weapon in the sleeve that cut the tree just now. Race: Pride royal family mutated. Comprehensive strength: B physique, B-, strength, B spirit, B agility, B+. The magician who cast Meteor Shower previously was floating in the air about 3 meters. He was holding a long wooden staff in his hand, and his face looked relatively old. Race: Great Demon mutated. Comprehensive strength, B+. Physique: C strength, C-, spirit, B+, speed, C+. 2 peak stage Great Demon Kings and 1 intermediate stage Great Demon King with strength, speed, and long-range magic. The combat power of this combination was quite terrifying. The degree of danger was far more than the situation when he faced Lu and the 2 vampires last time. There's one more. Come out. At this time, do you want to be a cowardly tortoise? Chinrue's gaze fell on the big tree on the other side. Humph. After you become a corpse later, I don't know if your mouth will still be so tough. A somewhat familiar voice sounded, and the figure gradually became clear. A tall, thin, and handsome man wearing a set of expensive armor and holding a beautifully decorated long sword in his hand. It was Lorden, the heir of the capital's elder family, the Lincoln family, whom Chinrue once scolded in front of Isabella. It's actually you. Chinrue raised his eyebrows. I'm a senior advisor of the palace. You actually dare to kill me. If the regent Royal Highness knows, although the capital is headed by the regent, not everything is decided by the regent. Many things are inseparable from the decision and power of our elder families. Not to mention that you're not an aristocrat and just an empty title of advisor. Even if you're a real aristocrat, I will still kill you. Since you humiliated me in front of Isabella last time, you are destined to be torn into pieces." When Lorden mentioned this, he seemed to be gnashing his teeth. His handsome facial features were a little distorted. Last time, it was clearly Lorden who provoked and sneak attacked first. In the end, he humiliated himself. Unexpectedly, he still bore a deep hatred. Chinrue knew that it was meaningless to argue with this kind of prodigal son, so he smiled indifferently. "Since you want to kill me, you have to be aware of death first." "Stop bluffing." Lorden sneered. "I have the most reliable information. Your strength is at most the peak of the great Demon King. You haven't reached the Demon Emperor at all. You will definitely die today." Chinrue paid attention to another thing. From the time he arrived at the capital to his departure, he only went to Isabella's house for a while and met Obsidian in the palace. Then he returned to Isabella's house to have a meal and left. In such a short time, Lorden found out his movements and arranged an ambush. It seemed that what Isabella said was true, that Rommel wanted to deal with him. It's just that Rommel is also extremely cunning. He actually pushed Lorden, who has a grudge with me, to make a move. He hides behind me. He is really insidious. Perhaps I can give him the nickname of the Fox of the Capital. Judging from the information that Isabella intentionally or unintentionally revealed, Rommel is one of the representatives of the elder families. In contrast, Isabella's background is much shallower. She only got the recognition of the upper nobles by relying on the connection of her late husband's family. In fact, Obsidian was more afraid of Rommel. But out of scruples about the capital's old family and the huge power, he had to entrust him with the important task of taking charge of the Empire's military affairs. It is likely that Rommel is not very clear about the origin of Charles and the plan. In any case, the relationship between Obsidian and the elder families has a lot of things to make a fuss about. For example, these people in front of me. Lorden's arrogant voice pulled Chinrue back to reality from his quick thoughts. "Now you don't even have the chance to escape or beg for mercy. These powerhouses came with the order to kill, but I can give you time to say your last words. I'm sorry. From the beginning, I never thought about escaping, including coming here." Chinrue smiled slightly, "Because I can use my power without any scruples in this remote place. Actually, I want to apologize for the sentence. All of you must die." Chapter 346. Lorden was stunned. He thought he had heard it wrong. Before he could speak, a terrible wave of power came from Chinrue. The air was suddenly filled with hot and violent breath. It was as if his vision was blurred because of some interference or distortion. Lorden was fine, but the magician, the brawny man, and the woman all showed a dignified look. This kind of strong breath, even they felt their hearts tremble. Once it broke out, it would be earth-shattering power. This time was not like the battle with the ghouls on the outskirts of the city. In this kind of environment, in this kind of situation, he could fully exert his strongest move. Moreover, Chinrue didn't want to waste time, so he used the flame dragon at the beginning. Of course, out of some concerns, it was better not to reveal the god-eating mask and the magic shield for the time being. The three people were very experienced in combat. They knew that they couldn't let this momentum finish brewing. The old magician took the lead. The crystal at the top of the wand in his hand emitted a strong light, and a series of huge fireballs were sent toward Chinrue. This rapid fireball magic was very fast. It hit the target in an instant and exploded. Sparks splashed on the surrounding trees and began to burn quickly. However, the brawny man and the woman's eyes turned to the other direction at the same time, and their expressions became more and more awe-inspiring. There was still a strong and terrifying breath, and it was getting stronger and stronger. At the moment when the fireball was about to hit, the man had already moved to another position with a skill similar to teleportation. The terrible power was still brewing, and the nearby ground began to tremble. It was not because of the effect of the rapid fireball, but because the terrible breath was about to break out. The old magician waved his wand and chanted, and a more powerful magic was cast. A huge flame rolled toward Chenrue like a storm. Wherever it passed, the trees were all uprooted. Before they completely rose into the air, they had already turned into scorched pieces. Sand and dust flew all over the sky, and it was almost impossible to see. They could only feel the terrible scorching heat coming toward them, the large-scale magic firestorm. The range and power of the firestorm were very powerful. Lorden hurriedly dodged to a safe position. The most important purpose of this magic was to disrupt the opponent's big move. The strong man and the woman were waiting with rapt attention, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, the crazily spinning and raging firestorm suddenly stopped, as if it was forcibly restrained by some great power. However, the countless scorched earth in the air did not fall. Instead, under some kind of manic power, it rose even higher. Just when everyone was on high alert, a flame flashed in the dust, and a figure shot towards the old magician at an astonishing speed. Even the woman, who had always been proud of her speed, couldn't help but be moved by the speed of this person. The figure's whole body was covered in a strange black flame. The flame seemed to carry a vitality that was completely different from the manic breath. In the blink of an eye, the figure had already approached the old magician. The old magician's heart tightened. He could already feel that the manic aura had locked onto him. This attack was not a bluff. It was as if the opponent was ignoring the two deadly attacks around him. Danger. Generally speaking, the magician was the most difficult to deal with in a team. But at the same time, they were also the most vulnerable. Usually, they would be the first target to be attacked. The strong man let out a loud shout, and the mace flew out of his hand with a crackling sound. The chain seemed to be able to extend infinitely, directly hitting Chenrue in the air. Even if Chenrue could launch an attack at the old magician, he would still be blown into pieces by this terrifying weapon. The woman also released the power that she had been accumulating for a long time. It was a dark cyan half-moon energy ripple. Although it looked inconspicuous, it contained a terrible sharpness. Lorden's reaction was to defend and guard against Chenrue, taking the opportunity to change the target and launch a sneak attack. From a certain point of view, this reaction was quite correct. The old magician was now floating in the air, but in this position, as long as the opponent launched a big move, he would absolutely not be able to escape. At the moment, he did not hesitate to launch the great demon's teleportation talent and teleported far away, landing in a safe position. With the old magician's teleportation, Chenrue suddenly lost his target in the air. The two powerful attacks had already arrived in front of him like lightning and were about to hit their target. At this time, Chenrue's figure instantly disappeared. The mace and the cyan energy ripple hit empty air. The old magician had just landed on his feet when he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. This was because the spiritual lock that he had just gotten rid of appeared again. He saw that the enemy had appeared in front of him in an instant. Continuous teleportation. The old magician's hair stood up. He had no way to teleport again. Now that he was in a life and death situation, he could only burst out with his strongest power and cast a magic shield. As long as he could defend against this attack, his companions would come to support him. The movements of both sides just now were in a flash. The attacks of the brawny man and the woman missed. From a distance, they saw a dazzling golden round shield appearing in the smoke and dust. It was the strongest protection magic that the old magician was proud of, the blunt gold shield, which was improved by combining his own mutated talent. At this moment, a winding red light appeared. It seemed to be a huge, snake-like creature condensed by terrifying energy. The ground couldn't stand the huge pressure and began to tremble. Even Lorden, who was inexperienced in actual combat, could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in this blow. This strength seems to have reached. No, it has almost exceeded the scope of the peak of Great Demon King. Lorden's heart was chilled. The confidence of having everything under control gradually became apprehension. Not only him, but no one present dared to underestimate this Charles, whose power was beyond imagination. When the red light touched the blunt gold shield, it paused. Then the shield was pushed back by an irresistible force. The light weakened sharply. It only lasted for about 2 seconds before it was completely swallowed by the red light during the flight. The figure in the light shield didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes. Lorden was shocked. The old magician, Pierce, was the strongest magician in the elder family, the Deanlai family. Although he was a great demon, his mutated spirit power was very powerful. He created a powerful protection magic, blunt gold shield, which was famous in the capital's magic circle. Now, after Pierce cast that famous powerful protection magic, it was actually destroyed by the red light instantly. Damn it, didn't they say that this guy is at most in peak of Great Demon King? If Charles is really a demon emperor, it should be much easier to kill Pierce. There won't be such a big movement. Besides, I didn't see him use the power of the territory. Leston of the Samuel royal family is the son-in-law of the Ryan family. He is also the powerhouse closest to the demon emperor in the capital. He has now exerted his strongest talent, blood fury. Together with Mia of the Lucifer royal family, we can definitely kill this terrifying guy. Without waiting for Lorden to think too much, the red giant beast that swallowed Pierce pounced on him again. Lorden had just witnessed the power of this blow, and he was terrified. He hurriedly launched a powerful acceleration magic on his armor. At the cost of sacrificing his stamina, his speed instantly increased several times, and he quickly dodged. The winding red giant beast destroyed everything in its path. The nearby woods had already become a bare flat land, and the ground was also ravaged to the point of being horrible. The giant beast circled around and scared the woman away. It seemed to be about to pounce on the brawny man. The brawny man spat out a mouthful of blood without hesitation. He activated the Wrath royal family's bloodline talent, Blood Fury, which greatly increased his strength in a short time. As he was about to try to take the Scorching Dragon head-on, the Scorching Dragon circled around and actually turned back. It pounced on its master and went into the figure in the blink of an eye. The huge impact made the whole body float in the air. After a strange, violent distortion, the distortion ended in a moment. The figure fell to the ground. With a whoosh, the original black flame turned blood red, just like Chun Rue's pupils at the moment. Scorching Dragon possession. Just now, he used double teleportation plus Scorching Dragon kill to kill the magician, Pierce, who was at the peak of Great Demon King level. It was a successful use of tactics. Of course, power was the most critical factor. Now that the most troublesome and vulnerable magician was killed, and the 2 teleportations were used up, the next step would be a real head-on battle. Although Chen Rue defeated the old magician, Pierce, first, Leston and Mia were not afraid. They rushed toward Chen Rue together. Leston's whole body exuded an amazing fighting spirit. His eyes faintly glowed with bloodlight. It was the state of the Blood Fury talent outbreak. Behind him, Mia's elusive figure loomed. She was obviously trying to sneak attack. Lorden still didn't move, but his eyes turned into 2 colors, one black and one white. He was obviously using the power of Heart of Light and Dark to prepare some kind of attack. The mace in Leston's hand made a thunderous explosion and smashed toward Chinrue's head. Chinrue didn't dodge. His fingers formed a knife shape and greeted the mace. A strange, muffled sound came. Leston only felt that the weapon in his hand trembled violently. The strength of the opponent's bare hands was actually above him, who was buffed by Blood Fury. He took 2 steps back, and a thin red mark appeared on his face. Blood quickly flowed out. Leston's eyes flashed with shock. The opponent's strength once again exceeded his estimation. He actually took a heavy blow buffed by Blood Fury with his bare hands. He completely ignored the power of the mace and the accompanying thunderous power. Not only that, An extremely sharp chi also inconceivably crossed the point where the weapons collided and attacked from the air. If he wasn't experienced in battles and moved his head in time, this blade could cut off half of his head. Terrifying power. Terrifying talent. This is an extremely powerful opponent. However, he should not be at the Demon Emperor level. Lestin's fighting spirit was even stronger, and he immediately smashed with the mace. Qinrui used Aura Blade again. The power of this blow was stronger than the previous one. Lestin staggered back, and there was another blood mark on his shoulder. The blood light on his body became thicker, but there was a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't have a mutated bloodline, the power of Blood Fury had reached the advanced level. The characteristic of the advanced Blood Fury was that the heavier the injury, the stronger the attack. Chapter 347. The Samuel royal family, known as Wrath, was the most desperate family among the royal families of the demon realm. Coupled with the characteristics of Blood Fury, many people were unwilling to face such a crazy opponent. Of course, no matter how powerful Blood Fury was, there was a limit of degree. Otherwise, the enemy would be seriously injured and died before being eliminated. Catching a glimpse of Lestin's strange smile, Qinrui frowned slightly. Mia had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Her long sleeves rolled like a whip. Qinrui blocked with his hand, but he was caught by the long sleeves. He felt countless sharp chi coming one after another, like sharp blades that seemed to carry terrifying toxicity. Qinrui didn't care and shook his arm with force. There were only a few white marks on his arm, but Mia's sleeves bulged like a balloon. A huge inflated pressure burst out. Although the sleeves didn't break, Mia's face immediately showed a painful expression. She flew back, and her body trembled slightly as if she was hit by some kind of lightning power. If it weren't for the pair of black wings that appeared behind her in time, she would have been seriously injured. At this time, Lestin's attack came again. After a few consecutive head-on clashes without any fancy moves, the Aura Blade slashed on the Wrath royal family had a few more scars. With each additional scar, the blood in Lestin's eyes became thicker. Mia's figure was faster. Under the buff of Holy Wings, she was like lightning. Even Lorden could only see a gray shadow. Mia was of the Lucifer royal family, but she only awakened the Holy Wings bloodline talent. However, she had a mutated speed talent that was almost catching up with the fastest Belphegor royal family in the demon realm. No wonder her speed could get a B+ evaluation in analytical eyes. However, it was still useless. Qinrui currently had Thunderous Sound and Stride Bug that accelerated, plus the Scorching Dragon Possession greatly improved. Even if Lomont reached the peak of the Demon King level, he might not be a threat. Although Mia tried her best, the opponent's speed was not inferior to her at all. Moreover, as long as he attacked once, she would be in a difficult situation. This was a comprehensive suppression. Lestin was also being suppressed. Even after activating Blood Fury, he was still at a disadvantage. Lorden watched anxiously. His black and white eyes shone brightly, and the killer move that he had been preparing for a long time burst out. Qinrui forced Lestin and Mia back. Suddenly, a huge image of an angel appeared in the sky. The angel only had one wing, and it was black. To be more precise, it was a fallen angel. The fallen angel gave off an oppressive aura that pierced straight into people's hearts, causing them to feel fear and worship her. She was like a high and mighty deity, and Qinrui seemed to be intimidated by this aura, momentarily forgetting to dodge. At that moment, a massive sword appeared in the fallen angel's hand, which gave off an intense light as it slashed down. Just as Qinrui was about to be cleaved in half, the fallen angel suddenly stretched out her hand and firmly grabbed the huge blade. For a moment, the fallen angel was unable to move. Not to mention a fallen angel. Even if it was a real god, Qinrui would not believe in a transmigrator like him. Moreover, his will had long been tempered to be extremely tenacious when he was training his mind, so he would not be affected by this kind of aura at all. Flashy, but impractical. Too much power has been wasted. Chinrue said calmly. He exerted more force in his hand. An entire angel image made a loud explosion. It instantly dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Lorden, on the other side, suddenly reacted. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in a row, and the black and white colors in his eyes also dimmed. He was panting heavily, but he was more horrified. Only now did he know that the gap between him and this Charles was so huge. As soon as he was absent-minded, Mia's warning came suddenly. He saw a white light in front of him, and a dazzling light ball came toward him like a bolt of lightning. The powerful acceleration of Lorden's armor had been used up, and there was still a day before the next recovery. He rolled on the ground in a hurry and actually dodged the light ball. However, the light ball seemed to have eyes. It turned a corner and flew back. It drew an arc and rose into the sky. Then it whistled and smashed down. Lorden was lying on the ground, and he could not avoid it. He gritted his teeth, activated the protective magic of the ring, and reached out to meet it. The light ball smashed fiercely on his body, and a pressure far beyond imagination pressed down like a mountain. The terrifying destructive breath made him terrified. Although Lorden was known as a genius, he had always been worshipped by others. He had not experienced too many hardships and tempering. In other words, he was a flower in a greenhouse. Without the baptism of real wind and rain, he had developed an arrogant and insufferably arrogant personality. Lorden felt that his entire body was sinking continuously, and his hands began to tremble because of the lack of support. The gorgeous armor on his body could not withstand the pressure, and it even began to distort. At this point, the heir of the elder family, who had always been arrogant, regretted it. He wanted to beg for mercy or threaten with his identity, but it was too late. He could only let out a shrill scream. The white light of Aurora shot gradually sank into the deep pit. Then there was no more sound. It was unknown whether the person inside was dead or alive. Chinrue did not look at Lorden, nor did he look at Mia. Instead, his eyes fell on Leston. If it were another time, perhaps I would keep fighting with you like this. But unfortunately, I don't have the leisure now. So, I'll pay tribute to your fighting spirit with the knell of death. Shameless boasting. Even if you're infinitely close to the Demon Emperor, you may not be able to defeat me. You don't have to die today. Leston snorted coldly. The red light on his body shone brightly, and his strength rose sharply. He was actually on par with Chinrue after being possessed by the flame dragon. The characteristic of blood rage was that the more heavily injured one was, the stronger one's combat ability would be. After losing 1/3 of their blood, some excellent blood rage talents could enter the state of violent blood, and their attack power would take a second leap. However, if they were injured again, there would not be a third leap. Leston was in this state, but after performing violent blood, his vitality would be greatly damaged, and he would not be able to fight for a considerable period of time. Leston performed violent blood because he was under tremendous pressure from Chinrue. Thunder. As Leston roared, the mace in his hand emitted a strong flame mixed with the manic fire power and attacked Chinrue. This blow was not an energy bomb, nor was it fancy. It was far less gorgeous than the angel that Lorden made just now, but it was simple and effective. It seized the moment when Chinrue couldn't dodge. This blow had condensed all the power of violent blood. Leston asked himself, but in terms of attack power, even the Demon Emperor level was nothing more than this. At this time, one of Mia's long sleeves was broken, revealing her arm full of cracks and bloodstains. Her long sleeves were excellent grade equipment which could be used as a whip. There were also sharp, poisonous teeth hidden in it. Together with the short sword in her hand, it was a powerful killing weapon that combined strength and softness, coupled with her extraordinary speed talent. Even those opponents at the peak stage of the Great Demon King usually didn't provoke her easily. However, whether it was speed, poison, or secret weapon, they couldn't play any effect on the enemy in front of her. Moreover, her long sleeves were destroyed by the opponent. She participated in the assassination this time because she was ordered by her superior to only succeed. She couldn't fail, seeing that Leston's momentum had risen to the peak, and he had already burst out his full strength. Charles couldn't avoid it. Mia immediately condensed all the remaining power, and the holy wings of light behind her was fully activated. She was waiting for the opportunity to launch the most fatal blow. However, at this moment, Mia suddenly felt dizzy. The entire forest turned into a strange scene. Countless balls. No, looking from near to far, it should be stars. Don't stars have edges and corners? Why are they in the shape of a ball? Mia suddenly felt that the strength of her body suddenly dropped, as if the holy wings of light S-buff had completely disappeared, and it was constantly weakening. Illusion? Mia was startled. She saw that Chinrue and Leston had passed by each other. Right now, the two just exchanged a full blow. Regardless of winning or losing, it should be the weakest time now. It is the best time. When Mia was about to make a move, she suddenly heard a clear sound. The sturdy mace in Leston's hand was broken into 2 pieces. Then Leston's head fell down and landed right in front of Mia. His eyes were full of horror when he died. At this time, the tall body that lost its head fell down. In that blow, just now, Leston's power should have surpassed the level of the great Demon King. Why is it still? Mia immediately reacted. These stars are not illusions. The power of territory. Demon Emperor. Mia almost spat out 2 words with a moan. This Charles is actually a Demon Emperor, not a great Demon King. Although it's still a bit weird, since he can use territory, there is no doubt that he has definitely reached the realm of Demon Emperor. After witnessing Leston, who was the closest to the Demon Emperor in the capital, being beheaded in 1 blow, Mia completely lost the courage to fight. The huge difference between the 2 levels was by no means compensated by fighting spirit. Leston was the best example. Mia turned around and fled without hesitation, but she felt that her speed was strangely slowed down again. Then she felt a pain between her eyebrows. A faint light passed by. Her entire consciousness began to blur quickly, and she finally fell into eternal darkness. Chenrue did not explain that he was actually not a Demon Emperor. He just watched Mia fall quietly. Then he put away the Dark Star territory and walked toward the huge pit in Lorden. Although Leston's mace was an excellent grade weapon, Chinrue was also a mechanic master who was proficient in metal. He had long seen an inconspicuous flaw in this weapon. Every time they clashed, the aura blade actually slashed on the most vulnerable part. Coupled with Leston's full strength, the combination of the 2 attacks made the mace overwhelmed, and it was finally split in half. Leston and Mia's combat power was quite impressive, but Chenrue did not try to subdue or control them. From the beginning, Lorden said that these people came today under the order to kill. For the fallen Angel Capital's forces, he was just a passerby this time. He didn't need to really get involved in the capital's muddy water. As for the puppets, it was not foolproof, and the existence of the God-eating mask must not be exposed at this time. After further understanding the mystery of the territory in the Rainbow Valley, Chinrue's Migra's experience value skyrocketed. The weakening effect of the Dark Star territory had reached 40%. Moreover, the various negative effects were stronger, and he could use it more easily. Strictly speaking, his true strength was currently only close to the later stage of the Great Demon King. But with the scorching dragon possession and Dark Star territory, he should be able to barely compete with a real early-stage Demon Emperor powerhouse. Even if he didn't use the God-eating mask or the Demon Shield, he was invincible among his peers at the Great Demon King level. This time, defeating 4 Great Demon Kings in a row was the best example. Among them, Leston was a touchstone with the highest quality. In the deep pit of the Aurora Shot, there was also a human-shaped pit. The gorgeous armor's defense was not bad. Although many places were distorted and deformed, it saved Lorden's life. However, part of the armor's metal sank into the flesh and bones, which aggravated the pain. If he changed to a leather armor, this phenomenon might not happen. However, now that Lorden was seriously injured and exhausted, he could only groan in pain. He didn't have the energy to think so much. Seeing the most feared enemy appearing in front of him, Lorden's pupils were filled with horror, but his body could no longer move. However, even if he could move, facing an enemy who could kill a powerhouse like Leston, could he escape? You are quite lucky. The 3 people who are stronger than you are dead, but you are still alive. As for me, I don't even seem to be injured. This sentence confirmed the guess in Lorden's heart. His fear was even stronger, mixed with remorse. He didn't dare to speak for a while. It should be said that the reason for your failure is because someone provided the wrong information. Chinrue's words made Lorden's eyes have a trace of resentment. You were just used as a knife this time. I don't want to have too deep a grudge with the Lincoln family, so I can let you go, but you must first tell me who provided my whereabouts and information, who instructed you to kill me. As Chinrue spoke, he secretly held a recording stone in his hand, intending to record it as evidence. Lorden originally had a deep hatred with Charles, so he would definitely die today. Hearing this, his heart was filled with hope. As he was about to speak, his golden pupils suddenly enlarged and quickly turned into a strange silver color. His ears, nose, and mouth emitted silver light at the same time. Chinrue suddenly remembered something, and a blue protective shield immediately appeared around his body. Before Lorden could say a word, his entire body burst into silver light and burst open. The terrifying power doubled the size of the deep pit. Dust splashed, but the protective shield only trembled for a while and returned to normal. Chinrue removed the protective shield and immediately jumped out of the deep pit. His figure turned around the surrounding woods like lightning, and he returned to the front of the deep pit. He frowned tightly. He had seen this kind of self-explosion in the mystic valley of the Crystal Valley. It was the secret medicine researched by the secret organization. Judging from Lorden's performance just now, he didn't want to explode. Analytical eyes did not sense anyone else nearby. It should be triggered by some kind of power, like suggestion. As soon as I say the mastermind behind the scenes, I will explode. Is this Lorden also a member of the mysterious organization? Or is he being manipulated by Rommel? Or is there someone else behind the scenes? Chinrue had layers of doubts in his heart, but it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time. He immediately put away the recording stone and quickly left. Chapter 348. Chinrue got another horse and didn't stop all the way. He went south to the Red Spirit Estate and went straight into the Red Spirit City. When Josh heard that Charles had arrived, he quickly came out to greet him personally. It was completely different from the last time Chinrue almost lost his life in the city, Lord's Mansion. After the last time, Sir Charles has now become the Royal Highness Regent's senior advisor. Congratulations. Josh's face was full of smiles. This is thanks to Sir Josh's guidance and guarantee. Chinrue also smiled. Our plan is developing in a pretty good direction. This, our plan, made Josh's eyes light up. He was originally worried that after Charles climbed up the big tree of the capital, he would selectively forget the branch of the Red Spirit Estate. But it seemed that this worry was a bit unnecessary at present. However, the existence of Charles, as younger brother Samuel, could not be ignored. Since Royal Highness Obsidian invested 1 billion black crystal coins in the first time, many projects started earlier than planned, bringing a good profit. Therefore, I have brought the rebate promised to Sir Lord last time in advance. In this way, the contract we signed can be considered to be complete. Sir Charles is really a trustworthy person. Josh nodded with appreciation, and he asked tentatively, "The contract between us is over, but in terms of cooperation, how is my brother, Samuel?" Chinrue did not answer, but he changed the topic and asked, "When Chinrue left the Red Spirit Estate last time, he said that as long as Samuel could break through to Saint Demon Emperor, he would list additional cooperation projects and cooperate with the Red Spirit Estate alone. When Josh heard him mention Samuel, he naturally understood the meaning. He smiled and said Samuel's teacher was once a demon emperor powerhouse. He passed a small part of his power to him before he died. Coupled with his own excellent qualifications, I just gave him a little guidance, and his progress is very significant. It is only a matter of time for him to break through to saint. Now he listens to my advice and is using the power of dark elements to carry out a kind of oppressive training. As long as he can comprehend and condense the light element territory while fighting against the power of dark elements, he can truly break through to the demon emperor level. However, I need to mention that this kind of cultivation is quite dangerous. Just like what Sir Overlord said last time, there is no such thing as reaping without sowing, especially when it comes to power. I believe that since he chose to come to the Devil Realm, he already has the resolve to die. Chinrue said lightly, "When I came here, I got into a little trouble. Unfortunately, I have no time to go back and explain to Royal Highness Obsidian. Before I come to the Demon Realm next time, the Imperial Capital is likely to investigate Samuel. I don't have many friends in the Demon Realm. At that time, please take care of me. When I come next time, I will bring Sir Lord an extra surprise." Josh's mind turned, and he agreed immediately. "Please rest assured that I will take care of this matter. I will prove the sincerity and friendship of the Red Spirit Estate with my actions." Chinrue added a sentence to his words in his heart. "Before Charles is still useful. Then I'll leave everything to you, my lord. By the way, Samuel's training today should be over soon. You can go and see him." After a while, Chinrue met Samuel in a remote house on the outskirts of the city. Since the conversation between the two contained a huge secret, Chinrue released a soundproof tent just in case and walked in with Samuel. "Your Highness!" Samuel walked into the tent, immediately knelt on one knee, and put his right hand on his heart to salute. "Okay, Samuel, no need to be so polite. Aren't you my brother?" Chinrue smiled slightly, but this title was a bit shameless. Chinrue was much older than him. Unless it was 2 lifetimes combined, Samuel was also not rigid. He stood up with excitement on his face. "Your Highness, thanks to your strategy, Lord Josh arranged the best training conditions for me and personally guided me from time to time. Recently, I have faintly touched the edge of Saint. I estimate that I can break through in less than a year." "Absolutely not in a year." Chinrue shook his head solemnly. "You must leave the Red Spirit in 2 months at most. It's best to leave the Demon Realm. However, you don't have to worry about training. If you can't break through successfully, you can escape to the Dark Moon Estate and find the Cloak Gang. Then you can contact me." Seeing Chinrue's resolute expression, Samuel showed the good qualities of a retainer. He didn't ask much and just nodded. Chinrue knew that Samuel had vowed that he would never return to the human world until he reached the Demon Emperor. Besides, the seed that returned to the ground could only be activated by the Demon Emperor level. Chinrue immediately took out 4 bottles of black potions. This is a full set of eternal potions. It has reached the highest purity of the Grand Master level. You can take it at the right time. Take all 4 bottles together, and there will be additional amplification effect. The key for you now is to understand the power of territory first. A full set of black potions, the highest purity? Samuel looked surprised. In the human world, only Archbishop Pavero of the Light Divinity Temple can brew eternal potions, and he can only brew 2 kinds, let alone the highest purity. Now, His Royal Highness actually took out a full set of black potions of the highest purity. Didn't you say that there is no potion Grand Master in the Demon Realm? Or could it be that behind Her Highness there was a hidden supreme Grand Master? Yes. Samuel's eyes showed gratitude, but he still didn't ask much. He took it and carefully put it in the space ring. Chinrue was very satisfied with Samuel's performance. He also told Samuel about being ambushed when he came to the Red Spirit this time. He instructed Samuel not to let down his vigilance and to pay attention to acting according to the situation. After all, he couldn't completely pin his hopes on Josh. We may not meet again in a short time, or maybe this time will continue until you leave. Before we separate, I have one last request, or an order. If you can return to the human world, you must not disclose any information about me to anyone, including my father. This time, Samuel showed hesitation. The current situation of the K plus family was not good. Due to the disappearance of the Lord Arthur, the acting Lord, Garfield suppressed the family very severely. If he could report the whereabouts of His Royal Highness to Rex the Great, it would definitely alleviate the family's predicament. Your Royal Highness, with your current strength, you should be able to appear in front of Garfield and even His Majesty Rex to regain control of Jinyao territory. Also, when I left, your Royal Highness fiancée, Princess Rambus of the Ryo Empire, did not break off the engagement. If it was the previous Arthur, he might be moved by these words. But Chenrue was a transmigrator. The intersection of Arthur had nothing to do with him. He had been accustomed to life in the demon realm, and there were lovers, brothers, and unfinished plans here. Of course, he was unwilling to leave, even if he returned to the human world to be a prince who didn't need to worry about wealth and glory. My strength is not enough. Chenrue looked domineering, but you can rest assured. I said that when my strength accumulates to a certain level, I will appear in front of those enemies with a posture that is above everything and take back everything that belongs to me. Not only the original everything, but also the account of Garfield. I have to settle it together. It's just like after you broke through the saint, you reclaimed your glory and lover. Am I right? Samuel's eyes flashed with a strong belief and determination. He bowed his head decisively and said, "Yes." Seeing Samuel's fighting spirit, Chenrue secretly said sorry in his heart. My real ideal is to stay in the demon realm, marry those few beloved women, and then live freely with my confidants and friends. As for the human world, I'm afraid I don't want to go back in my life. This ideal is indeed correct, but things are unpredictable. Not all plans will change, but often when changes occur, it will lead to changes in the entire plan. After explaining these matters to Samuel, Chenrue handed the other part of the rebate to Kaneda, who rushed over. Then, under the gaze of Josh, and Samuel, he opened the space door to the human world and left the demon realm. This time, Chenrue did not directly return to the Dark Moon from the Red Spirit Estate. Instead, he entered the Shadow Empire through the direction of Town Moling. Then he entered the Dark Moon through Town Leia. His destination was the underground world of Mountain Shillong. Mountain Shillong, underground world, Earth realm. All the Earth elementals spontaneously gathered in front of the Fountain of Vitality. The friend Chenrue, who had incredibly defeated the demon overlord and saved the Earth elementals of the Earth realm and even the entire underground world, was going to create a miracle again and wake up the king sleeping in the Fountain of Vitality. A bead that emitted white light appeared in Chenrue's hand. As soon as this bead appeared, all the Earth elementals felt the surging and extremely pure power of the Earth element. When Chenrue got this bead, the power of the Earth element was not so strong, and it was full of cracks that could collapse at any time. Now, the Earth elemental heart looked smooth and round. It had obviously been repaired. Chenrue followed the instructions of Tag and Sog and put the Earth elemental heart into the Fountain of Vitality, where the Earth elemental king, Mor, was sleeping. The bead seemed to melt in the water and gradually disappeared. Correspondingly, the cold statue of Mor emitted a faint brilliance. When the light of the Fountain of Vitality completely converged into the Earth elemental king's body, the originally stiff statue began to warm up, exuding vitality. Mor's aura was getting thicker and thicker. He opened his eyes, which were closed, and they were shining brightly. As he stretched his limbs slightly, a powerful breath spread quickly, permeating every corner of the Earth elemental's Earth realm. All the earth elementals cheered in unison. Their facial features seemed stiff, but the joy could be felt even with their eyes closed. The voice of the Earth Elemental King sounded. Chinrue, my friend, I knew that no words are enough to express my and the Earth Elemental's gratitude to you to be able to see you again. With that said, the king bowed to Chinrue. This action made all the Earth Elementals salute respectfully to Chinrue. Chapter 349. Although Chinrue could no longer cast earth magic after losing the Earth Elemental Heart, his spirit power and the income of the Galaxy Garden were greatly affected. However, it was insignificant to wake up the Earth Elemental King and wake up a friend. In the illusion of refined mind, Shura guided Chinrue to kill his most trusted friends and even lovers more than once. Although he had successfully passed refined mind, the feeling of regret was still engraved in his heart. It was because he had lost that he cherished it more. Chinrue quickly returned the salute. As a friend, I just fulfilled a promise. Besides, there is nothing more important than seeing a friend resurrected. Although it was just polite words, the Earth Elemental King felt the sincerity from the other party's heart, so he nodded slightly. After the Earth Elementals dispersed, Chinrue followed the Earth Elemental King to the Earth Palace that had been repaired. Royal Highness Moore, have you fully recovered your strength? The title of Royal Highness is not suitable for a real friend. You can call me Moore from now on. There was a hint of curiosity in the Earth Elemental King's tone. It seems that you have successfully passed the obstacle of the heart, and your strength has made great progress. What I'm curious about is what kind of power did you cast on the Earth Elemental Heart? I can feel that the Earth Elemental Heart that returned to my body is purer and more powerful than before. As long as I completely digest this power, my strength will be further improved. This phenomenon can only be achieved by incubating in the king's body for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Requiem fruit definitely does not have this effect. Chinrue was slightly stunned. He secretly thought that the Galaxy Garden should have played a key role, but it was naturally a good thing to enhance Moore's strength. He smiled and said, "Please forgive me, Moore. Please forgive me for not disclosing this matter. However, if this can enhance your strength, I can continue to help you in some way." The Earth Elemental King shook his head. "Since it is your secret, I won't ask more." Unfortunately, the Elemental Heart has a unique attribute. The assistance of external forces like this has reached a limit. Even if I use that method again, it can no longer be enhanced. In any case, I can be resurrected this time, and my strength has greatly increased because of your help. Chinrue smiled and said, "You're welcome, friend. I might even need your help in the future. Just by defeating Glorfin and saving the Earth Elementals, you have already gained the eternal friendship of the Earth Elementals. No matter how powerful the enemy you face in the future, the Earth Elementals and I will be the strongest shield in front of you." Chinrue's eyes lit up. With the promise of the Earth Elemental King and Paglio lifting the seal, even if they were to confront the capital head-on, they would have the most heavyweight bargaining chip. By the way, I obtained something by accident. I don't know if you've seen it before. Chinrue took out a blue bead which was slightly smaller than a fist. It was offered by Dodo at the beginning. It should be the treasure left by the skeleton dragon when it was alive. This bead had a strong water element breath, and its size was similar to the Earth Elemental Heart. Chinrue couldn't help but feel excited. Unfortunately, putting the bead in the Galaxy Garden did not give him the power to use water element magic. The Earth Elemental King took the bead and felt the water elemental power contained in it. He thought for a moment and said, "This thing isn't simple, especially the pure water elemental power. It's definitely not created by ordinary mechanics or magicians. It should be from the water elementals. Even among the water elementals, it is a very rare treasure." When Chinrue heard that it was not the water elemental heart, but some kind of treasure, his interest was greatly reduced. The Earth Elemental King said again, My inherited memory tells me that the lair of the water elementals should be in the area of the Dead Sea. The level of danger there is very high. If you are interested, you must wait until you have enough strength in the future to explore it." When Chen Rui heard the name of the Dead Sea, he thought of the 3 treasure maps that had been combined. It was said to be related to the treasure of the Dark Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately, the treasure map was not complete, and he didn't have the time or strength to go to the Dead Sea. He would think about it when there was a chance in the future. "One more thing, my friend. With the power of my current complete elemental heart, it is enough to give you a gift." "Gift?" Shinrue was taken aback. "Elemental blessing. Receive the blessing to give the corresponding elemental characteristics and a kind of magic. After receiving this blessing, your earth elemental resistance and defense will be greatly enhanced, and you can also have a random permanent earth magic. However, this magic is related to the strength of your spirit power. Your spirit power must meet the requirements to cast the magic, enhance the body's defense and earth elemental resistance, and I can also get a magic?" Chinrue was overjoyed and asked again, "Will this affect your power?" "It won't have much impact, but this blessing is quite unique. Before your life is annihilated, I can't give an elemental blessing to a second person. This is not a repayment, but a gift between friends. You must accept it." The Earth Elemental King let Chenrue rest assured. Of course, he wouldn't refuse such a good thing. In the Earth Palace, a strange light lit up. 2 hours later, Chenrue bid farewell to his Earth Elemental friends and left the Earth Realm. After receiving the elemental blessing, Chenrue clearly felt that his body's defensive ability had increased a lot. When he condensed his power, he felt almost indestructible. If he returned to the original world in this state, even if he was just performing the iron shirt on the street or pointing a gun at the throat, it was enough to make the so-called strongest urban management fearful. As for the magic that he got from the lottery, it was gravity. Although he didn't get the more advanced steel body protection, destructive shockwave, and so on, he was quite satisfied. Anyway, his power didn't rely on magic. Getting gravity at least meant that he could continue to guest as the Beelzebub royal family at certain specific times. Chinrue went to the Tauran tribe on the way. The Taurans who mastered the new enchantment technology were full of energy and enthusiasm. High-quality magic weapons and armors were produced, one after another. The Taurans had the best forging technique in the demon realm, coupled with the high-quality mineral deposits under Mountain Shillong. This batch of equipment could be regarded as superior regardless of efficiency or quality. It was equivalent to having hundreds of masters who were proficient in metal making at the same time. Even the Mechanic Association had to admit defeat in this kind of luxurious and amazing lineup. The Taurans had made their own armor and weapons, and they began to make scale armor and arrow clusters for their allies Medusas. According to Chenrue's plan, not only the Medusas and Taurans, but also the Wyverns had to be individually made with the corresponding dragon armor to greatly enhance the Wyverns' relatively weak defense. In the future, he would strive to equip all the Dark Moon's army with the best equipment made by Taurans. If the quality of the army itself was further improved, then it wouldn't be a dream to have the most powerful armed force in the fallen angel empire. In fact, it was fine to let Chinrue come up with ideas and plans, but it was really beyond his ability to be fully responsible for the military. If he was really asked to lead and train a team, perhaps the expert would become an expert. Fortunately, there was a brave girl like Athena, so at least he didn't have to worry about the guards. Thinking of Athena, Chinrue had a feeling of eagerness to return home. Not only did he miss this heroine, but he also missed the little demon girl who hid behind and pretended to be obedient. However, before that, he didn't forget the business. He found Tim and specially instructed him for a while. Then he checked an important person in the plan. Finally, he left Mountain Shillong with satisfaction and went straight to the Dark Moon City. Due to the attraction of the treasure, the mobile population of the Dark Moon City increased at least 10 times. Most of these people were explorers looking for treasure, and a considerable number were merchants and tourists who came because of the fame. Initially, it was said that the Dark Moon estate was just a ruined estate. However, those who came here found that the situation of the Dark Moon was much better than imagined. Wide and flat streets, neat and tidy shops, orderly security. The thriving vitality seemed to be a sign of recovering the prosperous scene of 400 years ago, especially the exciting Battle Ball, the high-end and luxurious princess retail store, the bustling night market, the unique hot pot delicacies. In several high-end hotels, there was some unexpected equipment, such as the magic shower and tap water that could be used at any time. There were so many of them, and most of them were good stuff that couldn't be seen outside. Didn't they say that the Dark Moon estate was sanctioned by the capital, and the residents will face a terrible famine? How can it be such a prosperous scene? Even if there was no harvest of the treasure, the people who came to the Dark Moon couldn't help but fall in love with the Battle Ball, the night market, and the food. Perhaps it was also a good harvest to be able to bring back a fine product from the princess retail store. There were also some sharp-eyed businessmen. The Battle Ball, the food, the princess retail store, and even the Dark Moon estate itself, with a large population concentration, were huge business opportunities that represented rich profits. Even the Custer family, the top business family of the Shadow Empire, had opened a shop in the Dark Moon early in the morning and signed a long-term cooperation agreement with the princess retail store. For a while, the originally empty shops became in short supply, especially the size of the night market, which doubled from the original. In terms of management and security, the difficulty naturally increased a lot. There were chaos and conflicts from time to time, which gave Jia a little headache. However, compared with the rapid development of the Dark Moon and the huge recent profits, these were just trivial annoyances. As the planner of everything, seeing the Dark Moon city that was different from before, Chenrue felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. Dark Moon, I'm back. Chapter 350. The courtyard of the sheriff's house. Paglio was lying on the big gold crystal bed, playing with the princess retail store's new product, poker cards, out of boredom. This dead duck dragon actually placed the bed in the courtyard. Does he always want to enjoy the feeling of sleeping on a pile of money, or is it some kind of instinct of showing off? Chenrue recalled. It seemed that the 4 dragons he knew, whether it was the poison dragon, emerald dragon, fairy dragon, or crystal dragon, didn't seem to be a normal type. Each of them had their own oddities. Dragons, are they all these oddities? At this moment, Paglio said, Dodo, why did you take so long this time? Did you buy the wine? Chenrue's face stiffened. This guy actually asked Dodo to go out and buy wine for me. Hurry up and bring it over. Paglio said unceremoniously, I know you must have secretly drunk outside again just now. Don't even think about sharing my wine. Chenrue had an idea. He walked over, and a bottle of wine appeared in his hand. The thought of being able to order this guy to be a servant makes me so happy. I'll let you, greedy human, devour my treasure. Paglio took the wine and muttered. He opened the cork and took a sip, then he spat it out. What the hell is this? Damn slime. Before he finished speaking, he saw the little black horse who was resting in the distance, running over and kissing Dodo intimately. Paglio's eyes suddenly widened. As a matter of fact, the incubus beast had always disliked Dodo. It was considered good if it didn't give him a lightning strike, but this time the poison dragon, suddenly reacted and got up from the bed. He sneered. It turns out that you, the cunning guy, is back. Damn it, you actually lied to me. Quickly give me a bottle of good wine to compensate me. Compensate your head. Is it interesting to order a guy like me to be a servant? Chenrue touched the little black horse and gave it a handful of aura fruits. He snorted at the poison dragon. This bottle is a gift from a dragon's. It's a secret hangover soup. It tastes good, right? Speaking of the emerald dragon, Chenrue was indeed a little speechless. After receiving several gems from him, he actually returned a bottle of the so-called secret hangover soup at the ball last time. The purpose of this return was naturally to get more gems. Chinrue guessed that this bottle was probably something that she had casually taken from the ball. The investment cost was 0. It was a standard trick. It seems that in addition to being greedy, Crobolus has another attribute: stingy. Paglio caught a bottle of wine that Chinrue tossed over. In order to avoid being fooled again, he carefully sniffed it before taking a big gulp. Did you just say dragons? Speaking of which, this dragon should be considered as your acquaintance. Chinrue told him about Crobolus. Paglio looked puzzled. Crobolus? Why haven't I heard of Blue Dragon having such a woman? Are you kidding me? Rainieri has a quirk. He doesn't seem to like the females of dragons. Chinrue was taken aback, and the fire of gossip burned in his heart. Paglio actually doesn't know that there is Crobolus this dragon, and Rainieri is even a black mountain. Then Paglio and Blue Dragon had a grudge back then. Could it be because I rejected his love tiger oil? Or the two of them hated each other because of love? Seeing Chinrue's weird eyes, Paglio had an inexplicable chill in his heart. He then said, Rainieri likes females of demons, especially great demons and succubi. Why would there suddenly be a female of dragons? And she even said that she wants to avenge him. Did I make a mistake? Chinrue was a little confused himself. Could it be that this Rainieri is not Rainieri? The man that the Emerald Dragon mentioned is someone else? You must have made a mistake. Maybe. Chinrue suddenly showed a strange smile. But there is one thing that I am absolutely right about. This time I met your real old friend. What kind of crooked person is it? The poison dragon used a word that he learned from Chinrue. He felt proud of himself, but he didn't know that there was a saying that birds of a feather flock together. Objectively speaking, she is a very beautiful woman with purple hair and purple eyes. She usually wears a pair of glasses and likes to wear a long skirt. At certain times she will also be in a daze, and when talking about the beauty with purple hair and purple eyes, Paglio seemed to have thought of something. Later, the characteristics of glasses, long skirt, and daze made the usually fearless poison dragon's face change. He spat out a few words with difficulty. You actually met that crazy woman. If I say that she came to the Dark Moon with me, what will you do? Don't make such a joke. Paglio was taken aback. If that crazy woman really comes to the Dark Moon, I can only escape. The fairy dragon's magic talent was too terrifying. She could easily exert the powerful dragon magic to the extreme. In particular, Rala was also proficient in magic circles and other means. It could be said that she was the most powerful magician in the demon realm. Only the crystal dragon and the black dragon were naturally resistant to magic. Even at his peak, Paglio was 70% and 30% afraid of this woman. However, under the huge benefits of the silver box, the dragon's curious and greedy nature made Paglio finally take the initiative to attack Rala successfully. After that, he fled in terror until he was sealed by a mysterious powerhouse. With the resentment between the poison dragon and the fairy dragon, she would definitely kill him as soon as she appeared. She would at least beat him half to death before interrogating the whereabouts of the treasure. You're just escaping. I just escaped from that woman's clutches. Chinrue gritted his teeth and said, Paglio was not completely afraid of Rala. More importantly, Rala was related to the lifting of his biggest seal. He didn't argue as usual at that moment. He hurriedly asked, Don't keep me guessing. How did you meet that crazy woman? Tell me quickly. Chinrue recounted the experience of the days in the Rainbow Valley. When he talked about the tragic part, the poison dragon rarely didn't gloat. Instead, he shivered empathically. If I didn't have to get the method to break your seal from Rala, would I risk my life to go to that terrible place to be a test subject? You, on the other hand, only have treasures in your head. It's really hard on you, my most reliable partner. Paglio showed a rare look of conscience, and he added decisively, Since this is the case, I will give you 0. 1% more of the treasure I put with you. 1%. Chinrue's eyes widened. Are you sure there are no other bits and pieces in front of 10%? 1%. Peglio looked like he was sacrificing his family as if he was cutting his flesh to feed the eagle. Chinrue was quite speechless. Money is a small matter. The entire treasure is now in my hands. The problem is, what I risked my life in the Rainbow Valley is only worth 1 digit after the decimal point. Looking at the dead duck dragon's appearance, it is clear that he endured a huge heartache to say this. This dead duck dragon seems to have something in common with a certain female dragon. Chinrue shook his head. I think for my safety, it's better not to go to Rala again. Peglio's eyes twitched. 2%. This is the last bottom line. You know, you are cutting a dragon's flesh. The ancient runes are still a bit too difficult for me. 2% must not move anymore. Otherwise, I'd rather not unlock the seal. Chinrue looked like he just remembered it. He deliberately said to himself, I almost forgot that this plan used a lot of money. It seems that there is not much left of the entire treasure. What? I'm going to kill you. The poison dragon, who was shocked by the thunderbolt, wanted to go over and strangle Chinrue's neck. Delia and Athena walked in the yard. Recently, the population in the city had increased suddenly, and it was quite difficult to maintain public security. Athena had an obvious tired look on her face. Delia was taken aback when she saw the posture of the two. Dodo, what are you doing with Peglio? Isn't that Dodo? Athena looked at the calm Dodo and the raging poison dragon. Her original fatigue was suddenly swept away, and her beautiful red eyes were filled with surprise. After explaining the treasure with great difficulty, the poison dragon stopped raging. He grabbed a few bottles of wine and drank by himself. She learned from Delia that Lomont successfully advanced the Eye of Evil with the help of Chinrue. He also subdued the demon emperor-level evil Eye Tyrant as his lifelong companion beast. After returning to the Dark Moon, he immediately began closed-door training, hoping to have a further leap in strength. If it weren't for Leader this time, Lomont would have been dead, let alone breaking through or getting a demon emperor-level lifelong companion beast. Leader seems to have wasted a bottle of resurrection potion. Delia looked grateful. I know that heartless bastard never knows how to express his gratitude. It's not that he doesn't know how to express himself. Chinrue shook his head. It's that he doesn't need to express himself. You are the same, Delia. Athena held her hand on the side. Delia glanced at Athena, then looked at Chinrue. Her eyes glowed faintly as she nodded. However, I think it's more appropriate to give your heartless to a certain guy. Chinrue glanced at the dragon on the side. The dragon pretended not to hear. Anyway, it's fine as long as Sir's treasure is fine. At this moment, Kia rushed to the courtyard in a hurry. She saw Chinrue from a distance and was taken aback. Dodo, so you are here. Seeing Chinrue's playful eyes, the succubus immediately reacted and said happily, Ah, you are back. Athena asked, Kia, what's wrong? You look flustered. The little princess is missing. Kia looked a little anxious. I haven't seen her for a long time. Later, someone said that a few hours ago she and Chinrue, it should be Dodo, took advantage of the tri-horned rhino and went all the way to the east. This incident has alarmed Princess Royal. East? Athena suddenly reacted and exclaimed in unison, Is Alice going to the Blue Lake Mountain Range to hunt for treasure? I think so too, so I immediately came to ask Peglio for help. Kia nodded. The treasure plan was the biggest secret. Apart from the few people present, only Jia and Old Gauss knew about it. It was not disclosed to Alice. The treasure was arranged by Peglio and Chinrue. It was a huge maze combined with magic circles and dragon inscription. Without Peglio or Chinrue leading the way, even Athena and the others could not enter. The last time the Fountain of Vitality was discovered, it was Peglio who pretended to be a guard and guided her to find it. The dark moon had gathered so many treasure hunters now, but no one could really crack it. It showed the complexity of this maze. There were many magic circles and inscriptions in it that were fatal, so Kia was so anxious. Athena clenched her fists and showed a self-reproach. She was still pestering me a few days ago, asking me to accompany her. But I was too busy and it was very dangerous there, so I didn't agree. If I had known earlier, I would have accompanied her to satisfy her curiosity. The little loli was indeed a bold character. When Athena was only an intermediate demon, she followed her to a dangerous place like the Black Rainforest. Now, she actually secretly dragged Dodo to hunt for treasure. This has nothing to do with you. It's all that troublemaker's fault. I'm going to the Blue Lake mountain range now. Chanrue knew that time was tight, so he got up suddenly. I just came back, and I haven't had time to be intimate with Athena and Kia, and I encountered this matter. It seems that the little loli is really worrisome. You must bring Alice back. Athena knew that the magic circles at the treasure were intricate, and she would only delay time if she followed. She thought of something, pulled him, and added, "Don't blame her. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood recently." Chinrue nodded indifferently. "Don't worry, it's just a child's mischief. Why would I argue with her?" Athena glanced at him. She is not a child. Despite Dodo's company, Alice's situation was still dangerous. Chinrue didn't waste any time. He changed his face, rode the little black horse, and left the house. After leaving the city, he began to speed up toward the east. Along the way, he could see many treasure hunters coming and going. Chinrue couldn't care less about the attention of passers-by. He urged the incubus beast to move forward at full speed. The passers-by could only see a black that quickly magnified into the appearance of a black horse from a distance. After it passed by them as fast as lightning, it soon disappeared in the distance behind him. Chenrue galloped all the way and came to the entrance of the Blue Lake mountain range treasure at the fastest speed. Although the little black horse did not transform into the true form of the incubus beast, its majestic steed attracted the attention of many people. As soon as he got off the horse, he was stared at by a few demons with unfriendly eyes. At first glance, it was obvious that they were the guys who wandered around here all day. "Hey!" A great demon who looked like a small leader came over. "No wonder I can't find the horse. It turns out that you bastards stole it. If you don't want to die, return it to me immediately otherwise." Before he finished speaking, the man walked over with the horse and glanced at him. The great demon's words stopped abruptly. His body seemed to be deterred by something, and he didn't dare to move. This situation made the underlings who surrounded him from behind also dare not move. The nearby treasure hunters knew that this group of people had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. It seemed that they had kicked an iron plate this time. "I'm looking for two people, a 13 or 14-year-old little girl with blonde hair. She is also followed by a man." Chinrue didn't have time to bother with this kind of small character. He simply described the appearance of Alice and himself. These two people seemed to have gone into the mountain path on the left. The great demon quickly replied. Then he felt the terrifying eyes slowly moving away, but he still didn't dare to move. Seeing this person disappear from sight, the underlings behind only dared to surround him. "Boss Richardson, why didn't you just point a random path for this guy?" The great demon wiped the cold sweat on his face and said with lingering fear, "That person is too terrifying. He just glanced at me, and I felt like my soul was annihilated. If I dare to say anything, I'm afraid I will be annihilated immediately." Chinrue had no time to pay attention to these people's discussions. He left the little black horse in a safe place, gave a few instructions, and then disappeared into the maze of the treasure. Chapter 351. Blue Lake Mountain Range. Somewhere in the treasure, a blonde girl sat on the ground. Her beautiful and fresh face was full of frustration. Strands of blonde curls were stuck together by sweat. Her beige folded skirt looked dirty and torn. She looked embarrassed. "Dodo, do you know how to go?" "Little princess, let me think again." The slime had already returned to his original onion appearance. Looking at the three-way intersection in front, his forehead seemed to be full of cold sweat. Dodo had begun to regret in his heart. "I shouldn't have been tempted by the little princess' free, good wine for a month and followed her to this place to take risks." The slime didn't know the secret of this treasure location, but he occasionally heard a few words from his mistress. He vaguely understood something in his heart. He secretly thought that with his many years of experience in dealing with those magic traps in the Black Rainforest, it shouldn't be a big problem. So, under the temptation of Alice's heavy profit, Dodo, who was drooling due to his gluttony, finally agreed. Finally, the slime still remembered his master's strict orders and did not reveal more things, such as Chun Rue's power. However, Dodo's self-righteous cognition was based on the inscription set up by the dragons in the Black Rainforest before they died. The power was completely different from the one set up by Paglio and Chinrui now. Besides, the slime's so-called experience was to use his immortal body to endure the trap. Then he would use some kind of strange power to temporarily disable the trap when triggering it. Then Alice could pass. The problem was that these inscriptions and magic circles were not the kind of pure damage. They were more of a hallucinatory and misleading nature. The slime took Alice around for a while, and he actually got lost. Once again, he was almost teleported to the terrifying, explosive trap. If Dodo didn't turn into a big shield in time, Alice would have been seriously injured. Facing Alice's doubts, the slime had more cold sweat. He was talented enough to feel the existence of traps at the three intersections. There was a faint sense of danger. The question was which one was less dangerous. After being shattered many times, it did not have much power left. However, the slime knew better that if he left Alice and slipped away alone, even if he could escape, he would be crushed by his master and mistress. The slime thought for a while. Generally, the middle part of the demon realm's fruit is always the best. Then, "I'll take the middle part." Alice didn't know the basis of Dodo's path choice. Seeing it jumping toward the middle road, she immediately got up and followed behind. When approaching the magic trap, Dodo suddenly felt that the threat of the magic trap suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the danger was just an illusion. Sir Dodo's choice was indeed wise. Before the slime could finish being proud, a figure appeared in front of him. Dodo was shocked. When he saw the person clearly, he quickly showed a flattering smile. "It turns out that the great master is here." "That's great." Now that Chun Rue's strength had already surpassed Dodo's, and the destructive power of Aurora's shot could naturally restrain him, Dodo was in awe of his master from the bottom of his heart. The cunning slime knew that he had caused a lot of trouble this time, so he hurriedly tried to please him. "Didn't the master say something?" "Don't slap a smiling face. I'll settle the score with you when we get back." Chinrui ignored Dodo's flattery and glared at him fiercely. The slime's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered a sentence that his master said, "Settle the score after the fall." Dodo's judgment just now was actually wrong. The inscription in the middle road was the most powerful and lethal. Once it exploded, Dodo might not die, but Alice at the back would definitely be strongly affected. If it weren't for Chun Rue's timely arrival to curb the activation of the inscription, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Chun Rue, you're finally back." Chun Rue's appearance made Alice's eyes brighten. She felt that her tired body had strength again, so she walked over happily. When she saw the human's gloomy face, it was as if she was splashed with cold water. She pouted unhappily. "It's too dangerous here. Let's leave first. You guys follow me. You must follow my foothold." Chun Rue took Alice and Dodo along the way and finally found the safe position where the little black horse was. When Dodo saw the little black horse, he quickly jumped over. However, the little black horse was extremely uninterested in this guy. Its hooves stomped on the ground as if it was warning him. "Let's go back." Alice had been lowering her head, but she raised her head when she heard that. Her face showed a stubborn expression. "I'm not going back." Chinrue frowned, and his tone became a little stern. "Do you know that it's dangerous here? If I didn't find that place just now, you're probably dead." "I don't care. I'm not going back." Alice didn't know why, but she suddenly threw a tantrum. Chinrue was angry in his heart. When he saw the tears faintly flashing in the little Loli's big eyes, he thought of Athena's instructions before leaving. His mood calmed down a lot. After thinking about it, he let Dodo and the little black horse go back first. Anyway, the inscription hadn't changed automatically yet, and the little black horse remembered the way. After Dodo and the little black horse left, Alice still bit her lip without saying a word, as if she was sulking. "Are you hungry?" A fragrant pudding appeared in front of the little Loli. The little Loli secretly swallowed her saliva, but she still stubbornly remained silent. "This is blueberry flavored. Isn't it your favorite?" If it were usual, the little Loli would definitely snatch it, but this time she surprisingly didn't move. She lowered her head and said, "What about after eating? Follow you back?" "It's too unsafe here. We must go back, really?" Another disobedient little girl got caught and brought back. Alice's tone showed a strange frustration. It could even be called decadent. This time, she really ignored the existence of the pudding. Chinrue noticed the word again, and he didn't continue. Troublesome little girl, troublemaker little girl, immature little girl. Alice's head drooped even lower. "Your sister is working so hard. It's so difficult. You should be sensible. You should learn." Chinrue clearly saw crystal tears dripping from Alice's drooping face. Although she didn't continue, Chinrue faintly understood something in his heart. No matter what, Alice was only a 14-year-old girl after all. Just like the little girl, she said. Not to mention her, even an adult would also have willful and unhappy times. In the princess retail store alone, you will encounter a lot of unhappy people or things. He was 14 years old once. It seemed to be the beginning of a rebellious period. This rebelliousness actually continued until his adult period before he crossed over. Some things even became edges that couldn't be smoothed. "Chinrue, am I a failure as a person?" The little Loli still drooped her head. This word is a bit exaggerated. Chinrue shook his head with a wry smile. "A little girl at such a young age, even if I don't count the hundreds of years of life of demons. She is just an ordinary human. Her life has just begun. What's there to talk about failure?" "I don't know. What I know is that many aristocratic ladies older than you only rely on their parents all day to eat, drink, and play all day long, leading a befuddled life. They even abuse their power and bully others. No one can run a store independently and even open a branch in a neighboring country. I think Alice is already quite excellent. This is not a compliment, it's the truth." "Really?" Alice suddenly raised her head. Her big, tearful eyes showed a glimmer of hope. "Of course." Chinrue nodded affirmatively. "Then give it to me." "What?" "Pudding. I'm starving to death." Chinrue breathed a sigh of relief and handed the pudding over. The little Loli immediately gobbled it up. "Just now, chewing sound. Did I make you angry?" "A little bit, but I'm worried about you." Chinrue watched her wipe out the pudding in an instant and handed over a glass of juice. "Alice is the most important sister in my heart." "Humph. I'm just my sister's sister." The little Loli took a big sip of juice and finally replenished the water that she cried out just now. "I want to be like Athena. I want to be the most important woman to you." Chinrue shook his head. When he was about to speak, he heard the little Loli said again, "Or it's about the same as Kia. Don't think that I don't know why she lives back there." "Humph." Chinrue's expression was awkward. He thought about the wording and said, "Alice, there are some things that you're still young and don't understand." "Why don't I understand? I'm an expert." Alice finished the juice in one breath. "Athena and I even discussed that kind of thing." Later, I gave her a copy of The Handsome Dragon Who Was Humiliated by the Princess. Chinrue was even more embarrassed when she didn't mention this matter. Back then, Athena was influenced by this superb novel that was not suitable for children. As a result, in order to conceive his child at the dangerous time of refined mind, she took the initiative to do it on a large scale, and even swallowed some kind of turbid white liquid with a pungent smell. That was the first special service that a certain man enjoyed since he came to the demon realm. In other words, he was also a beneficiary of some kind of welfare. The lowly expert looked proud, as if she had forgotten her tears just now. "Do you want me to recommend you a few more books?" "Stop!" Chinrue immediately stopped her. "You really don't need to read those books anymore. And there are some things that you will naturally understand when you grow up. I'm already grown up now. Some girls are already married like me." The little lowly glanced at her flat chest, and she suddenly lost her confidence. Her voice also became smaller. "Do you only like big breasts?" A few black bars dropped on Chinrue's forehead. "This, is directly related to big boobs? But then again, Athena and Kia are both." And when Athena patted her chest, her shaking two hemispheres almost made my eyeballs fall out, glancing at the little lowly's depressed look. Chinrue quickly returned to reality from his absent-mindedness. He quickly said, "Let's explain it this way. Alice, you've just come into contact with the opposite sex. It's a kind of vague affection. It's not a real liking yet. When you grow up, you will meet someone you really like or even love." Chinrue reluctantly played the role of an expert and racked his brains to explain a lot. In fact, he didn't have much experience himself. The little lowly's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. "So you don't hate that girl with small breasts?" Chinrue was speechless for a while. I've tried my best to explain for a long time, and this little lowly's focus is actually on that. If Jia knows that I'm doing this to her sister, I'm afraid she will burst out with terrifying power beyond the demon emperor. The point is that I really don't have this intention for my sister. But for my sister, seeing that the little lowly was about to turn into a dead end, Chinrue had to change his way of guiding. "I just don't like girls who are too young. Let's make an agreement. After 5 years, if you still don't have someone you like by then. Speaking of which, she will be a 19-year-old girl in 5 years. Even if there is something, at least I won't feel guilty. Speaking of which, Alice is still very cute, but in terms of attributes, I heard that when a girl grows up, she will change 18 times. Will it? Probably 5 years?" The little lowly tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she shook her head firmly. "No, it's too long. Who knows how many women you will get over these years? By that time, I don't know if they will be ranked a few hundred behind." These two sentences made Chinrue sweat on his forehead. The little lowly pursed her lips and gave a deadline, 1 year at most. The little lowly's idea was that there were not many competitors now. Moreover, Athena was her good friend, and Kia was also a friend. According to the experience in the book, she could definitely easily integrate into the harem, then unite the two friends to deal with the new woman. If Chinrue knew the exact thoughts in the little lowly's mind, the sweat on his forehead would definitely increase tenfold. 1 year is definitely not possible then. For years, 1.5 years. In the end, the two made a deal with 3 years. For Chinrue, 3 years was just a delaying tactic. He believed that time would dilute many things. With this most important agreement, Alice's previous frustration was swept away, and she returned to the original spirited little lowly. "You must not tell sister about this." Alice's eyes were threatening. In fact, this was also what Chinrue wanted to say, so he nodded quickly. "In order to prevent you from going back on your words, I have to do one thing first." The little lowly rolled her eyes. "Close your eyes now." As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt a warm and fresh breath approaching and gently pasted on his lips. Chinrue opened his eyes, and the little lowly had already stood on her tiptoes. Her white and smooth face was blushing, and she didn't dare to look at him for a while. I was kissed again. Why is it again? To be honest, that warm and soft feeling. Indeed, it's okay. The little loli didn't dare to stick her tongue in like last time. She just kissed him lightly. After all, she was pretending to be a corpse last time. This time, looking at her shy look, it was quite cute. Perhaps, as Athena said, she wasn't a child anymore. This is the interest I'm giving you 3 years in advance. The little loli used the vocabulary taught by Chun-Rui very well. She looked experienced. Don't be nervous. It's not my first time kissing a man. That posture seemed to be saying to a certain girl who was molested, "Don't cry. I will be responsible." In fact, the first target was still Chun-Rui, but he knocked on the head first and snatched the first kiss, so it should be both of them. I've recorded it just now. If you dare to go back on your words, I will tell sister that you are lusting after me. Alice proudly waved the recording stone in her hand. In fact, it was more to dissolve the shyness on her face. Don't accuse me like this, right? Who is lusting after whom? Chun-Rui rationally didn't argue with her. He just nodded. Okay, I'm very tired today. I can't walk anymore. Carry me back. Ah, humph. She waved the recording stone. Oh yeah, tell a story while walking. I have to hear it before. Chapter 352. After faintly learning some secrets of the treasure of the Blue Lake mountain range, Alice was not surprised that Chun-Rui easily entered and exited the magic circles along the way with ease. As an additional clause of the agreement, little Loli specially promised Chun-Rui that she would never disclose this matter. She also promised him to accept Kia's protection on normal days and would no longer be so willful. After listening to the 2 stories, the tired little loli fell asleep on Chun-Rui's back. When he sat on the tri-horned rhino with her in his arms, her young face was as tranquil as a newborn baby, giving Chun-Rui a feeling of peace of mind. 3 years. Can time really change everything? Chun-Rui gently stroked little Loli's hair, and he suddenly remembered a classic saying, "Let's talk about the future in the future. No matter what, at least she is the cutest sister." When Chun-Rui returned to the palace with the sleeping Alice on his back, Jia walked out quickly. Seeing that little Loli was safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took Alice from his hands, handed her to the maid, and sent her to the inner courtyard to rest. Although Dodo's incarnation of Chun-Rui was inconspicuous, he had already appeared publicly in the dark moon, so he didn't have to hide. You have to worry about Alice's matter as soon as you come back. Thank you, Jia said, and the 2 walked into the council hall together. The maid on the side had already retreated, sensibly. It's okay. This time you're outside. Are you all right? For the first time, Jia didn't directly ask about the plan this time, but she asked such a question. It was not a bureaucratic greeting, but it was stiff and difficult, mixed with a feeling that she couldn't explain. It was as if she hadn't seen this man for a long time, and she wanted to blurt out something. In Chun-Rui's ears, there was a faint warmth in her tone. He nodded and said, "I'm fine, but you seem to have lost some weight." Since the appearance of the dark moon's treasure, Jia had been busy. She had indeed lost some weight, but her mental appearance was much better than when she faced great pressure before. The elegant temperament of an ice goddess was even more attractive. For the subjects of the dark moon, this was a kind of majesty that kept people thousands of miles away, but for someone, majesty and lord were all fleeting clouds. In his eyes, she was just a beautiful boss. Moreover, there was an ambiguous relationship between him and the iceberg royal sister boss. She definitely wouldn't admit it, but she had to admit it in her heart. Save your sweet words for Athena and Kia. Jia's eyes turned cold. This guy, if I loosen an inch, he will be furious. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she started the conversation first. Chun-Rui still smiled and said, "Then the true words like, 'but more beautiful,' can only be forced back. Okay, it's time for you to talk about the plan." Jia's concluding remarks stopped this meaningless conversation. Maybe she wanted to continue, but the plan was related to the future of the dark moon, so it was obviously more important. Chinrue didn't continue to tease her. He explained the progress of the plan, then he told her about the possible situations and countermeasures. Jia couldn't help but nod. The plan that was almost unimaginable at the time has been implemented to this extent now. This plan has changed too much compared with the original expectation. Many of them are improvised. In fact, I'm not sure. I can only say that our luck and mine are good. In any case, all of this is brought about by you. Jia said with deep emotion, it's just a year. The dark moon at the beginning and the dark moon now. Trusting you at the beginning was the best decision in my life. Indeed, when Chinrue first came, the dark moon was just a desperate struggle, but now it was a thriving hope. More importantly, if the plan was successful, this hope might be further closer to realization. Jia took a deep look at him. On behalf of the entire dark moon, I want to say thank you. It's too early to thank me now. The entire dark moon made Chinrue feel that the atmosphere seemed a little serious. He immediately squinted his eyes. Besides, I only accept Princess Royal's personal gratitude. I think there will be opportunities to explore this issue in depth in the future. Jia was not angry this time. She just shook her head gently. In a sense, I am the entire dark moon. You should understand. Chinrue saw 70% determination and 30% gloominess in her purple eyes. For the lineal descendant of the Lord of Midnight Sun, the Lord of the entire dark moon, and also the legal heir of the empire, one hair would affect the whole body. Many things were involuntary. Perhaps she was already involuntary since she was born. After her father passed away, this involuntary feeling was infinitely magnified. When you went to the Shadow Empire last time, you should have met Empress Catherine. She turned the tide and saved the entire Shadow Empire. She made the Shadow Empire grow step by step until it became the powerful empire today. She is the most amazing woman in the entire demon realm, and she is also my lifelong goal. Jia wanted to add that Catherine the Great was still single, but she didn't say it for some reason. It was the first time she said this to others. She only felt a strange feeling in her heart. It was completely different from facing the mirror or wind chime in the secret room deep in the palace. In fact, even if Jia added that sentence, it was useless because she didn't know that the first man and only man of Catherine the Great, her imitating goal or idol, was this human in front of her. Chinrue put away his playful attitude and said seriously, perhaps an outstanding leader can really change an estate or even an empire. I actually don't know much about this. I only know that even an ordinary person has a relaxing moment to relieve pressure. If everything is suppressed in the heart, then sooner or later there will be a day of collapse. How can a person who is knocked down by his own pressure become a truly great ruler? He almost revealed the matter of the secret room, but he was worried that Jia would turn against him after her biggest privacy was revealed. Now that she had a good sign of revealing her thoughts, it was better to do it step by step. At least, he had to wait until the most important plan that he painstakingly planned succeeded. Jia nodded slightly, only to hear the guy say another word. So. Aren't you going to take the initiative to invite me to dance to express your personal gratitude? Let a lady take the initiative to invite you to dance? Jia almost couldn't hold back her emotions. After a long time, she calmed down and said coldly, if you want to dance, there are still 2 women waiting for you at home. Why does the sentence sound a bit sour? Chinrue showed a look of reminiscence. I suddenly don't want to dance now, but I remembered another thing. I remember that last time Princess Royal promised, when I say a certain word, you can't kill me. Jia's face inexplicably flashed a rare blush. Chinrue saw it and added with interest, Princess Royal seems to have sworn in the name of the royal family. Jia only felt that her heart was beating fast. She gritted her teeth and said, you don't go too far. Chinrue asked blankly, is it too far? He was willing to bet that he definitely had the style of a certain valley's pseudo-natural days. Next time, I may come back after the plan is almost completed. Let's save these 3 words until then. Which 3 words does Princess Royal think I should say? Jia suddenly took a deep breath, her expression became cold, and her heartbeat gradually calmed down. She turned her back and ignored him. Her tone was resolute. No matter what it is, it's your business. It has nothing to do with me. I want to remind you not to hold any unrealistic delusions. Don't forget your identity. I don't want to listen to these meaningless things anymore. Now you can leave. The human's tone seemed to be a little depressed, so I'm leaving. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Jia's head drooped slightly, and there was a faint sense of loss in her tone. Stupid woman, he should say the word right to you. You really don't want to hear it? Do you really want him to go? Or are you afraid that it will be difficult to control if you continue step by step? Or difficult to refuse? You're really a stupid woman, just at this time. Right, that Princess Royal! The voice suddenly came from the door of the hall. Jia was shocked, as if she got an electric shock. She looked back and found that the guy didn't go far. Then the words just now, there was a nasty smile on his nasty face. Actually, I want to add that there are some important things that I want to confess to Princess Royal together. That confess, you finished? It seems so. Get lost. In the monstrous, murderous aura, someone fled. The palace guards, even if they changed shifts temporarily, didn't see Qinrui carrying Alice into the palace. They all knew that it must be the human sheriff who angered Princess Royal. Every now and then, there would always be 1 or 2 times. They didn't know what this guy reported that made Her Royal Highness so angry. Anyway, this daring guy would lose his head sooner or later. But then again, it was also a kind of ability to make Princess Royal, who had always been cold, lose her composure. Sure enough, it was the human sheriff who had just woken up. Seeing the strange look of several familiar guards, the human smiled awkwardly, but there was a faint warmth in his heart. Stupid woman? It's cuter to call her stupid woman. In the council hall, Jia gently covered her face. She felt the heat from the inside out that couldn't go away. She didn't know if it was shame, annoyance, or both. Finally, it gathered into one sentence. Damn man. Princess Royal didn't know that this title was also said by her idol, Catherine, the Empress of the Shadow Empire in the Crystal Valley a few months ago. Moreover, it was the same damn man. Chapter 353. Dark Moon City. Financial Officer's Residence. Joseph Alvin was listening to the report of his subordinate, Royce. Last month, our magic store's revenue declined the most, reaching 35%. Due to the treasure, the comprehensive revenue of other aspects has increased, but the increase is very small, about 1%. Joseph frowned slightly. The magic store's revenue has dropped so much? Is it because of the Cloak Gang's magic store? Royce nodded. Yes, since the Cloak Gang's magic store has Master Xingxing, the goods have been sold out at the fastest speed every time. Our customers have been snatched away by them. The other shops of the Chamber of Commerce have been sanctioned by Princess Royal, such as not being able to join the night market, adding similar competitive shops near the original shops, etc. In addition, the new Chamber of Commerce, Moonlight, jointly founded by the Custer family and Princess Royal, has pushed us to the edge of the cliff. What about the Mellon family? As far as I know, the Mellon family has been secretly courting Princess Royal for a long time. Their industry has not been hit like ours, and 2 shops have been allowed to join the night market. Royce showed a mocking expression. The same is true for some small families that originally attached to us. Those guys are fence-sitters. They are unreliable at all. From the beginning, I didn't intend to rely on these guys. Joseph shook his head. The emergence of this treasure has turned some of Princess Royal's original mistakes into the most effective means, such as road repair, shop repair, etc. It seems to be prepared. At first, I even took the initiative to sponsor half of the cost for free. Now that I think about it, it seems to be a trap. Royce's heart moved, and he showed a thoughtful expression. I also considered this initially, but the fountain of vitality should not be fake. The awakening of the human Chinrue is the best proof. Moreover, at an auction yesterday, the bottles of Fountain of Vitality that Athena brought back last time were sold at an astonishing price. The buyer was a potion master from the Shadow Empire. Judging from the Fountain of Vitality and the continuous stream of treasure hunters, there is indeed a mysterious treasure that was previously unknown in the Blue Lake mountain range. Auction? Joseph was taken aback by the new term. Sir has just returned, so you may not know that the newly opened auction house of the Dark Moon is a new industry directly managed by the Lord. It is located in the northwest block. It is very large and heavily guarded. He also specially invited several masters from the Mechanic Association of the Shadow Empire through the Custer family of the Shadow Empire to set up a complex, defensive magic circle. The degree of security is quite high. Guests can place some valuable items into the auction house, and the auction house will appraise and evaluate these items. Then, at a fixed time, an open auction will be held. The highest bidder wins, and the auction house will take 20% of the transaction value as a reward. 20%. Joseph was moved. I am an expert in economics. This auction house is just a transit function. It is equivalent to making a profit with nothing. I can actually get a high profit of 20%. The higher the transaction price, the higher the profit. It is simply a money tree. This time, in addition to the Fountain of Vitality, there are also the treasures provided by the palace and several families. The most conspicuous one is the several treasures from the Blue Lake mountain range commissioned by a treasure hunter. It has attracted a large number of bidders. The scene is extremely lively. The success of this auction has made many people start to rush to book tickets for the next auction in advance. Joseph's eyes flashed. It is precisely because the Lord is directly managing it that others are not qualified to imitate it. It is equivalent to monopolizing this huge benefit. What a great auction house! Royce knew that Jia had been inactive previously, so Joseph would definitely think of these. So he said, according to my inference, the idea of this auction house is likely to originate from Chinrue. It should be something copied from the human world. Yes, I think so too. Joseph frowned tightly. In the past half a year, the Dark Moon has changed too fast and too much. The Princess Retail Store, the Battle Ball, the Night Market, the Shadow Empire's Custer family entering the Dark Moon to establish a new chamber of commerce, the renovation of the Dark Moon, the auction house. These changes are definitely inseparable from the idea of this human behind the scenes. It seems that I have always underestimated this little bug that I thought was insignificant. My current strength is only a little bug in front of him, Royce said in his heart, but he looked worried on the surface. The trend of the Dark Moon has basically taken shape now. Even if we kill this human secretly, it will not help. The most important thing for us is to consider how to reverse this disadvantage. Otherwise, as long as this trend continues, we will be completely squeezed out without the opponent's help. Joseph nodded solemnly. Recently, his situation was really a bit bad. It was the same for the Dark Moon, and the Red Spirit were also having a hard time. Although there was no conclusive evidence of him snitching to the capital in the case of Charles, his father Josh had obviously begun to alienate him. Some policies for Town Mordo also showed a faint trend of sanctions. The only comfort was Prince Obsidian from the capital. He expressed a considerable degree of appreciation for his loyalty to the capital and the regent this time. He also implicitly pointed out some shortcomings of the current Red Spirit, Lord Josh. He faintly hinted that Joseph would inherit the estate in the future. As far as the current situation was concerned, this inheritance was obviously far away, and the capital's praise was only verbal. However, Joseph did not regret it, because if he allowed Charles and Kaneda to continue to cooperate, then he would probably not face the current passivity, but a real failure. Moreover, it was not entirely impossible to inherit the position of the Lord in advance. This possibility was based on some unexpected circumstances, such as Josh's physical health problems. He not only had the long-term support of the capital, but he also had an unfathomable ally in front of him, the heir of the Gluttony royal family. Well, Beelzebub. It was the letter sent by Aguile just now, inviting him to the Cloak Gang for a chat. It was Aguile's reminder last time that enabled him to destroy Kanita's huge interests in time. This meeting might be an opportunity for him to get out of the current predicament. The place where Aguile invited him to meet was the second stronghold of the Cloak Gang in the Northwest Block. This place was originally where the Mellon family was located. It occupied a large area and was very valuable. Later, because the Mellon family was suspected of assassinating the Cloak Gang's leader and smuggling people, they were forced to give up this place. Princess Royal Jia transferred it to the Cloak Gang as compensation. In order to avoid being discovered that the financial officer had a secret contact with the Cloak Gang, Joseph specially disguised himself and came to the Cloak Gang this time. Soon, he was led to a newly built stadium. The stadium was heavily guarded on the outside, as if it was an important place. However, after entering, he realized that it was actually an indoor battlefield, but it seemed to be a standard three-person field. The old friend, Aguile, happened to be sitting next to him calmly, watching the 3-on-3 battle ball match in the field. Those players were all wearing strange masks, and their true faces could not be seen clearly, other than Aguile. Joseph was the only audience. "You're here, my friend." Aguile didn't get up, nor did he look at him. He just pointed to the side sit. Joseph already knew that this ally was at least a great demon king-level powerhouse. With his current situation, the other party's attitude was already considered good. Joseph sat down, and Aguile said calmly, "As far as I know, you seem to be in a lot of trouble recently. Whether it's the Red Spirit Estate or the Dark Moon, the situation doesn't seem to be very good." "Yes, it's really not good." Joseph sighed and did not deny it. He knew that this person was powerful, especially his intelligence ability. Back then, Aguile was the one who revealed the collusion between Kanita and the foreign humans to him. It could be said that he pulled him back from the edge of the cliff. Of course, Joseph didn't feel much gratitude because both sides were using each other. The reason why the other party helped him was that he still had value to use. Contrary to the previous strong and weak relationship, Joseph was now on the weaker side in terms of personal strength and power. Therefore, he had to show his value and further use the other party's power to strive to reverse the current disadvantage. Chinrue saw Joseph's expression and said, "So, do you have the courage to gamble everything to turn the tables?" "Gamble everything?" Joseph looked suspicious. "Even if I gamble everything, how can I turn the tables?" Chinrue nodded, but he didn't explain further. He just looked at the battle in the field. Joseph didn't know what to say for a while. Did he invite me here just to watch the game? However, Joseph was not an impatient person. He knew that the other party must have a purpose, so he didn't rashly ask for help at the moment. He just followed him silently to watch the fierce game in the field. Gradually, Joseph found that this battle ball game was actually more intense than expected. It was the same battle ball, but it could change into various unexpected arcs when passing or shooting. Whether it was skills, physical fitness, or overall offensive and defensive cooperation, it was stronger than any game he had ever seen, including the two teams with the highest level of the Dark Moon's Imperial Guards and Garrison Guards. It could be said that they were a level higher than them. How about this team? The other party finally spoke. "I have never seen such superb ball skills. It's hard to imagine that they are just intermediate demons." Joseph replied truthfully, "If there are 11 people and they all reach this level and cooperation, I believe they can sweep any official and civilian team of the Dark Moon. To be precise, there are 20 people, and 9 of them are substitutes. Just when the Dark Moon just started to experiment with the battle ball, they already have the highest level of the current Dark Moon team." Aguile revealed a big secret, because the battle ball was created by me. Joseph was taken aback. This battle ball has greatly improved the combat power of the Dark Moon army, and has also brought unimaginable huge benefits in terms of economy. I didn't expect it to be created by Aguile. I don't need an old Dark Moon on the verge of death. What I need is a truly prosperous and powerful estate. Shanrue's tone seemed to be that the current controller of the Dark Moon was not Jia, but him, Miguel. Beelzebub. Remember I said that my true identity makes it impossible for me to control the Dark Moon openly now. I need a spokesperson. It depends on whether you have the courage. Chinrue's tone made Joseph's eyes light up. Could it be that this Aguil already has a perfect plan? The Dark Moon will be in his pocket sooner or later. What do I need to do? Joseph's mind turned, and he asked decisively, if I can control the Dark Moon and force Jia into a real empty shell, then I will definitely get the capital's appreciation and affirmation. With the current Dark Moon as the foundation, no matter how Josh oppresses me, I can be invincible. When necessary, I can also betray the Beelzebub royal family to the capital in exchange for my own benefits. Chinrue didn't say much. He just pointed to the players in the fierce confrontation in the field. Joseph frowned and suddenly understood something. You mean the battle ball? Actually, coming to this place today, you should have seen the dawn of your victory. Chinrue laughed confidently behind the mask. It depends on how you gamble. Joseph didn't agree immediately, but he fell into contemplation. After a while, he said, with the chips in my hands now, I'm afraid it's not enough to gamble with Princess Royal. How about adding all the properties of the night market and the cloak gang? Chinrue continued to tempt this cunning enemy. I will create some contradictions at the appropriate time and publicly break up with Jia. However, there is one thing to clarify first. I'm the real master of the Dark Moon. Your destination is not here, but in the Red Spirit. After the Dark Moon succeeds, I will fully support you in the next step to seek the position of the Red Spirit. Although your father, who is the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor, is in his prime, but people will always encounter some accidents, right? Future Sir Lord. Joseph heard that Aguil helped him like this because he wanted to use his financial officer identity and the capital's relationship to control the Dark Moon on the surface. But this could just resolve his current crisis. It could be regarded as mutual benefit. If the other party helped him without asking for anything, it would be suspicious instead. The Red Spirit Lord proposed by the other party also made Joseph very tempted. At present, he had received praise from the capital regent because of his whistleblowing. If his father had an accident at that time, causing the position of the Lord to be vacant, his hope of becoming the Lord should be far greater than Kanita's. Aguil lurked around Jia, swindled her trust step by step, and planned the emergence of the battle ball. He did not hesitate to gamble the painstakingly managed night market and the cloak gang in order to control the Dark Moon and revive the Beelzebub royal family. Judging from the quality of the players in front of him, as long as Jia fell into this trap, she would definitely lose. Now it depended on how to make Jia walk into this gamble. In this regard, Joseph was quite confident because the Dark Moon's Chamber of Commerce and a considerable part of its economic power were still in his hands. As long as he didn't hand it over, Jia couldn't be considered to have complete control of the Dark Moon. No matter from which perspective, this plan is completely feasible, unless Aguil suddenly lost his mind and wanted to hand over the future and painstakingly managed power of the Beelzebub royal family to the enemy, the Lucifer royal family, and he even wanted to die with him, the financial officer. Is this possible? The look on Joseph's face became more and more determined. Finally, he stood up without hesitation. I'll bet. The financial officer, who thought he had victory in his grasp, might not know that anything was possible.